Attention members of the Black CEO community. Here's a unique way to maximize your ability to connect with and collaborate with other Black CEOs around the country and around the world. Introducing the Black CEO VIP Membership Directory. George C. Fraser, one of the foremost authorities on networking and building effective relationships, says, when we cooperate, 1 + 1 = 2. When we collaborate, 1 and 1 = 11. And now, you have one of the most meaningful ways to harness the power of that statement through the Black CEO VIP Membership Directory. You see, we make it simple and easy for you to find the right people to collaborate with anywhere you are and anywhere you go. Our member directory is a browser-based app that gives you a direct connection to other members from the convenience of your cell phone. No matter where you travel, a few button clicks get you connected to members who are local to you. Our members directory includes a geolocator that displays the member who's closest to where you are right now in the category you select. Your profile includes your picture, a place for a video introduction to you, links to your social media sites, and your website, as well as a click-to-call button that visitors can use to connect with you. Use the directory to gain visibility for yourself and your business, and to find other like-minded people with whom you can collaborate in business. Make this the year that you give meaning to collaboration with other Black CEOs. Grab your listing in the Black CEO VIP directory today. And to make that decision easy for you, we have a special offer available only during this weekend event. For a one-time fee of just $97, you can lock in a lifetime listing in the directory and never worry about annual fees to stay connected. When this weekend's event is over, membership will be annual at a price point that will be 2 to 3 times the lifetime offering. Fill in the form on this page right now to be contacted by us to establish your listing. You'll receive an electronic invoice, and once you process the invoice, you'll be contacted to provide the information we need to create your profile listing. Let's work together to make this effort something we'll all look back on with pride and accomplishment in mind. The Black CEO VIP Membership Directory is for you.
here's what you can do. I want you to head on over to the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet. You can get there by going to www.blackceotribe.com. Now, when you get there, post your first name, post your last name. Tell us a little bit about the product, the service, the mission, the organization, or the brand that you represent. If you don't represent a brand, represent yourself. That's called me fi what? Me. That's right. You are allowed to represent me fi me, right? Now, here's the thing. When you get into the group, there are others who are there who are looking to collaborate with you. Because here's the thing that we know, that when we cooperate, 1 + 1 equals 2. And when we collaborate, 1 and 1 equals 11. All right, so let's get together. Let's start collaborating. Hashtag 11. Right, where you at, my black CEOs? All right, you can see that they're here. I hope that you're here. And today is going to be phenomenal. Let me just give you a heads up who just walked into the room. None other than the incomparable Ken Brown. He is here, right? We just got notification that Dr. George C. Fraser has officially landed. He is here. That's right, that's right. We just got off the phone with Jewell Tankard. She is ready. You're going to be hearing from her around about noon. So it's going to be one of those, what they say, off the chain kind of events. Yeah. So here's the thing. Today, feel free to live stream and share. And those of you who want a direct stream to your page, just see me. And we'll be able to stream this whole event directly to your page. That's something that you want to do. That's something that we allow for those people who are here in attendance, that you can get a pure feed, right? So we are so glad to have, go ahead.
I'd also say, if we can, before we get started, Trevor, there's someone who made a trip here, Respect My Beautiful, who made a trip all the way here to say hello, and is also one of the key platinum sponsors. I know we were going to do this a little later on, but she's here. Her husband was going to come with her, but he was dropping off the kids. So in the back, we have none other than Cassandra. Cassandra, come on up for a moment.
Yes. Give her a hand.
And she wants to talk about a moment or two. Trevor, about Respect My Beautiful. Now, I know that's a brand recently was launched. Come on up. She's like, what am I supposed to say, Shay?
A few things to kind of give you a little space. Look. Events like this, we love putting on events that black CEOs can participate in at no cost. And the one thing that we were committed to when we decided to take on this black CEO movement, and I'll tell you the backstory a little bit about that today, later on today. But when we decided to do the black CEO movement, we realized that we did not want to make it a celebrity-focused event, that we wanted to make it a development-focused event. And sometimes when we put on events, they get so celebrity-focused that we start to think that the event is more about the people on the stage as opposed to the people sitting in the chairs. And so this event is for you, right? This event is about you. And the key thing is we had to find people who believed in it. And interestingly enough, yesterday, by the way, we hit over 43,000 views. Give yourselves a round of applause. Right? That doesn't even count the satellite feeds that came in from all around the world. That's just on one page. That doesn't count the other 236 syndicated places around the world. So we're easily going to top 100,000 views on this event, and it's all because of you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now, the thing that allows us to do events like this at no cost to the black business owner who is sitting in the seats or watching online is it's because of sponsorship. And literally, we just put the call out. We said, look, we're looking for sponsors. Whatever you can do, if you can help, call us up. And there were people out there who answered the bell. They just answered the bell, and Cassandra Carter was one of those people who answered the bell.
Clark Williams.
She's married, Shay. It's a little close to her. So tell us a little bit about your business. We truly appreciate the effort that you put into helping make this possible.
So I started Respect My Beautiful with the help of these two geniuses. It derived from wanting to improve teens and adults' self-confidence as it pertains to domestic violence or dating violence, because I have personal experience with dating violence. Not myself, but my sister and my mom was in a dating violence situation. My sister lost her 2-year-old as a result of that situation. So I actually grew up witnessing, watching my mom and my sister be in a dating violence situation. I also did my dissertation on dating violence. So I wanted to help teens teens and adults build their self-confidence so they don't find themselves in those types of situations. So that's how Respect My Beautiful came about.
And you written a couple books, is that correct?
Yes, I have 2 books. One is called Getting to Know Me, How I Deepen Myself in 66 Days. The printed copy should be out in about a week or 2, but it is available on Amazon in a digital format.
And from that book, can you just share one? You gotta hold the mic a little closer.
Okay.
Doing well. She's a little nervous. Is she doing well or what?
Yes. Thank you.
She said she had to stop by for a moment. I was watching. I just had to be there. Drove all the way out here to be here for this moment. If you can, share one idea from the book, if you can.
So the book is centered around difficult obstacles that I went through growing up. And in there I share a little bit about the dating violence situation and what happened with my nephew. But I created an 8-step system called the 8 M's. And it focuses on your mind, your body, and your spirit. So it focuses on mindset, motivation, meditation, moving, which is exercise, meal planning, managing your time, money, and memoirs, which is journaling. So it goes in a full circle, and I practice it on myself. And if you read the book, you'll see me going through 66 days of what I endured as I went through those 8 M's.
Let's give her a hand. Let's give her a hand.
One of the things that was really important for us is sometimes I think that when we start saying the term Black CEO, and sometimes when we start saying the term Black entrepreneurship, that oftentimes we leave out those businesses that are deeply entrenched into our communities and that are doing a lot of the social work that needs to be done to make sure that we are raising up a healthy generation of other young Black entrepreneurs. And by the way, say hi, Addison Chase. This is the young CEO of the training. Well, say hello to the people. I might get you a microphone, right? We might get you a microphone. So, there are businesses who are out here right now, and I found that a lot of times businesses that focus on social causes, especially within our community, tend to get left at the back of the pack. People like Uncle Frank, who's doing amazing work with young Black men around the country. People like Cassandra, who's doing amazing work with young women who are experiencing dating violence. People like Jeremiah. Both, come on down here, Jeremiah. We want to feature some of these people that are in the room so you know who's who, right? Jeremiah, you came here from, let's give Jeremiah a round of applause. Right? Let's give him a microphone. Yep. So, Jeremiah, you came here from Atlanta, correct?
Correct.
You were at the father and son banquet that Uncle Frank
That's correct.
hosted. And tell us a little bit about your business real quick.
So I'm the owner of Brothers Tire for Life. We do custom bow ties, lapel pins, and pocket handkerchiefs. And so that's what we specialize in.
Okay.
And look, I didn't want to do that at your event, but just yank that out, put my stuff in. Yank that out, put something else in there. It's all good. So that's what we specialize in, and then I do acronym-based motivational speaking. So bow tie is not only what I sell, but acronym-based.
So if we gave you 1 minute, 2 minutes. Can I give him 2 minutes?
Give him 2 minutes. Go.
Okay.
We got to
He's a good guy, 21 years old.
Everybody, by a round of
I'm giving
applause.
2 minutes, man.
On the count of 3, those who say we should give him 2 minutes, round of applause. You got 2 minutes. You got to step to the side. Let's just step to the side. You got the stage, man.
Okay.
Zoom in on him now.
Those that are watching the very first time, drove up here 677 miles. Jeremiah, I didn't know this would happen, but
I didn't either, but it's all good.
you ready?
I'm ready. Stay ready.
Always
Look.
ready.
So if I was gonna say anything, my normal acronym would be bow tie, which stands for being bold, optimistic, wise, tangible, impactful, and effective. But I ain't even gonna do y'all like that this morning, cause y'all Black CEOs, I know y'all got that. But I want to challenge you to be a dope dealer. Yes, be a dope dealer. I am a certified dope dealer. I move dope in these streets. Let me explain to you. If you are going to be dope, right? Your job is to make sure your employees are dope. Can we all agree that? Now, here's the thing. I'm not talking about drugs. There is a specific chemical in your mind called dopamine, right? And dopamine is what drives people who are addicted. They love what they do, right? So if you develop employees who love to be at work every day, who love what they do, who are passionate about what they do, you will always have a successful business because they're addicted to coming in. They crave coming in. They got to get their fix. They don't know what to do with themselves. Now, look, wait. I only got 2 minutes, so you can't laugh. You got to be locked in. Look, check this out. Woo! Okay, being dope, that means you're dedicated, optimistic, purposeful, and effective. If you're going to have employees, you have to have people who are dedicated. They love to be there every day. Trevor is a dope head. I'm okay saying it. He is dedicated to Black CEO, right? He's optimistic. Every time I talk to him, I'm doing great. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, good. Well, that's glad. I'm glad you're great, right? Right. So you have to have people that are dedicated. You have to have people who are optimistic. They have to enjoy what they do. People ask me how's my day. I tell them it's the best day of my life. Why? Because I'm not dead. I could be dead. So I'm not. So it's the best day of my life. Right? So you have to have dedicated people. You have to have people who are optimistic. Then you have to have purpose-driven employees. You can't have people that just do stuff just to be doing it. Why are you doing it? I don't know. Master told me to do it, so I went and did it. No, they have to have a purpose. They have to really enjoy what they do. This man right here, what is it? You said what is it? Neuro-linguistic, right? Whew. That's the purpose there. You can't replace somebody that's got a title that long. I didn't even know you could do that in sales. Like, you can't replace somebody like that, right? And then the last part is effective. You have to have employees that are effective. So the millennial marketing group, effective. Look how many people are here just in this room. And then on top of that, all the people that are watching online. That's effective. So I don't know. I'm just out here telling you that you might want to be a dope dealer. I'm a dope dealer. I like being a dope dealer. Is that cool? Can we dope dealers? All right. That's it.
Good job, boy. Good job.
Put in that work. Trying to put in that work. Look. Trying to put in that work. That's all I'm saying. You gotta move the truth, you know.
We dope dealers.
Yeah. So I mean, look. If anybody asks, yes, I do sell dope, and I'm okay with it. I'm just saying.
All righty.
Let's
get ready to go down right now. We're going to deal some dope today.
Look.
I love it.
So I turned 22 this month. My birthday was February 16th. Yep. Oh, so at the end of this month, my book will be going out for, look at this one. Plug, shameless plug. Look.
You got it.
But so my book will be coming out at the end of this month. It's called Bow Tie, and it stands for, being bold, optimistic, wise, tangible, impactful, and effective. And it's all about building not just a better business, but a better life using a bow tie.
Oh, that is absolutely amazing.
Here's the thing, if you love what he was talking about, go into the private and loose to the exclusive Facebook group.
Tell somebody.
Shout him out.
Listen, just drop it.
Jeremiah, what's your name on Facebook? Jeremiah, what's your last name?
My name is Woods on Facebook, so Jeremiah Bowtie Woods.
Go find them in the Black CEO Facebook group. You'll find them there. That's the easiest way to find them. And you can get there by going to blackceotribe.com. Now, here's the reason why we brought Jeremiah up and the Millennial Marketing Machine up yesterday is because this is the face of entrepreneurship. This is the face, and we're going to have to learn to embrace that creativity. We're going to have to learn to embrace, we're going to have to marry their sense of innovation and creativity with our sense of experience and wisdom. And when we get that perfect marriage, you create something awesome. Jeremiah was here last night, and he says, you guys going to dinner, and we were still working. I said, well, those people are going to dinner, and guess what? You at home. So you can go to dinner with anybody in here. Choose one. Okay, I think I'm going with them. Okay, and I think you were in dinner with these. Yeah. And that's the thing, that when you come into environments like this, we have to make sure that we don't lose our sense of community as people. And there's so many divisive forces amongst us that if we lose that sense of family, we lose that sense of connectivity, what else do we have? So if you see a millennial around, make sure, they have businesses, and collaborate with their businesses. So we're looking forward to really having an amazing day. And Cassandra, once again, we just want to thank you. Look Cassandra up in the group, right? Look Cassandra up in the group. Give her a shout out. She is one of the ones. Cassandra Clark Williams, right? And Respect My Beautiful, right? Is that respectmybeautiful.com? Okay, just Respect My Beautiful. Gotcha. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, so going into the private Facebook group and go ahead and and send some shout outs. And if you want to do some work, because we're about collaboration. So if you have something that would be beneficial for young women, maybe you have a skill set that you bring, maybe a gift, connect with her because she is looking to collaborate with women doing things for other young women around the country, okay?
All right, hand.
All right.
Right hand.
Whoa, Lord. Hey, you got to get nervous. Darnyelle, I'm sorry. I got to apologize in advance if you got to go behind Jeremiah.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's getting hot in here, and we just getting started.
Oh, yeah. They got to sweat for it. You got to sweat for it.
That's what I like. You got to work for this. It brings on the sweat. So you ready to get this party started?
Yes, we're ready to get started. I think they're getting Darnyelle queued up. That's your cue to bring her around.
Queued up.
We
We ready?
get
Get
Now, while they're getting her queued up, a couple of key things. Number one, do you guys like being here? Yes or yes?
Yes.
All right, good. The goal is to create these type of environments all around the country. And that you don't have to wait till once a year to be in environments where you are celebrated, not hated, right? Yes. And here's what you can do. If you want to host a Black CEO event, you can go to blackceotour.com. You can go to blackceotour.com, and we'll get you all the information necessary to host your own Black CEO event. Now, here's something really cool. We, as a collective, the faculty and people like Ken Brown and Dr. George C. Fraser and Darnyelle Jervey, we decided to do something very special, is that we felt as though it was necessary to not just build those organizations and chapters around the country, but one of the things that we decided to do is that when you host a Black CEO event, all proceeds, all profits, any ticket sales will stay 100% with the host organization, right? Ooh, and that's one thing that we just want to do for you, because oftentimes as experts, sometimes we come into the community and we take out of it. And sometimes that can deplete a community. And so what we wanted to do is when we go to these different communities around the country is not just bring in experts, faculty from around the world, but also collaborate with other experts within that locale so that when the faculty member leaves, there's still the experts and the community support in place to keep that development going. And so the Black CEO Tour is not a celebrity-focused event. It's a development-focused event to help people develop the processes and the systems necessary to grow sustainable businesses that leave a legacy and an impact in the communities in which we live. And so if you want to host one of those events, go to blackceotour.com. We'll be happy to add your share. Now, based upon the response in your city, there we will be opening up chapters in those particular cities. If you're interested in opening a Black CEO chapter in your city, you can private message me and we'll talk about what that looks like. Next thing, everybody say next.
Next.
This year we're going to be holding the first annual Black CEO Awards. All right, so give me this. If you are interested in submitting your city as the potential host spot for the Black CEO Awards banquet, just send us a message. You can send Shay a message. We're going to send who a message?
Shay.
Shay, right? Not Trevor. Shay, right? See, this is my favorite part. I get to give out Shay's number, right? You can text Shay Brown, text the word Black CEO Awards to 202-270-1662, 202-270-1662. Make sure you can get some preliminary information about what's required. And then also there'll be a collaboration with other people who may join you in putting that event on in your city. So that's the Black CEO Awards banquets there. And I know that D. Thompson is thinking about doing it in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Right.
But don't mention all of them right now.
Yeah, okay. I gotta mention D. Thompson, man. You don't know who D. Thompson is? D. Thompson. I love the work she does in the community. So Black CEO Awards.
She's watching, by the way. I'm 100% confident.
Yeah, so Black CEO Awards.
I promise you. Fort Lauderdale. We're going. We're definitely going to Fort Lauderdale. Yeah. For the host.
Like we going?
Yeah, you going.
So
we going.
text Black CEO Awards. Make sure you text your first name, last name, and text the best contact number. We don't assume that the number that you text in from is the number you want to be called on. So first name, last name, best contact number, and your email address, and just text Black CEO Awards to 202-270-1662. Now everybody say next.
Next.
The next thing is that we have also decided to put together a book. And this book is designed to leave a lasting impact. The name of the book is called Black, Brilliant, and Built for Success. And the goal is to leave the stories of triumph that many of you have come through to create the successful lives, the successful businesses, the successful relationships, so that when my son comes of age, and if he struggles, he picks up that book and he learns that it is possible to do anything. And not only does he learn that it's possible to do anything, he learns how to do anything. And oftentimes in communities, there are certain books that are referenced in our community. Like they say, oh, you want to learn how to be rich? Go read Think and what? Grow rich, right? And then, wait, let me finish it. I got this, right? and then right?
All right, guys, all right. Wait a minute.
I'm going somewhere. And then and then the other book, they say, oh, you want to learn how to network, and you go to win How Friends and do what? Influence people. And our commitment is to start to build books that leave legacies in our communities.
Amen.
Similar to the book that Dennis Kimbrough wrote, Think and Grow Rich, a Black perspective, right? Similar books similar to the book that Dr. George C. Fraser wrote, Success Runs in Our Race. And we're really starting to put together a collaboration of experts. It's time to tell your story. See, the generations before us have already done their job. Now it's incumbent upon us to do our job, right? And to do our job, it's time to tell the stories that you have gone through, because there are some new narratives and there's some new challenges that are to be overcome. And so if you're desirous of being a part of that book, you go to blackbrilliantbook.com. You go to blackbrilliantbook.com. You go to black what?
Brilliant.
Yes, I got it right.
Book.com.
Blackbrilliantbook.com. And when you get there, just schedule your appointment. And what we want to do is hear all about the stories. Now, one of the things that we were able to do is we were able to commission none other than Stephanie Mann's Ghostwriter to the Stars. And your job is to tell your story. Her job is to put pen to paper and make sure that it gets told in a way that highlights the highest and best version of who you are. So for those of you who are a little nervous about the pen, don't worry. Stephanie Mann's. By the way, give Stephanie Mann's a whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Right. Find her in the group. She is a ghostwriter to the stars. She has written some phenomenal pieces. Some of the books that we're reading now that were just amazing. Most people don't even realize she is the official ghostwriter. So many of you will get a chance to get in touch with her. Look her up in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. But if you want to be a part of the book, blackbrilliantbook.com. Now, last update. We've also started to put together a directory. And this directory is designed so that you can access other Black business owners that you can collaborate with. But not only just collaborate with, oftentimes, who's ever tried to have an event? Raise your hand, right? And sometimes, who's ever felt a little bit of heartburn about them price quotes that they give you sometimes, right? Do you know that we have realized so many people who have had spaces to donate? Some people have donated sponsorship money. And oftentimes, we have not because we what?
Have not.
So the Black CEO directory, and Glenn, if you'll give me that website link real quick.
Black CEO members.
Black CEO directory.com to register. Black CEO member to see it.
Okay, so go to, what do they register at?
If they go to
Black CEO
directory.
Gotcha, that's the one I want.
Okay. And the form to fill in.
Gotcha. So what you can do is go to blackceodirectory.com, and what that'll do is put you in. I've seen directories done before, and a lot of times the directories seem to be more buy my product directory as opposed to collaboration directory. You know what I'm talking about? So we have decided to just change that narrative and to make this a directory of not just services, but collaboration points. So you can look up there and say, I'm having an event in Atlanta. Would any of you be interested in sponsoring? Would any of you be interested in speaking? Would any of you be interested in maybe donating a location? Like, perfect example, when we decided to do Black CEO 17, there's Glenn Garns back there. Everybody say hi, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn.
Glenn donated the spot. He donated this room that you're sitting in now. He donated camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. He donated the television studio down the hallway. Right, this connected TV. He donated the podcast room. Right? He donated basically his $2 million facility basically to host Black CEO because somebody asked. That is the power of collaboration. And so the blackceoddirectory.com is a place, it's not just a service-driven or it's not a buy my product-driven directory. It's a collaboration directory. And there's some benefits that go along with it, and you'll learn about it on the page. But those people who are watching online, and if you're in the group or if you're just on your page, just type into the group, check out the blackceoddirectory.com. This event is not just an event. It is the beginning of a movement.
Yes.
It's the beginning. And you are here live, watching live and in person live, and you bear witness to where it all started. And it started here with a group of people in a room, hot and sweltering, right? Hot and sweltering. I never thought I'd be able to say that word. Good Lord. Hot and sweltering, right? On the day the air conditioning went out. But literally, that it was a few people who decided to put down their egos, put aside the goal of just personal benefit, and pick up the flag of community collaboration.
Yes.
And that's what this is about. And so each of you, as you are moving throughout today, we'll be giving opportunities for you to just kind of tell people, you know, what you bring to the table and how you can collaborate and things like that. Now, here's the rule, and this starts right in here, and we'll see this happening all day today. The person who outgives the competition always out-earns the competition. And I want you to hear me say that. The person who outgives the competition out-earns the competition. And the thing is, whenever we go into a location, our number one goal is to outgive everybody. And one of the things I want to see you guys doing today is look for somebodies to give something to. You know, whether it's a book, whether it's I'm going to give you a banner, find somebody who could be a benefactor of what you do. Now, there's precedence for this because Google, that model is based, it's called the freemium model. And basically, they gave away, you know, search functionality for free, and then they monetized it on the back end. They gave away email for free, and then they monetized it on the back end. And they gave who has Android phones in here? Basically, the Android operating system is a free operating system, so anybody that wanted to build a phone, you could build the phone, use their operating system for free, and sell and keep the money for yourself. So Android is free. Anybody can make a phone right now, and you can say you can get the parts from anywhere, and I'm making a phone, and then I'm putting the Android operating system on it, and you no longer have the development costs associated with maintaining it. And then now you can go out and sell it, build your company, and make a profit because the person who outgives the competition out-earns the competition. And so until you flip your perspective about how you generate revenue, a lot of things won't change. So periodically, if you find that you want to give to another business on that, we had the couple from Atlanta yesterday. Uncle Frank was up here, and they just stepped up and said, I want to donate $500 to you. That's giving. And matter of fact, come on down here. Just come on down here. I know we highlighted you last night, but let's highlight you again, right? Now, and it's just a demonstration of what it means to really give without necessarily the implication of what you're going to do for me. Right. So first, you gave $500 to Uncle Frank's mission to help young black men around the country, right? Yes. First, tell us about your business, and then tell us why. And let's try to keep it to about a minute and a half.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Michelle Ellis Williams. A lot of you know me by Coach Michelle. And my husband and I, we decided that 2017 was our year to step up. And when I say step up, when we filed out taxes, we gave Uncle Sam a whole lot of money, and he didn't do anything for us. So we want to take that money and give it back into and sow it into the community But I have a personal mantra, which I do not go to sleep without blessing someone every day, some way.
Oh, that's
So-
good.
Ooh, can you say it again?
Hold on.
Yes,
that
so
is
my personal mantra that I live by every single day. I do not go to sleep without blessing someone in some way. It could be financially, it could be mentally, it could be by a touch, whatever the case may be. If I'm leaving my office, if it's 10 o'clock at night, I find someone that's homeless on the street and make sure I bless them. I do not go to sleep
that
without
is
blessing
good.
someone every day. And I want to say real quick that, hey, shout out, that was my CPA right there, so keep counting money. So, but I want to say it's very important when we give, and just to show the power of we reap what we sow, and we give without expecting anything in return, because we know who our maker is. Yesterday we sat here, and when we talk about, and we hear the speakers talk about making money while you sleep, well, you can make money when you're not in your business. We generated a few $1,000s while we sat here. So the principle of that is keep giving, and God will keep giving you more. So because he know you're going to keep giving. We cannot outgive God. So that's a very important principle that we live by. Our business is, we have two businesses. I'm an international business coach. I started on YouTube. So a lot of you may say, I don't have money to invest in my business. YouTube is free. I did a couple of $100,000 and did not spend a dollar. Not $1. I did videos. I do videos in my pajamas. So it's not about how you look, what your background looks like. If you are truly here to give to the people, if you are truly passion driven and you have something to share and you think it's worth people learning from your experience, get on YouTube. Get on YouTube and share who you are, what you have. If you had a problem and you overcame that problem, someone else has that same problem. And you simply get out there and you share and make a difference. Our business is Aston Home Care. We send caregivers out to the homes of seniors and individuals with disabilities. We're also a Medicaid provider, so it's not just about money, right? So we help individuals that are on Medicaid. We do a lot with the veterans. I'm a mom, a military mom of 2 soldiers, so we do a lot with the veterans. And then my husband, give a shout out right here. It's very important to have someone strong on your side, your very strong circle of influence. When I started my business, my husband was a trash guy, just like Myron. You know?
Trash man.
Yes. So he was a trash guy, right? So he slung trash and he supported my vision while I was out growing the business, doing what I needed to do. Every week I came home and said I need more money. He worked extra hours all day, so we just have to do what we need to do to get where we want to be. So I make a joke. I say he was my sugar daddy, and now I'm his sugar mama.
All right, let's give him a round of applause. If you see him online, shout that business out. And it brings me to our final point. Let's get our speaker queued up.
Cute.
Okay, good. There have been several news stations who have contacted us, both television news stations, radio news stations, media, because they say, well, what's this Black CEO movement, right? And I'll tell you what it is so it can be on camera. I didn't answer it at the time. I said I'll let them know at the appropriate time. Be at the Black CEO event, I'll tell you then. If y'all in the house, now you can know. The Black CEO movement, you know, what is that tribe? It is a community of givers committed to collaboration within our communities for the purpose of edifying, elevating, and educating our Black communities.
Yes.
Everybody get that? Yeah. We're a community of givers. We are a community of givers committed to collaborative efforts to educate, to edify, and to educate, elevate, and edify our people. That's what it boils down to. So when they ask you, well, what is it? It's a community of givers. Great. We're committed to collaborative efforts because remember, when we cooperate, 1 + 1 equals what?
2.
And when we collaborate, 1 and 1 equals what?
11.
Hashtag 11. Right? Hashtag 11. And anytime, if you're out there now and you understand that, just post on your personal pages, your personal Facebook pages, your Twitter accounts, your Instagram, just put hashtag 11. And it is a sign and it is a signal to other Black business owners that you are looking to collaborate. No explanation needed. If they don't know what it means, they need to come to a Black CEO event, a Black CEO tour stop, a Black CEO broadcast, and they will learn. But it's all about hashtag 11. With that being said, I'll turn it over to you, Shay, and I'll turn it over to you, Candice. And Shay, by the way, what do they need to do if they wanted to advertise their business today?
You know, Trevor, there's maybe 1 or 2 spots left because
Okay.
we're coming down the home stretch. If you're out there and you just want to support, advertise your business as a part of sponsoring and supporting, there's one step you have to take. You can go and text. You'll send a personal text. It'll come to me, not my assistant or a Google Voice number. It actually comes to my cell phone number. But you can text me at this number. It's 202-270-1662. Let me give you the number again so you can write it down or you can get your phone out. I would get your phone out. Write it down. It's so 1980s. I wouldn't do that. I would just get your phone out right now. So if you're thinking, I would like to, sponsor or be a part of this or contribute, and there's many different levels you can do that. The number that you would text is 202-270-1662. Text the word advertise. Just text the word advertise. Now, if you have a website or a link, you can put that in there. Someone from my office will contact you, and they'll have a conversation, share all the details, make sure it's a good fit for their business, certainly make sure it's a good fit for ours as well. So it's not a good fit for everyone. It just isn't. And that's okay. Enjoy the broadcast. So that's the 1 minute.
You got it?
Should I have? Yeah.
Did he hit it in a minute? He
Why
did.
don't we give it to my man back there in the back,
DJ 5-star. Yes. Are you
DJ
5-star?
Local entrepreneur right here. Went to my alma mater, Morgan State University, right up there in Baltimore. They told us go Morgan there. They told me yesterday, we couldn't crank it up because we had business in here.
So today we can crank it up.
They can get
I'm so happy to see you. You
For
ready?
those that never seen that,
But before we get started, Shay,
there's something else?
Yeah, it's always something else, right?
Okay.
So we got the cardiologist up here, the sales cardiologist, and you got the wellologist up here. So we get ready to get to the heart of the matters, right?
Yes.
You're in sales,
Yes.
and me in the body.
Okay.
So I'm Candice, Camille, the wellologist, and we got Shay Brown.
Who we are? Sorry. My name is Shay Brown.
Okay.
I'm a little late. I'm sure there's a script somewhere I'm supposed to be reading, by the way.
Shay Brown.
Right.
I am Candice Camille, and we are your co-hosts for today. You can.
You are the lovely Candice.
Yeah, yes.
I get to hang out with you.
And I received that. But we are here today to bring it. We are just so excited that you are here. You could have been anywhere. But the fact of the matter that you are here and the heat is up, we are excited. So we are getting ready to get this day started with our first guest. Are you ready to bring her on?
Yep, so with that being said, I know she's been at the curtain, then sat back down, then sat back down.
Get off of Darnyelle, Jervey. Yeah!
Ready.
You guys look awesome. You look amazing. I mean, you look incredible. So I am excited to be here with you. For those of you who are watching, everybody turn around to the camera and say, hey! So I have a little treat for you today. So I kind of told you guys yesterday that I didn't really prepare anything. And you know what? The same is true today. And not preparing because, as you told me, Michelle, I'm bad. I'm bad, and I'm a wealth of knowledge, and guess what? So are you, right? And so if you are always ready, you don't have to prepare. But I was sitting in the back while we were waiting to get started, and I was doing Profit First, which is one of the things that we do in my business. I'm going to explain to you all what that is. I was doing my Profit First, and Trevor was like, "What you doing?" And I started explaining to him. He's like, "Oh, that's what you need to teach the people." I was like, "Word, well then that's what I'll do." So before I get into that, let me just let everybody know who I am. My name is Darnyelle A. Jervey. The A is important. It stands for Antoinette. And I am the CEO of Incredible One Enterprises, and we grow businesses, period. That's what we do. I like having a hype man. Oh, we about to get this party started. So at Incredible One Enterprises, my body of work really was designed to teach entrepreneurs, but not just any entrepreneurs, advancing, uncompromising entrepreneurs, how to experience abundance. Everybody say abundance. Abundance. How to experience abundance financially and spiritually in your life because of your business. See, I am not going to, what does Siri want? She She trying to find abundance? Well, abundance is here at Black CEO series. So it's really important to me in everything that I do, every place that I go, that I give you something you can feel. Just call me in vogue. It's very important that any space that I'm in knows that I've been there. And I know a lot of you came here and you didn't know what a Darnyelle A. Jervey was before you got here, but how many of y'all know now? That's right. That's what I'm talking about. So this morning, what I really just want to share with you is I want to talk about systems, but specifically I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the components of a financial management system. Now, I believe that if you desire to have a multiple six, or even a seven-figure business, anybody, that's your desire, right? And I'm going to encourage those of you who didn't put your hands up, I'm going to assume that's just because you're writing or you're remarking at just how amazingly gorgeous I am. But I'm also going to encourage you to make sure that your goal is not to just have $100,000 in your business. Because $100,000, if you ask me, is the starting point. Like, it's mandatory, because if you aren't generating that much money, and many entrepreneurs and small business owners aren't, according to the IRS, there are 28 million small businesses in the United States, right? And a small business is classified by having between 0 and 500 employees. The IRS goes on and does a little bit more development and survey around what they call non-employer entities. Now, a non-employer entity is known to you and I as a solopreneur. That means that you operate in your business without employees. Being a solopreneur doesn't necessarily mean that you run everything. It just means that you don't have employees, right? And 89.19% of you are not generating $100,000 a year in gross receipts. Now, I don't know about you, but that pisses me off. It frustrates me, because you are brilliant. You are amazing. You are incredible. And to top it all off, you were created by the Most High God, and He does not have time to make a nobody, right? He brought you here to experience abundance. But so many people haven't experienced it, right? And so I've been spending my time, and I've been building up this arsenal of content and strategy and information to help people cross the hurdle into experiencing more abundance, right? So at my company, at my events with my clients, we pray, we talk about spiritual principles. We talk about how to tap into what is going to take you to the next level. And I shared with you guys yesterday, and I'm reinforcing for you today, that 95% of your success is where? It's tied to the 6 inches in between your ears. The exciting thing about that is that only 5% is skill. That means you can be taught just about everything you need to know in order to build a business. But you have to come to the table with a mindset that is going to allow you to take that 5% skill and magnify it, right? As I said yesterday, you got to wash your mind like you wash your behind. And I hope y'all wash every day. It's that important. Now, I also believe that the most successful people, and we'll classify the most successful Black CEOs of those as those people who are generating at least 6 figures, right? So 10.81% of that 28 million businesses are generating 6 figures a year, 10.81%. So here's what I know about 6 and 7 figure earners. They don't reinvent the wheel, and they understand the value of systems. And what they do is they find a system that is working and they work it. We do not have time to go back to the drawing board if someone else has already successfully gone before us and demonstrated a way that if we apply this, we can get results, right? It only makes sense. Like, who has time to start from scratch every single time? Nobody, right? It's going to just take way too long. It's going to cost you more time and energy than you really need to expend, and you could instead be making some money. So one of these systems that I'm going to talk to you about today, so there are 7. I'm going to give you the 7 really fast just so you have them. Because I believe that when you have these 7 systems in your business, you will position yourself to generate 7 figures. Now, there still is work that needs to be done because every system, first, it needs to be created, or if you find someone who has one, it needs to be modified to fit your business. There is no such thing as cookie cutter. There is no one size fits all. You are all unique creatures, which means your systems are going to need to be customized to you. But there are 7 that I personally recommend and teach because I know, not only from my own business, but the business of the clients that I serve, my clients do grow their businesses between 50 and 600% in 12 months or less because they develop these systems, they work these systems, and they allow these systems to work for them. I'm talking about scale, I'm talking about leverage, I'm talking about being able to build a business that serves you financially and spiritually. So here are the 7. The first is your operational management system. So your operational management is overall everything. It includes things like how we answer the phone. It includes things like what we put on our email signature. It also includes things like, here are all of the support systems that we use, and here are all of our logins. It's your operational management system. Operational management is essential because this is the first system that will help you to become duplicatable. As you hire a team, which you will have to do if you really want to step into being a CEO, they're going to need to have a blueprint to follow in order to be able to take your business to the next level. That's the operational management. The second system is the financial management, right? Now, I told you yesterday, if you're not selling, you're not getting paid. And if you're not getting paid, you are duped, hoodwinked, and bamboozled into believing you have a business when you really don't, right? So the financial management system will include many things. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about profit first, which is not my original creation. Mike McAllowitz is the one. No, it doesn't matter, but I give credit where credit is due. And being in integrity is very important to me, right? But I'm going to give you the Darnyelle spin on it, so you might want to go read his book to get it the way he wants you to know it, okay? Because we take a system and we modify it to fit us, right? Financial management also includes making sure that you have your business financial statements, profit and loss, cash flow analysis. And ideally, I want those things to be done by the 5th business day of the month. And I want them to be done by the 5th business day of the month so that we can use the numbers to tell the story, to shift the results in your business. And if you don't get them done to the end of the year when you file your taxes, then I can't help you make as much money as you could have been making had we had all of that stuff in place. This is why we need a financial management system. The third system is your legal management system. See, some of y'all are bootlegging it. You're sole proprietors, and you are one lawsuit away from being taken out of your business. Minimally. Now, let me say this. I am not an attorney. I do not play one on TV. But I want you to know that minimally, the recommendation is that you are an LLC, a limited liability company. That gives you protection. That means that if I don't like what you do and I decide to sue you, I can only get the assets of your company. I cannot take your home, right? You need client agreements. I know anybody watch The Profit on TV with Marcus Lemonis? I hope. He does business with a handshake. I hope he got a contract. That's all I'm saying. Because my legal management system, we got a contract. So you want to make sure you have all your legal stuff tight and be protected so that you can be in business for the long haul. The fourth system is your marketing management system, right? So marketing management is how we are going to get found by the clients we want to serve. Your messaging is there. Your brand is there. Your brand identity, your brand equity. All of that stuff is in your marketing management system. The fifth system is your sales management system. See, there are a lot of people who will teach you need a sales funnel. Have you guys heard that before? Yeah. Well, I don't teach that you need a funnel because what happens with a funnel? Something goes in and it comes out and that's the end of it. Could you get excited about building clients for life? Anybody? Yeah. So if you had a sales cycle and you learned how to meet your clients where they are and to follow them along the journey, you might actually be able to build clients for life. So those are the things that are comprised in your sales management system. So let's do a quick review of the first 5 that we talked about. So what was the first one? Operational management. And the second? Financial management. And the third? Legal management. And the fourth? Marketing management. And the fifth? Sales management. So we got 2 more systems. The next one is your client management system. How many of you have clients? Let me see your hands. Awesome. And how many of you have clients who have your cell phone number? Let me see your hands. And how many of you have clients who have your cell phone number that text you whenever they get ready? Let me see your hands. How many of you like that? So you need a client management system. You need some policies and procedures. You need to set some expectations and some boundaries. You need to be able to tell them and tell yourself and tell your team what you're doing at every phase of development, from onboarding to the completion of the contract. All of that needs to be documented in your client management system. Is this helping you? Yes. Are you guys excited? Yes. Awesome. And then the seventh and final system is your talent management system. How many of you have employees or team members, people that are working on your behalf? How many of you have moments when you want to strangle them? How many of you feel like a broken record because you keep telling them stuff over and over and over again? All right, so you need a talent management system, right? So in your talent management system, not only do you include the desktop procedures and the things that they're going to be doing and job descriptions and all of that, but you also include your hiring process. What's the process of hiring? And this is a bonus. If your hiring process does not include any assessments, shame on you. Because I don't know about the people who show up to your interviews, but the people who showed up to mine, they send their representative. And they are real good for that first 90 days. And then after that, we got to have us a little conversation and you need to get walked out, right? So if you had a talent management system that included some of the things that I've mentioned to you, that would help you to operate effectively. So if you want to accelerate the growth of your business, you're going to develop some systems, because systems make success predictable. Everybody say that with me. Systems make success predictable. Systems give you access to freedom. Everybody say freedom. And that's whatever freedom means to you, right? So freedom could be that you want to be able to go on vacation whenever you want. Freedom can be that you want to be able to build a house from the ground up, right? Freedom could be that you want to be able to drive whatever car you want to be able to drive and pay cash for it. Freedom is subjective, but systems are going to give you access to it. Systems are going to give you access to a business model that includes leverage and scale. How many of you right now are spending the majority of your time working one-to-one? Okay, so here's the thing, and the great thing about that is when you can make the most amount of money when you're working privately. But how many of you are constantly drained from all of the one-to-one? And how many of you would like to have some one-to-many opportunities in your business, right? Well, when you develop systems, it puts you in position to be able to do that. It changes everything when you have systems that are operating and functioning. So I spend a lot of my time working with clients, looking at the holes that exist in their business and helping them to develop systems. Systems around all these groups or these systems that I just told you about just now, and even other systems, because they're the key to be able to create that longevity that you really are craving in your business, right? I need a fan because I'm like hot. But anyway. You want this one? Oh, yes. I don't know how I can. Let's see if we can. Ooh, and it's black. And okay, somebody, I'm going to strike a pose. Somebody get my picture. Whew, Jesus. I just hope my hair don't draw up. So let me tell y'all this quick story and funny. I didn't make y'all laugh yet today, so let me make y'all laugh. So I went to speak in Miami, I think it was probably 3 years ago now. Speak at this conference. There was 750 people there. I was so excited. I was a main stage keynote, and the night before, so I flew in the day before, and they had a reception. The reception was out at the pool. So I had gone to get my hair done before I got on the plane. I am natural. So I get to Miami, and, I'm like, oh, this humidity. Get to the event at the pool. I'm looking good. I'm thinking my hair is straight. I went to the bathroom, and I was still growing out my relaxer at that point. So the ends of my hair were straight, but the rest of it looked like Florida Evans. And can I just tell you, not only did I want to say, damn, but I was mad because most of the people at the conference were white, but there was some sisters there. They couldn't pull me to the side and be like, yo, I know good and well you ain't come out the house like that. I know good and well that's not what you intended. They couldn't tell me. I was hot. Oh, I was hot. And I was also, y'all know I'm crazy, right? And then I was also happy that I had brought my flat iron because I would have been in trouble. I'm not trying to be on the stage. I mean, no disrespect, Florida. But I'm Darnyelle. Like, it was But I just knew I was cute. And then so I've been like praying. We were out here and the energy was just like really, really high. And I was like, I need to go back in that room. Because if my hair sweat out, I'm going to be feeling some kind of way. Whew. So anyway, so let's talk about profit first. So like I said, Mike McAllowitz, he wrote a book. So I would highly recommend. I mean, I enjoyed it so much. I've been following the process now for 4 years. I enjoyed it so much that I taught it to my clients because it made that much of a difference to my business. But I got the book first, and I don't even know how it happened on the book. Probably just because the title was Profit First, because I'm all about that money. Like, if you work with me, I'm all about, like, what do the numbers say, and how do we get these numbers up? Like, so it intrigued me. And so Mike, his whole assertion is that the formula for profit is off. So if you know anything about business, which I hope you guys do, this is the formula that most business people follow. I'll read it to you in a second. So most business owners follow this formula. You make some sales, you subtract out your expenses, and what's left over is your profit, right? That makes sense, right? That's what most of y'all do, right? And maybe you'll change it after you hear what I say and then go and get the book. Well, Mike says, what would happen if you change the formula? What if your sales, after you sold something, you took your profit out, and then what was left over paid your expenses? So, like I say, Mike doesn't use these exact words, but my words are, I'm all about helping you to build a business that serves you. How many of you work a lot of hours in your business, like more than 40? And how many of you feel like you come up empty at the end of the month or at whatever point when you're paid? How many of you pay yourselves a paycheck every 2 weeks in your business? Okay. How many of you pay yourself anything in your business? Okay. So first thing I need you to write down is start paying myself something in my business. Because what is the point? What is the point of having a business if you're not paying yourself something? Now, if you have another job, and I think most of us have been there, then what you would be earning in your business, you put that up for when you leave your job so that you have some reserve in the process while, depending upon your client, your sales cycle will vary, right? If you're working one-to-one with consumers, you can sell like almost immediately in starting your business. But if you're working with corporations or larger organizations, depending upon the size and their process, the sales cycle could be months. And you need to have something that sustains you during that time where you're waiting, right? So you need to start paying yourself something. And Profit First is going to help you to do that. And it doesn't matter where you start at now. And I will also admit, before I break down how it works, when I first started it, it was painful. Now, I told you guys yesterday, when I first started my business, I was good and broke and struggling and, all of that. And then eventually it clicked for me and I started to generate money. And I had money. I built my business to the point where in my cash reserves, I had multiple six figures. So I had money. So I'm a completely cash business. I've never had to have access to capital. I mean, I do have a credit card that I use to get the miles, but I've never had to go and get a loan from anywhere. I started my business with $500, and today we got a couple dollars in the bank. But even in having a couple of dollars in the bank, okay, so I have to make a confession. I was really trying to avoid this, but it's going to be necessary because otherwise you're not going to get it. So when I was 13, I started working. So back in the day, I don't even know if they let you work at that young anymore, but you could get working papers. I got working papers and I went to work at McDonald's. And then I worked at Roy Rogers, and then I was the fast food queen. I mean, wherever I could get a job, I was there. And during the school year, I could work 15 hours a week, and during the summers, I could work full time. And I had to do that until 16, and then that's when you could go work at the mall, right? And you arrived once you had worked at the mall. So at the point of getting my first job at 13, my dad took me to the bank because I was 13. I couldn't open up my own account. So he became my co-signer on my account, right? And he made me save 50% of every paycheck, which is a great thing to teach your children. You guys agree? So 50% of every paycheck. So by the time I was 16, I could afford a car. I had $7,500 in the bank, except for the fact that my dad was a drug addict. I told y'all that yesterday. And one day I was a cheerleader. Can't you guys just see me, you know, rah, rah, jumping up and down and all of that. Yay, go team. And one day we didn't have cheerleading practice, and I got home and I got my bank statement. And I opened up my bank statement, and I had $219.11 or something like that in the bank. And when my dad came home, because, you know, I didn't think my dad would take my money, so there must be some clerical error, right? My dad comes home, and I'm all upset, and I'm like, Dad, we've been robbed. He's like, what are you talking about? You know, he thinks like the house has been robbed. And I'm like, no, here's my bank statement, and I don't have my money. And my dad said to me, but you've been eating all these years, right? So let's just say that my relationship with money was a little jacked up. And so once I started making money, still to this day, I look at my money every day. I get up in the morning. Not first thing in the morning, because, you know, I spend my first 20 minutes doing all the stuff I'm supposed to do. But eventually I make my way to the bank account. And I'm just checking to make sure it's still there. Can I keep it real with you? So the money is still there and growing. So when I first started Profit First, I struggled because you have to divide your money and put it in different places. And I like seeing like commas in the bank. I like that. So when I first started Profit First, it was very, very painful because of the way that you have to distribute your money. But today, like I said, I've been doing it for a long time now. Today, it's like easy. Like this morning, I just went in, I looked at all the reports, I switched the money because I listened to my mentor, Oprah Winfrey. She wasn't talking to me, she was actually talking to Beyonce, but I was there during that conversation, and I heard her say, don't let nobody count your money but you. Don't let nobody sign your checks but you. And I know she was talking to B, but I heard her. And I said, got it, Oprah. So don't nobody count my money but me. Don't nobody do no transfers. Because see, we don't have no problems. Because see, while I couldn't cut my father, I'm going to mess around and cut you if my money come up missing. Okay? So, fast forward to Profit First. Y'all say, I got some issues, right? Can I keep it real? And okay, so let me just also give you a little bit of hope. If I can have a 7-figure business, so can you. Because I'm crazy. All right. So the way that Profit First works is you set up several accounts. So you're going to have an income account. You're going to have an operations expense account. You're going to have a payroll account. And you're going to have a tax account. And if you get jiggy with it, you can also create a drip account. So let me explain each of them to you. So income account is for your income coming in, right? So all the money goes into that account, and no debits go out of that account. Money just goes into it. And then your operations account is where the money that you use to operate your business goes, right? Your payroll account is to pay you and to pay your team. Your tax account is to put aside your money for your quarterly taxes. How many of you are, y'all know, y'all ain't even paying yourselves. I know good and well you ain't paying no quarterly taxes. Y'all wait till the end of the year and get the penalties and the fines and all of that, and that's just terrible. You need to stop that. And then your drip account, I'm most excited about the drip account. How many of you have had a client that you've brought on and they paid you in full? Anybody ever had that experience? And how many of you got paid in full and you were like, party! And you just went and spent all the money? How many of you have done that? I've done it. Well, not all of it, but just spending the money. Well, with the drip account, you put the full payment from the client in the drip account, and then you take out, so let's say a person pays you in full, and you're going to be serving them for 6 months. You take out 1/6 of it every month for the next 6 months so that you have it as a part of your cash flow. Isn't that smart? Changed my life. Changed my life. Say which part again? The drip part? So you put the full payment in the drip account, and then you take out the monthly equivalents for however long you're going to be serving the client. So if you're serving them for 6 months and they paid you $10,000, you take $10,000. You're going to subtract out your taxes from that, and then what's left over, you take the 1/6 of it, and that's what goes into your operating expense account for that particular month. It's part of your cash flow for that month. Okay, and then you're also going to need a savings account. So he gives you, there's like different percentages that you take out based on your income, where you are. So I'm going to give you guys the percentages that I take out based on where I am because I don't know what they are. When you get the book, you'll be able to see all of that. So in your tax account, so twice a month, on the 10th and the 25th of the month, you do your profit first distributions. So 15% goes into your tax account. And I think this number, no matter what, is always 15%. Because depending upon the filing status of your business, if you're filing as an LLC, you do get some benefits and pass through, but you pay on every dime you earn. The goal, again, I'm not an attorney or an accountant. I don't play one on TV, but here's what I know. The goal is to get your business to the point where you're minimally an S corp. Now, when you're an S corp, you also have to payroll yourself. You have to pay yourself a W-2. You become an employee of your company. But can I get y'all real excited? As an S corp, you only pay taxes on your profit. So let me just break this down to you. Your salary is an expense. Now, I don't want you to do this. I want you to have some profit in your business. But if you bring in $20,000 and between paying yourself and handling all your obligations, you spend $18,000 of it, that means you're only paying taxes on $2,000. It's exciting. All right, so 15% in your tax account. Whew, Jesus, I need a fan. Anyway, I need a big fan. Like, I need to be up here and my hair is like blowing in the wind. All right, so 15% in your tax account. My savings account, I put 20% in that. And I'm going to come back to this account because this is where the magic really happens. My operations account, my operating expense account, I put 30%, and my payroll account, I put 30%. Now, you will get to a point when you have employees, like in general, between 30 and 40% of your income should go to pay your team. Because the goal is not to be at bandwidth and you're the only one performing everything, right? So what tends to happen is other things end up going down to account for your payroll. And it's a sign of growth when you need to hire people. So just kind of keep that in mind. So all of the money starts here, and then it gets dispersed. The drip account money goes there. And so if it was a full payment, instead of going into the income account, it would go into the drip account. But the rest of it gets dispersed on the 10th and the 15th of the month. So you're doing this twice a month, okay? 10th and the 25th, thank you. 10th and the 25th, that's why I did it today, because today's the 25th. So then, I send once a month, or not once a month, once a quarter, I send money to the IRS and the state for my taxes. Monthly, so your payroll taxes also goes in this account. So that 30 or 40% includes what you're paying them in their paycheck plus the portion of payroll taxes that need to go to the federal government. And you need to pay your payroll taxes because if you don't, they'll come get you for that faster than they'll come get you for your income taxes. They don't play. And then this 20% for me that goes into my savings account every month on what days? The 10th and the 25th. So here's the exciting thing. Once a quarter, so on April the 1st, as an example, if you guys remember, celebrate me on April the 1st because I will be doing a profit share distribution from my company. Because I put this 20% in twice a month for 3 months and a quarter, at the end of the quarter, I'm going to have an amount, right? So let's just say my January 1st profit share, I think I had put like $50,000 in that account, okay? So of that $50,000, which was my 20% for each of those 3 months, I take 50% of it as my profit share. So I got a $25,000 bonus from my company. And the other $25,000 stays in the account for cash flow or overflow for whatever that I need. Now, prior to Profit First, I wasn't like I have colleagues who do this. Like it's time to pay their taxes and they're like, oh, girl, I need to find something I can sell for $1,000. I owe $20,000. I need 20 people to buy this thing for $1,000 so I can pay my taxes because they haven't been, working their money right. And believe it or not, most businesses don't have cash flow. Right now, I happen to be very fortunate and be one of the ones that does, but a lot of businesses don't. But the great thing about Profit First, number one, you're getting your profit on the front end. So it's making sure that you build a business that serves you because once a quarter, if you are the only partner, then you're going to get a distribution. If you have a partner, then you and your partner will share. So if I had a partner, me and my partner would have shared that $25,000. But instead, I just put it in my new house fund because we're going to build a house from the ground up. I want everything I want in a house. I don't want anybody's leftover house. I want my own house. So, but it's like, it changed everything about the way that the money is managed in the business. So when it's time to make my quarterly tax payment, boop, money's in the account, just transfer it. No questions, don't have to worry about it. When it's time to pay myself and my team, don't have to be like, oh gosh, well I got that lump sum payment and what did I do with it? Oh, well, I needed this and I had to do this and I had to pay that. And it also helps me to curb my expenses because, I mean, I have an operating budget in my business, so we are tracking what we're spending month in and month out. But if I know I only have 30% to operate my business, I can't just be going out unless I have decided and I've allotted a portion of money to do like an equipment upgrade. So we're Apple at my company, right? And so, you know, this year, it's actually not slated until fourth quarter, but this year we need to turn over all of our Macs because we've had them now for like 5 years. So I will expense that, but it tells me if I know I only have 30%, then I can't go crazy. It helps to make sure my expenses are in line so that my numbers are where they need to be so my business can be profitable. But, and you wanna also make sure you work with your accountant or your tax provider. I actually got the book from my accountant because I was like, look, this is what I'm gonna be doing now and you need to learn it. So, but there are a lot of people out there that are Profit First certified if you decide you wanna go to something like this. I highly recommend it. I mean, I can't thank him enough for coming up with this concept and me kind of landing on it because it has really changed a lot of the things that we do inside of our financial management system. So this has just been one example of how you can experience a massive shift by finding a system that is working and working it for you. And it has been powerful what I've seen happen, and it's helped me to get even more because I can money, right? I mean, anybody else in here ever had a $25,000 profit share from their company? You know what I mean? Like, it's just amazing, and it's rewarding you for doing what you do every single day. Because, see, your paycheck is one thing, but you are a partner. It's yours. You own it. So shouldn't you get a little something extra? Shouldn't you have a business that serves you? Right? So that's good. Now, things that are not included in here, like my tithe is not included in any of this, but my tithe would actually technically come out of operations. And I don't tithe just to a church. I tithe to the people, the places, and organizations that offer inspiration to me. Because it's the principle of the tithe and that, like you guys just said, give, and you just always have. That's why people out there like Bill Gates, he can't even count his money because he's always giving it away. So there's a spiritual law around around tithing and all of those types of things. So that's Profit First. I don't know how much more time I had. Y'all got some questions? Yes. Oh, do we have a microphone? Do we want to capture all of the questions on the audio, or you want me to just repeat it? Oh. What was what? Mike McAlowitz. I don't know how to spell it. MICHALEOOWICZ. Yeah. But look up Profit First and you'll find him.
His new book just came out.
Yeah, he just did an update on it, like a refresh.
Is it on?
Oh, am I boiling? Look at y'all hooking me up. See, y'all wasn't like them people in Miami because they just let me look like Florida. I was so mad when I went there because you know how when you got on something cute, like, oh, I know I've been out there slaying. Like, let me just go to the bathroom. I was like, they wrong for that. And I went back out there and I looked at them too.
Is it on? Okay. Darnyelle.
After.
Darnyelle. Yes. I'm a Profit First advisor.
Oh, awesome.
My name's Diane Williams,
Okay.
and I just got that. I work with an accountant and other accountants. I'm trying to get a lot of black accountants into it, so we can work together to get people profitable. My goal this year is to get 100 small businesses profitable from the beginning. But what I wanted to know was, you said you didn't know how you found it or whatever, and it was depressing. I find most people don't want to open the accounts because when they go to open a business account, they say, well, you just need one and you'll see all your money there. But when you see it all, you want to spend it all. And,
Right.
you know, shoes are expensive, and I will spend it.
Yes.
So, but,
Yes.
but what was your come to Jesus moment when you knew this really worked? Because I know
It was
for
about
me,
6 months.
Yeah,
Well,
6
I mean,
months.
I knew it worked from the beginning, but the hardest part was just seeing the money compartmentalized and knowing, not that I was going to ever go out and be like, shopping spree, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But to see it all segmented. But it became real for me the first time I had to pay my quarterly taxes. And it was easy, and all I had to do was transfer the money in the account. I was like, I love this.
That is such freedom. That was, for me, that was the
yes.
thing, because I've had a business before, and I went through exactly what you talked about. It's always, I'll make the money to pay those taxes.
Right.
I'll have that money then.
Right.
And then it'll come around and go, oh, yeah, right. Where am I going to get this money?
Because you know what? That's a hustler's mentality, not a CEO mentality.
Exactly. And
Right?
the beauty of this is the freedom and how you feel. And actually, you just personified even with the fan,
Yes,
you just
thank you.
personified the freedom that
Yes.
you feel. And after 3 months, even if all you do is give yourself $7 in profit,
Yes,
you
I
will be
celebrate.
happy and you will spend that at Taco Bell. I don't
Absolutely.
care.
Like when we do our quarterly retreat, so one of my programs, my clients come in every 90 days to work with me on their next 90 days, and it's part of it. So what was your
Yes.
profit share? I don't care if it's $5. Look, you are positioning yourself to build a business that serves you, and it's going to get better as you start and you continue doing it. It makes such a difference. It changed my life, changed my business. So
say, can I hashtag 11 you, Brian?
yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely. Yes. No, here's the mic. Michelle, right here.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you have a list of systems that you use?
I do. I can't, okay, so I know a lot of stuff, but I also have an amazing team. So we use stuff that I don't even know that we use because it helps us to do the things better. Like I can tell you the ones that I'm cognizant of. Like I use Infusionsoft. That's my main system. Oh, I forgot to tell y'all to do the text thing. So who wasn't here yesterday? All right, so you want to text.
I'll get you a better one.
Okay.
Try that one right down on the corner.
This one?
Underneath if that's not, I'll get a better one.
So you want to text CD. No, that's worse.
Okay, I'll get you one.
Okay.
I'll get one.
So you want to text the word CD to 302-200-3399. Follow the prompts, and then there's an email. They'll give you a last text prompt that says, great, check your email to finish the process. You want to go and do that because I'm giving away a ticket. I'm doing a tour. It starts next Thursday, March the 2nd. I'm doing the Grow Your Business Tour, and I'm going to Dallas on March 2nd, Atlanta on March the 14th, Charlotte on March the 16th. I'll be in Newark, Delaware on March the 21st. I'll be in Chicago on March the 28th, and I'll be back here in D.C. area on March the 30th, and I'm going to be giving away a ticket to everyone who goes through the entire process. I'll be doing the drawing on Monday, and you will hear from me or a member of my team, so make sure you go all the way through it, and then you could be in a drawing to get a ticket to the event. Did I answer your question? Oh, okay, so Infusionsoft, I'm sorry. So Infusionsoft is one of the systems that we use. Fix Your Funnel is the system, the software that we use that goes with Infusionsoft for the text thing. We use Teamwork PM, that's our project management software for our entire team. What else do I use every single day? Teamwork PM. Fix Your Funnel. Fix Your Funnel. That's our CRM. Yeah. I don't know. We use a boatload of stuff. I mean, yeah, we use a boatload. Does that help?
In regards to the DRIP account, when we are deducting money from the DRIP account, are we putting it into the operations account?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what I do is when the full amount comes in, I take out the 15% for taxes. I take out the 20% for my savings account. And then the rest of it goes into the DRIP account, and then I would take 1/6 of it every month and put it into the operations account.
So 2 questions. Number 1, how long after you started your business were you profitable? And number 2, when someone hires you, what are they getting? Are they getting you telling them, okay, do this, do this, do this, do this, or are they getting your team, access to your team? What are potential clients getting?
So what was the first question again?
How long after you started your
How long
business
after I started
were
my
you
business?
profitable?
I started my business in 2008, and I was profitable in 2009. And when people hire me, what do they get? So I'm a consultant. So we don't do done for you. What you get when you work with me, depending upon how you work with me, is the very first thing that happens is I have you take a battery of assessments. I want to see where the holes are in your business. And then I plug those holes with strategy. So I'm going to tell you what's not going right and what's keeping you from having the business that you want. And then depending on what it is that you got, so if it was like a VIP day, we would spend a day together mapping your entire business. In a VIP day, I would help you write your copy to get all of your sequencing and everything done. If you do my strategic biz retreat, which is a 3-day retreat with 10 people in the room, we get everything done so that when you leave, the plan is complete and all you got to do is go and plug it in and implement it. So I'm really big on taking the guesswork out of what has to happen. And I'm a teacher at heart, and I want the process to be easy. So we're going to set up the systems, and then all you have to do. And then, again, depending upon what you offer, you get a measure of accountability to make sure that you're actually implementing and getting it done. But I have other consultants that work with me, but I shifted my business. So a couple of years ago, I had a bunch of incredible factor coaches, and I didn't love it. And here's why I didn't love it. Because people make a nice investment to work with me. And I can't download my brain into other people. And a lot of the stuff that I know it, not only because it's my gift and it's natural to me, but I've done the work, I've done the study. And I can't force anybody else to go learn what I learned, and it would take too long to get them to learn it. So I shifted my business model to be the person that works with my clients. I do a lot of leverage stuff, so I love small group intensives where we're in a room together, 10 of us at a time. I can point to you, I can give everybody what they need, and then after that, there's some group accountability and some automated accountability that's in place, and then you might get some more private calls with me for whatever we might need to refine. And the process seems to work well, not only for me, but for the clients, because when you're a group environment, you think you're by yourself as an entrepreneur, and you get the layer that comes with other people who are on the same journey as you, and them being able to add insight and advice to your process. Kind of like a mastermind, yep. But my mastermind isn't just isn't just you guys helping each other, because I've been in those masterminds where I paid a lot of money and the mentor didn't teach you nothing, you just had to talk to each other. No, like I'm still spearheading it and I'm teaching it and I'm making sure that you get it. Like there are certain things we do every time we come together for a retreat. We are always talking about sales conversations, we are always talking about speaking. Because whether you are a professional speaker or you're a person who speaks to grow your business, you need to know speaking and you need to be able to do it, because it's the fastest way to get in front of a whole bunch of your ideal clients and generate whatever it is you might need to generate. So there's certain things that we do every single time because of the repetition and the mastery of it. And then you don't master it until you have 10,000 hours of it, right? So we spend a lot of time on those particular elements, and then we do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. I have, like, so as an example, if you had a campaign, I do have a person on my team who can look at your campaign and say, oh, this isn't right, you need to do this here, and that kind of stuff, and that stuff is included. Yes. No, it's not working one-on-one with clients. I do very little one-on-one. Okay.
They won't hear out.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he said he thought the majority of my business was working one-on-one with clients.
Right, I thought
so everything I do is hybrid, so it's part private, part group. The only thing I do private is a VIP day.
Gotcha. Okay, so a lot of group training you said. Now, do you have other like online products where people can go in and take courses and things like that?
Yeah, so I have home study programs, and then running behind everything I do is something that is called Incredible Factor University. I talked to you guys about it yesterday. I have 48 modules that I've created. So I've got 24 business fundamental modules. I've got 12 what I call deep dives. They're revenue generating modules, and then I've got 12 next level modules. So depending upon where you are, and they all have a different purpose that they serve for you. So that kind of runs behind everything that I do. So you get me, plus you get it's like my way of becoming Jesus. It's my omnipresence. So you might not be able to talk to me, but you can go and do this module that I did, and I walk you through how to do something and do the worksheets, and then come to the group call and ask me your questions so that we make sure it works for you.
Okay, now do you get are you able to access the modules without being part of the group? Like, say if you wanted to go on and I see a module.
We have some things that are available to people who are not part of the group. I haven't released my entire body as of this point. And I'll just be completely transparent with you. I don't want you to just have you need me as a part of it, because if I just give it to you, it's going to overwhelm you and you're not going to do anything. And if you make any investment in yourself through me, I want to know that you got results.
Right.
Because I don't want you out there telling people you work with Darnyelle, Jervey, and your stuff is whack. Like, I just really don't want that. But it's my integrity and my accountability to that. So we want to make sure that we are a part of that process in some way, so that you're doing it the right way and you're getting what you need.
Okay, thank you. Now, is that what's your website again?
IncredibleOneEnterprises.com. My time is up. My name is Darnyelle A. Jervey, and I hope you grow your business if you let me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. Okay, right quick.
You want me to stay up here or you good?
Yeah, stay up here for 1 second.
Systems make success predictable.
Come on now.
Find a system that works for you and work that system.
That's right.
All right, one more.
A higher level of responsibility.
A higher level of responsibility.
Right.
So we're gonna give Darnyelle another hand.
Yes.
We're gonna thank her.
In the back
Go in the
because
back.
I'm all weaved up, so somebody's gonna.
Okay, we're gonna unweave you, and Darren's gonna be able to meet you around and get
Perfect.
Myron in.
Thank you.
So y'all getting something from this?
All right, so here we go.
All the markers that don't work, but as we set this up, one of the things is that from yesterday's, for those of you that was here yesterday, raise your hand. All right, so again, when we talked about just holding all of this stuff in and what you learned yesterday, somebody tell me what they did. Even though it was a long day, what did you do when you left here with all of this information that you had stored in? Anybody do anything with what they learned yesterday? Who said, stand up. Come on, what did you do?
I check my check.
Mic check. Oh, for him.
Huh?
Okay, for him.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I didn't know what he was saying. Oh. Good job. By the way, you know what?
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to none other than the William Mary.
Yes.
He is from the Millionaire Mindset Institute, and he just came in and volunteered. He was supposed to be an attendee, and he said, "I see somebody needs to work the camera." He dubbed himself official camera guy, got behind the camera, became the official timekeeper, and that's what it means to collaborate. And it's always good to celebrate those who are giving of themselves. And so on the break, make sure you get to know D. William Murray of the Millionaire Mindset Institute. If you're watching online, he's the one that's making sure that camera shot is steady. So shout him out online in the private Facebook group.
All righty.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
I give Mr. Murray a hand.
This will come off the set. We'll leave it on set for now.
Huh?
So we'll leave this on the set for now.
Okay, cool. So now what did you do?
Well,
Who
just
are you?
really quick, my name is Michael Loman. I'm from Philadelphia. I read, when I signed up, I was sent, you guys sent emails and gifts every single day. So I just want to thank you for that as well. One of the instructions was to come in with a clean slate, which was very scary. I thought I knew what I was doing, but when I got here yesterday, I realized that I really didn't know what I was doing in totality. So after I left here, I was able to brainstorm just from all the points that, that were specific to me. And then I had a conversation with like Coach Michelle, actually bumped into her, right after I left, and her husband was he gave me like a little mini coaching session in between the coaching sessions. So it kind of just drew everything down. So I was able to narrow my business focus down to like one or two options versus being spread all over the place.
That's huge. Yes. That is absolutely amazing.
And then I listened to Myron Golden and Trevor and Shay. I was up to like 3 just watching videos. You know, so it kind of gave me a better perspective just to kind of go like an inch wide and a mile deep versus the other direction.
Very
so
good.
thank you.
Thank you. I think we got time for just one more. Anybody else? What did you do differently? Listen, I got my major sponsor when I left here last night.
All right.
I made the call on the way home. I listened to Shane. I was like, listen, you know these people, just call them. So I picked up the phone. And, you know, we try to get so professional in doing what we're doing. I picked up the phone and said, hey, chick. I need to talk to you, you know, and that's what it was. So it's like everything that we learn, these don't work, to take action on something that you can do. So, you know, for my next conference coming up on April the 1st at Think Well, Be Well Now, I got a major sponsor. I am psyched with that. So we are going to be planking and banking. That's what I call it. You ready?
And Cam, if you when you get a chance at the next week, if you'll get the whiteboard back screen for us, okay? If you'll get the whiteboard behind screen for us. Gotcha, thanks. All right, who do we have next?
Who do we have next? We
Next
got
up is
Myron.
Living Like Golden.
Yes, living life like it's golden. That's a cue.
Living Like Golden. He'll be coming in a minute.
Now, a couple things is everybody who's watching online right now, make sure, because I see some of you coming online right now, here's what you need to do. Go ahead, come on to the private,
exclusive Facebook group.
on the what?
www.ceotribe.com.
There's no other group like it on the
planet.
See, listen, I'm going to pick on somebody today. I'm going to have them come up here. Right, but go ahead, go into the group, and we're periodically just going through, finding some of the businesses that have decided to be transparent enough and bold enough and courageous enough to share with others about their business. And those people will just kind of pick me out and highlight you. By the way, Shay, do we have another sponsor to highlight today?
Yes, the another sponsor we have, he's listening right now, we'll be bringing up a little later, by the way, is Lawrence the Second. Lawrence the Second. Make sure I get that right. Lawrence the Second, who I was just
These are the last name?
I forgot. Lawrence
Brooks the Second.
I'm going to say a little Lawrence. Then later on, Trevor, we're going to be showing and talk about one of the products that he does that George actually uses himself as well.
Yeah. And Shay, let's see if we can listen.
Okay, so wait a minute, you guys. I'm gonna need to know that I'm like in between you, Shay, Trevor. You know, talk to me.
Shay,
All right.
Candice,
You know, okay, there you go.
Shay,
Okay.
Hey, Lawrence, how you doing, man? Good. Are you watching now? You watching us live by any chance? Okay.
One of my clients.
All right, so Lawrence, if you can, we're gonna call you a little later on, but I have the microphone to my actual phone, so they're all listening to you. They're all eavesdropping on our conversation. So if you can, tell the folks that are listening what you do and why you decided to be one of the platinum sponsors, and then later on, I know George is going to demonstrate something that he's using, which is one of your products.
Yes, sir. Thank you. What we do, I actually own a company called ID Suite, and we actually provide a virtual contact business card. And this virtual business contact card is so different from what's out in the market right now. It actually has a business card component, an administrative assistant component, a virtual assistant component, and a call to action website. So this is not just your regular, hey, I'm going to send you my virtual card. This is more so, hey, I'm going to send my virtual card to a client or a contact, and this card is going to follow up. It's going to put you in a database. It's also going to say, hey, I met you last night. Yeah.
If I can, I'm cutting you off. But I apologize for that in advance. But if you can, for the folks that are listening online, I'm going to say it out loud for the folks that hear. The folks in the room can't hear you because I'm holding you to here, and I didn't give it to the DJ to put on a speakerphone. So tell them the website that they can go to. Say it slowly because they can hear you perfectly online, but I'm going to repeat it here so they can hear it here. So tell us the website.
The website that you want to go to is www.idsuite.me. www.idsuite.me. So you're an ID, you got your ID and suite.
Right,
so
.me, not .com, dot what?
ME, so it's www.idsuite.me Me.
Now, what would be really cool is I thought it's really interesting. You said it's not just a digital card, but it's a digital card that comes with the built-in personal assistant.
Built-in personal assistant. I know it's cool.
Basically puts the stuff
Yes.
wouldn't it be really cool if everybody had it here? You'd be like, boom, boom, boom. So
There you go.
Go to the site and check it out, and we might start swap. Wouldn't it be cool if we all just started swapping our digital cards and started? Let's do something cool.
So get that. But online you can do it too.
Right.
So Lawrence, I'll be giving you a call back a little later on. I just want to check in with you. I was talking about you and I forgot your last name, and so it popped up.
ID Suite.
That's all right, Brooks. Lawrence Brooks.
Lawrence Brooks the second. Lawrence Brooks
There
the
you
second.
go.
All right, Lawrence. Thanks a lot, man.
I appreciate you.
www.idsuite.com.
No, Shay.
I'm not perfect. I'm working on it, but I'm not perfect. I'm working on it. Hey, man, I'm doing the best I can.
You're doing good.
www.idsuite.me.
www.idsuite.me. Yes,
I can get
dot
there.
me.
I can get there.
Going over there, and then we may just do a virtual networking session where you guys can exchange cards with other people all around the country and really start to build your own contact databases of black leaders and black CEOs around the country. That'd be really cool. So go check it out, and even if you're online, do the same thing and just put it to the group that you've done it, and we'll start to get connected with each other, okay?
All right. So with that being said, it is our honor and privilege to bring
Before you bring him out, though, we're going to tell you what he's going to talk about. Do you know what he's going to talk about?
You know what we're talking about?
No, I don't.
You know,
Really.
so-
I mean, he was talking. Yeah, I'm sure.
Listen, I know what he's. Listen,
Myron talks about business.
I know what he's going to talk
Fast Track
about.
Millionaire.
Wait.
I don't know what he's talking about now.
No, specifically right now, right?
I don't know.
So I know what he's going to talk about, right?
know.
He's going to talk about the richest formula, the secret formula, the richest man.
Notes.
I got notes. Listen, the secret formula of the richest man that ever lived. So come on,
So
let's bring.
here?
the-
You mean now?
Right now.
Okay, normally Myron only reserves that you have to come to a Fast Track Millionaire event in order to hear what he's about to talk about.
Yes.
I saw that going up there, but it's over there.
King Solomon.
This presentation was so important to really get to you that Myron flew in yesterday and did a presentation, but came back specifically this morning just to give this presentation. And because of it, we extended the time frame for him just to make sure. Because normally, as Shay said, you normally will not see
No,
this
you don't see
or
this.
hear this unless he's teaching it at his Fast Track Millionaire. So here's my recommendation. Whatever you're doing right now, get your pens out, get your recorders out. I'm telling you, this is the time. Remember, this is not a celebrity-focused event. It's a development-focused event. And while we want you to enjoy the different personalities that come on this stage, we want you to benefit from the knowledge and the skill sets that they have to help you grow your business. And beyond just the lights and the cameras, when these lights cut off, you got to go back to your business. When these lights come off, them bills are going to still be there.
Yes.
When these lights come off, you still have a responsibility to generate revenue. See, we show up when the lights are on, but the secret to the success is showing up when the lights go off. And so if while you're here, you're trying to make that light come on, like the light bulb got to come on. And so that's what this whole Black CEO movement is about. And people like Myron Golden have been gracious enough to really volunteer their expertise just to be here for you. So why don't we go ahead, give a big round of applause to none other than
Tampa, Florida,
Myron Golden.
What's up, girl? What's up?
Myron Golden in the house.
Yes.
Secret.
Yeah, we got it out of here.
How are you, dear? So good to see you.
my mic turned on, but it's on now. It's on now. Mic's on. I just remember that. So I'm going to teach you today the formulas that made King Solomon so wealthy that historians tell us that if he were here today, in today's dollars, he would be a multi-trillionaire. Now, I'm going to break that down for you. Because, you know, a millionaire's nice. Billionaire's more nicer. Trillionaire, like the richest people in the world right now, aren't even close. So, I'm going to break it down to you. A million is 1,000,000. Everybody say that. A million is 1,000,000. A billion is 1,000 million. Say it. A billion is 1,000 million. A trillion is 1,000 billion. Say it. A trillion is 1,000 billion. If King Solomon were alive today, he would be a multi-trillionaire, which means his net worth would be multiple trillions of dollars, which means multiple thousands of billions of dollars. Okay, so y'all got it in your mind? Now, here's why I tell you that. Because if Solomon can use the principles I'm about to show you to become a multi-trillionaire, anybody in here can use it to become a multi-millionaire. And I you know, sometimes the word millionaire sounds kind of hypey, right? But it sounds hypey and it sounds overused because, you know, a lot of people talk about it, but not many people walk about it. Right? But the reality is, there's not a person in this room who couldn't be a millionaire in 2017. Right? 2017. How you doing, Tammy?
What's up, Myron?
Hey, y'all. Seriously, though, Tammy Turner, I'm telling you now, when she puts on her show, y'all need to be there. I'm saying that girl brings it. Anyway, I'm done. But I saw you, so I had to give you some props. Okay. That's what's up. Hey, I got to give you some props, sis. All right, here we go. So we're talking about King Solomon, and I know y'all know about King Solomon, but y'all don't know the stuff I'm about to tell you about King Solomon. We about to go deep. Everybody say, go deep, man. Go deep, man. All right, here we go. I'm going to go fast, though. So fortunately, it's being recorded. You can go back and watch it again. Now, I don't have anything for sale. I don't have anything to sell you today. And y'all, those of you that know me know that's very unusual. Can I get a witness? Okay. I have nothing to sell you. But I'm going to show you how this business model works. When I'm done, I'm going to show you where you can go to get more details about how to make it work for you. Okay. And we'll go from there. Here we go. King Solomon. Success secrets. The wisest, wealthiest man who ever lived. It says in Romans 15:4, it says, the things that were written, for whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning. Were written for our what? Learning. For our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the Scripture might have hope. Here's what that's telling us. That's telling us that by the way, this whole presentation I'm going to give you is coming from the Bible. Why? Best business book ever written. Like smarter than all the gurus put together. Okay, so here we go. So it's telling us that in the Old Testament, the things that were written in the Old Testament were written as examples for us to apply in our lives for the New Testament principles. So for every New Testament principle, there's an Old Testament illustration. Okay, so I'm going to tell you the New Testament principle. I don't have it on the board, but 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 11 and 12, it says, and that you study to be quiet and to do your own business. Do your own what? Business, that you may walk honestly, working with your hands as we commanded you, that ye may walk honestly toward them that are without, and that ye may have lack of nothing. How many of y'all like to experience lack of nothing? Say, I would. All right, you're in the right place at the right time. That's the New Testament principle. What I'm bringing is the Old Testament illustration. Everybody got it? Say, I got it. All right, here we go. So, the son of David, the son of King David, this is who Solomon was. He was the son of King David, and he was an outcast. You say, I didn't know Solomon was an outcast. Yes, Solomon was an outcast. And the reason he was an outcast is because his life didn't get off to a great start. You see, his father was an adulterer and a murderer, right? And his mother was married to somebody else before she was married to King David. David had him killed so he could take this man's wife, right? So everybody knew that. That wasn't like it was a secret. Like, this was on the front page of the paper, right? And the first baby that David and Bathsheba had died, right? The second baby was Solomon. Okay? Why do I tell you that? Because I want you to understand that just because your life starts out bad doesn't mean it has to end up bad. So people say, but you don't know my story. But here's what I want you to understand. Just because you have a backstory, your backstory was the foundation of your forestory. Are y'all with me? Yes. So people say, well, you don't know what happened to me. You don't understand. I do understand. I had polio as an infant. I've been walking with a brace on my leg my whole life. I was born in a segregated hospital 5 years after the polio vaccine was discovered. So people say, well, it shouldn't have happened. No, it should have happened. It was part of God's design for my assignment. Yes. Or should I say it was part of God's designment for my assignment? Ooh, I just made something up. I like that. So stop cursing your curses. Stop lamenting your lamentations. Stop crying over your spilled milk. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Say, I'm picking it up. So just because things don't start out right in your life don't mean they can't end up right in your life. Right? Solomon didn't get off to a great start. His father's an adulterer and a murderer. His mother is an adulteress. And here he comes. His older brother died, and here I am. Do you understand that David's other children that got here before Solomon believed that they had a right to the throne? Okay, I'm going too slow. So now, I'm going to read a passage to you so you can understand what I'm telling you. I'm going to show you how King Solomon, we all know King Solomon was the wisest, wealthiest man who ever lived. Here's what we don't know. We don't know how he got that way. So I'm going to show you the steps that Solomon took to become the wisest man and the wealthiest man who ever lived. Now, I understand that Solomon messed up in his old age, like in his older age. But see, Solomon's life is a picture of our lives. Whose lives? Everybody say, my life. My life. So here's what happened. Solomon did the right thing in the beginning, messed up in the middle, and then got back to the right thing. That's how his life was. Okay? Which I tell you that. So if you're young and you haven't messed up already, stay on the right track. Right? If you're in the middle and you already messed up, get back on the right track. Okay, y'all with me? So I'm going to read it to you. Here's what it says. In 1 Kings chapter 3, it says, And Solomon made an affinity with Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he took Pharaoh's daughter and brought her into the city of David until he had made an end of building his own house and the house of the Lord and the wall around about Jerusalem. Since this is the Black CEO event, I might as well give you a parenthetical statement. Okay, so understand that Solomon married this African princess. And if she was an African princess, she wasn't a white African princess, she was a black African princess. Why is that important? Well, it's important because it's been hidden. 3/4 of the Hebrews in the Bible were black, of African descent. The half tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh were the children of Joseph. Joseph also married an African woman, African woman, and his children were black kids. Why do I tell you that? I tell you that because I want you to understand that your roots are deeper than slavery. Okay, anyway, that's parenthetical. I need to stay on track. Y'all don't need to be getting me all sidetracked. Why y'all get me all sidetracked up in here? Let me keep reading. Okay, all right. Verse 2. Only he sacrificed in the high places because there was no house built unto the name of the Lord until those days. And Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the statutes of David his father, and he sacrificed burnt offerings in the high places. And the king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. And 1,000 burnt offerings did Solomon offer upon that altar. And in Gibeon the Lord appeared unto Solomon in a dream by night, and God asked, What shall I give thee? Hey, how many of you would like God to come to you and say, Hey, I got a blank check up here with your name all over it. How much you want me to make it out for? I mean, is that good? Yes. Sign me up for that program, right? Well, here's what we know. We know that the things that were written aforetime were written for our learning. So if this is something that applies to Solomon, it's something that applies to me. Okay, y'all with me? All right. And then it says, and Solomon said, now, pay attention, because now we're going to find out the prayer that Solomon prayed. Here's what he said. And Solomon said, Thou hast showed unto thy servant David my father great mercy, according as he walked before thee in truth and in righteousness and in uprightness of heart with thee, and thou hast kept for him this great kindness, that thou hast given him a son to sit on his throne as it is this day. And now, O Lord, my God, thou hast made thy servant king, he's talking about himself, instead of David my father, and I am but a little child. I know not how to go out or how to come in, and thy servant is in the midst of thy people, which thou hast chosen, a great people, and cannot be numbered or counted for multitude. Give therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad, for who is able to judge this thy great people? And the speech pleased the Lord that Solomon asked this thing. And God said unto him, Because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast thou asked riches for thyself, nor hast thou asked for the life of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy words. Lo, I have given thee a wise and an understanding heart, so that there was none like thee before thee, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee. I also have given thee that which thou hast not asked, both riches and honor and life, that there shall not be any like among the kings like unto thee all thy days. Now, I'm going to stop right there, because I want you to understand so many things happen in that very short space of verses that we just read. I've got to go relatively slowly and kind of quickly through them so you don't miss any of the points that Solomon did, because these are the things that Solomon did that made him the wisest, wealthiest man that ever lived. Emphasis on wealthy. I like the word wealthy. I like the word rich. I like the word millions. I like the words tens of millions. I like hundreds of millions. I like billions. I like all of it. I don't back in the door at the fact that I'm rich and I like being rich and I like getting richer. And if you're one of those people saying, well, I don't want to make too much money because I don't want to be greedy, well, I'm going to let you live with that consequences of that by your own self. People say, you ask people, how much money would you like to make? Well, just enough to be comfortable. Quit lying. No, seriously, here's what happens. If I ask you, how long do you want to live? You won't say, well, just long enough to be comfortable. How smart would you like your children to be? Well, I'd like them to be smart enough to be comfortable. Nobody says that, right? How healthy would you like to be? Well, I'd like to be healthy enough to be comfortable. No, when we say how smart you want your children to be, here's what we say: as smart as they can. How long would you like to live? Well, as long as I can. How healthy would you like to be? As healthy as I can. How much money would you like to make? Much as I'm in the right room. And stop apologizing for it. Stop letting people intimidate you into being broke. Thank you. Cash explosion officer. Okay, here we go. So the first step, I'm not going to go back to the verses. I already read them. If you want to read them again, go back to 1 Kings chapter 3. But here's what it says. First thing, here's the first key part of King Solomon's formula. Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the ways of David his father. That's what it said. Solomon loved the Lord. I'm going to tell you something. Solomon was so focused on relationship in the beginning of his life that he didn't need the rules. He loved the Lord. Love causes you to behave in a certain way. There are people who love the emotional experience of church. There are people who love the emotional experience of the praise and worship team. There are people who love the emotional experience of the pastor's sermon. But there are very few people who love the Lord. Now I'm going to give you the word Lord. The word Lord, see, there's different words. So there's the word Elohim, which means God. That's God's title. Elohim is God. That's his title. But his name is Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Yahweh, Lord, Adonai, which means owner, master, ruler of everything. That's what it means. But what it actually means, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Let me give you I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay on task. Yeah, I'm going to go there because it fits. If it doesn't fit, I'm going to make it fit. The letter Yud is hand. What's the letter Yud? Hand. Okay, the letter Hey is revealed or behold. It's what? Revealed or behold. The letter Vav is nail or hook. It's what? Nail or hook. And the letter Hey is behold or revealed. What is it? Behold or revealed. So the name Yahweh, which we say Yahweh, which like is so holy they wouldn't even write it down. If they wrote it, they would stop writing with the pen they were writing with, take a brand new pen, write the name Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, put that pen down and start writing again. They won't, like Jews won't say, they'll call him Elohim so that they don't say Elohim. I'm telling you, they honor God's name, right? So I just want you to understand. So Yud, hand, behold. Hook, nail, behold. The name Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh means the hand, behold. The nail, behold. If you read it backwards, behold the nail, behold the hand. Yahweh. Anyway, so I just thought I'd go there. But he loved the Lord as God. Why does that fit there? It fits there because the scripture tells us that we love him because he first loved us. If he loved us enough to lay down his life, that's the greatest love any person can have. What causes love? Reciprocity causes love. Somebody loves us, it causes us to love them. Somebody smiles at us, it causes us to smile at them. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Say, I'm picking it up. Okay, so Solomon loved the Lord as God. I'm going to have to go faster on these. Y'all need to listen faster. Okay, here we go. So we see the passion that Solomon possessed was that he loved the Lord. That's the first thing. What was the passion he possessed? Everybody say it. The passion he possessed. Okay, the second thing we see the path that he patterned. The path that he patterned, it says he walked in the ways of David his father. I wish I had more time to go into this, but I don't. I'm just going to say he walked in the ways of David his father. Here's what we all have to understand. I just got back from Dallas yesterday. Came here from Dallas yesterday, and there's a saying in Texas that goes like this. If you see a turtle sitting on a fence post, you know he didn't get there by himself. And I've got news for all of us. No matter how great you're doing right now, no matter how awesome you are, we are all turtles sitting on a fence post, and we did not get here by ourselves. Bam, dropped another 9. Okay. So he walked in the ways of David his father. Solomon loved the Lord, and he patterned the path of his father. I'm going to tell you something. We give way too much reverence to new things and youth, and not nearly enough reverence to old things and seniority and old age. I would go further into that, just don't have time because we got to get to it. The path that he patterned. We're going to see the price that he paid. What was the price that King Solomon paid? The price that King Solomon paid was 1,000 burnt offerings. Now, I'm going to tell you something. We read that, and here's what it means to us. Absolutely nothing. We've never offered an unburnt offering, so we don't have any idea what a burnt offering is. But a burnt offering in the Old Testament was a picture of total surrender. God, I am taking what I have, and I am giving all of it to you. Solomon didn't do this once. He did 1,000 times in Gibeon. 1,000 burnt off. Here's what Solomon said. You can have everything that I have 1,000 times over. It's a picture of total surrender. The New Testament verse or principle for that is Romans chapter 1, verses 1 and 2. I beseech you, I beg you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, wholly acceptable unto God, which is what? Your reasonable service. And then reasonable service. And then it says, and be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Why? That you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. Now, I've heard that mistaught so many times. People say, well, God has a perfect will, but if you miss that, you can get his good will. And if you miss that, then you can get his acceptable will. God's not schizophrenic. I'm going to tell you what that verse means. The price that King Solomon paid, I took it out. Did I take it out? Okay, so they're out of order, but I'm going to go there. So I read that to you. The price that he paid was total surrender. I already gave you the verses. God's perfect will. God's will. What is God's perfect will? God knows that his will is perfect. That's what God knows about his will. When it says the good and acceptable and perfect will of God, notice it doesn't say the acceptable, good, and perfect will of God. It says that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. So here's how it works. Good is what God knows his will is. God knows that his will for your life is good. Okay, I'm going to mess up everybody's hair in the whole room. Y'all ready? Say I'm ready. Ready. God didn't allow me to have polio. He ordained it.
Yes. That's right.
God didn't allow Joseph to go down into Egypt. He ordained it. Yeah. God didn't allow Moses to grow up in Pharaoh's house. He ordained it. God didn't allow Jesus to be crucified. He ordained it. Good is what God knows his will is for your life. Are y'all with me?
Yes.
Acceptable is what God desires his goodwill to become to us. When I recognize that God's will for my life, if it's painful, if it's difficult, if it's hard, if it's tragic, if it's obstacles, if that's his will for my life, when I accept God's will, that's right. Now God's will is perfect. It's complete. He knows it's good. When it becomes acceptable to me, it's perfect. That's God's good and acceptable and perfect will of God. It's all the same thing. God's will can only become perfect in your life when you accept it. It's good in your life whether you accept it or not. Okay, anyway. Solomon realized this. There's so many things Solomon realized. So we looked at the passion that he possessed. Everybody say it. The what? Passion he possessed. We looked at the price he paid. We looked at what? The price he paid. And now we're going to look at, and we looked at the path that he patterned. We looked at what? The path that he patterned. Now we're going to look at the prayer that he prayed. I'm going to tell you something. This is one of the most important secrets in the history of the world I'm about to reveal to you. The prayer of King Solomon. It will change your life today. Change your life when? Today. And every day for the rest of your life. The prayer of Jabez is good. The prayer of Solomon is a game changer. So I'm going to tell you the prayer of Solomon. I'm going to quote it several times so that you can write it down if you'd like to. Here's the prayer that Solomon prayed. He said, Dear Lord, you can go back and read it. I'm not going to read it to you right now. You're either going to have to read it yourself right now or trust that I'm telling you the truth and go back and study it later. Here's what it says. When God came to Solomon and said, I've got a blank check up here with your name on it. What would you like? Here's what Solomon said. He said, Dear Lord, give me the wisdom to do the job you've given me to do in a way that pleases you and serves the people you put me here to serve. I'm going to say it again. Dear God, give me the wisdom to do the job you put me here to do in a way that pleases you and serves the people you put me here to serve. Now, wait a minute. What serves the people you put me here to serve? Wait a minute. I thought he was the king. He was the king. But he understood that as a king, that he was supposed to be a servant king. He was a type of Christ who was also a servant king. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but he made himself of no reputation, took upon the form of a what? Servant, and was made in the likeness of men. Being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. You say, what are you saying, Myron? I'm saying, stop praying, asking God to give you stuff He's already given you the ability to go get, and ask God to give you the wisdom to do the thing He put you here for in a way that pleases Him and serves the people He put you here to serve. Here's what I'm going to tell you. What does that mean? What does that include? It includes everything. Here's what I know. I don't know how to be a husband. Dear God, give me the wisdom to be the husband you put me here to be in a way that pleases you and serves this wife you've given me to serve. You don't know how to be a wife. Dear God, give me the wisdom to be the wife you've put me here to be and to serve this husband you've given me to serve. I don't know how to be a parent. I'm 55 years old. I've got a 27-year-old son and a 25-year-old daughter, and I've got a son who went to heaven 10 years ago. And guess what? He was 20 years old, and guess what? I don't know how to be a parent. So guess what my prayer is? Dear God, give me the wisdom to be the parent you put me here to be in a way that pleases you and serves the children you've given me to serve. I don't know how to be a business owner. Business owner? Me? I barely made it out of high school. I really did well in school all the way through the 3rd grade. Went downhill from there, baby. I don't have a college degree. Dear God, give me the wisdom to do the job as a business owner you put me here to do in a way that pleases you and serves the clients you've given me to serve. I'm going to tell you something. This will change your business and your life today.
Amen. Amen.
I know I'm going fast, but is this helping somebody? Yes. So this is a kingdom prayer. Because, okay, I was telling them in the back room, I don't even know where I'm at time-wise. I don't know what time I got started, but I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can. Listen with me as quickly as you possibly can. Please really wrap your mind around this. I want you to absorb this. I want this to serve you at such a high level. I hope you can feel that. The scripture says, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you, right? Here's the problem we have with that as Americans. We don't know what a kingdom is. We have no earthly idea. We've never lived in a kingdom. Right? So a kingdom would mess up our day. I was over in the UK. I was preaching for Bishop Wayne Malcolm, my brother who I love, who's the business bishop in the UK. He's doing in the UK what we're doing over here, teaching people the word of God and how to apply it to their business. And when I went to speak for him back in 2008, he was in this really old, dilapidated building. He's upgraded in a new building since then, but he was in this old, dilapidated building, concrete floors, unpainted drywall, old oak pews. And he came to me after the service. I had no judgment whatsoever. I was just glad to be preaching in the UK. You know what I'm saying? And he says, Brother Myron, we used to have a much nicer church building, but the Queen took it. You should have seen how my face scrunched up. I went into my high-pitched ethnic voice. What you mean she took it? Calm as if he was saying, the wind is blowing. He said, she needed it for something, so she took it. I said, something? Something? She needed it for something? And she took it? And then I said to him, and you're okay with that? He looked at me like I had 4 heads. He said, it doesn't matter. She's the queen. See, when you live in a kingdom, here's what you understand. When you live in a kingdom, you understand that everything and everyone in the kingdom belongs to the royal family. So it already belonged to the queen anyway, so she only took what was hers because he grew up in a kingdom. God save the queen. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? So we don't have the ability to allow God to be our king because we've never served under a king, so we don't even know what it feels like to serve under a king. Now, if the Bible says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added. We want the things added, but we don't want to seek the kingdom of God. And if we do seek it, because we don't know what it is, when we find it, we won't even know we found it. So I'm going to tell you what the kingdom of God is in a sentence, and I'm going to break it down really, really quickly. So listen fast with me if y'all will. So you understand, first of all, that the Bible is a book about a king, and it's a book about a royal family, and it's a book about a kingdom. Okay? Now, it's not just a royal family, it's a book about a royal family of kings and queens. Now, when God made man, Adam, in the Garden of Eden, the Aleph, Daled, Mem, Adam, that's man and woman. God called their name Adam. Adam later called her name Eve. So when I'm talking about man, I'm talking about men and women. Are y'all with me? Say I'm with you. Okay. God made us to be kings and queens. God made man for dominion. I'm talking to all the brothers in this room. I'm talking to all the sisters in this room. God made you to rule. But he did not make you to rule over people. He made you to rule over an assignment. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what the kingdom of God is in a sentence. I realized that I have a king. Then I realized that I am a king. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? So here's what the kingdom of God is in a sentence. Y'all ready? God rules over my life because I surrender to him, not by force, but because I surrender like Solomon did. God rules over my life. Because I surrender to God, because I'm under who I'm supposed to be under, I can be over what I'm supposed to be over. And so now, because I surrendered to God, now I get to rule over my assignment. Because I have authority, because I'm under authority. Are y'all with me?
Yes.
So God rules over me. I rule over my assignment, and this is so important. I use the assignment that I rule over to serve other people.
Yes.
And so King Solomon's prayer was a kingdom prayer. Dear God, give me the wisdom to do the job you put me here to do in a way that pleases you and serves the people you put me here to serve. When you start living your life like that, money will become like, no, it's like easy peasy, lemon squeezy. No problem whatsoever. Okay, so y'all with me? Everybody got it? Say, I got it.
I got it.
The prayer Solomon prayed. When you follow Solomon's success secrets, your life can be great. I mean, like, you can experience great life. Your life is already great, but you're not experiencing your great life at a great level. Why? Because you're not practicing the principles. You may know about the principles. You may even know the principles, but until you start practicing the principles, you don't get the potential that the principles can produce. Okay, so you got to serve other people. Honor people, the people who came before you, your parents. Understand that every deed is a seed that you are sowing into the garden of your future. Every deed is a seed. Every thought is a seed. Every word is a seed. Every dollar is a seed. If I don't want to reap it as a harvest, don't sow it as a seed. 9. Okay. Pray the prayer of Solomon every day. Dear Lord, give me the wisdom to do the thing you put me here to do in a way that pleases you and serves the people you put me here to serve. Let that be your prayer all day long. Every time you think about, instead of thinking, God, please send me some customers. Okay. Now we're going to look at the principle Solomon practiced. The principle Solomon practiced. There were specific. Do you understand? Okay, wrap your mind around this. All principles always work the same for everybody. All principles always work the same for everybody. Y'all got that? Everybody got it? Say, I got it. Okay. So that means if Solomon practiced a principle and it worked for him, if you practice a principle, it has to work for you. Because principles don't care how old you are, they don't care how young you are, they don't care what your gender is, they don't care what your skin color is, they don't care what your education level is. A principle doesn't care. Everybody got it? Say, I got it. All right. So let's look at the principles Solomon practiced that set him apart from everyone else on the earth. Okay? First one. Now, Solomon practiced the principles of wisdom. Now, wisdom has prerequisites. Wisdom has what? Prerequisites. A prerequisite is something that's required before you can have the thing. So I'm going to tell you what the prerequisites of wisdom are. There are 3 prerequisites before you can have wisdom. Everybody wants wisdom. First of all, people want wisdom. They don't even know what wisdom is. Okay, so I'm going to give you a clue before I tell you what wisdom is. I'm going to give you a clue. Everybody lean in. Come on, lean in. Here it is. Wisdom is an action word. So prerequisite number 1, congratulations, we are all born with it. It's called ignorance. Ignorance is the absence of truth. I'm going to tell you something. Stop being ashamed of what you don't know. Stop pretending to know what you don't know. Acknowledge what you don't know so you can learn it. I have no desire to impress anybody with how smart I am. None whatsoever. And the reality is, I'm not that smart. But I'm smart enough to know that God's smarter than I am, and He knows where the gold is, and He knows where the success lies, and He knows where all of the kingdom that I'm supposed to rule over lies. So when I spend time with Him, He reveals it to me. And people look at me and say, "Oh, Myron, you're so smart." If you only knew. Every time I type the word "receive," now you think I'd learn by now, right? I get that little red line under it every time. Everybody say eventually. Anyway, okay. So the first prerequisite is ignorance. Ignorance is the absence of truth. What's ignorance? The absence of truth. The next prerequisite is knowledge. Now, knowledge is the accumulation of truth. By the way, let me give you this as a parenthetical, and I know I have a lot of parentheticals, but that's because when I talk about something, I don't want to assume that people will understand what I'm talking about. Is that fair? So I like to define things. So when I say knowledge is the accumulation of truth, I think I have to define truth, because there's a difference between what's true and what's truth. And see, if you don't know that, you can go through life thinking that something that's true is truth, and what's true is not truth.
Right.
Okay? So here's what true is. Things that are true are dynamic. They change. Truth is static. It never changes. The sun comes up in the east and rises in the east, sets in the west. That's truth. That's not true. You say, give me an example of something that's true that's not truth. I am in Laurel, Maryland. That's true. It won't be true tonight, though, because I'll be in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. When I was born, I was a baby. That was true. But it's no longer true. Well, it depends on who you ask. If you ask my wife, she'll probably tell you I'm still okay. Right? So it's no longer true. When I was a little boy, I was a little boy, but it's no longer true. So what's true can change. So what's true in your life, sometimes you have to understand not to allow what's true in your life to become truth for you. Don't get stuck in your true, thinking that it's your truth. Okay. So knowledge is the accumulation of truth. Y'all with me? Okay, then understanding. Understanding is the assimilation of truth. So knowledge is the accumulation, I collect the truth. Understanding is the assimilation, I comprehend the truth. Are y'all with me?
Yes.
And then we can have wisdom. Now we can have wisdom. Everybody say, now I can have wisdom. Now I can have wisdom. What's wisdom? Wisdom is the application of truth. In fact, in the Old Testament, when you find the word wisdom, it would not be translated into smart, intelligent, knowledgeable, educated, none of those words. IQ, none of those words would our Old Testament word wisdom translate into. Our Old Testament word wisdom would translate into our modern day word skill. That's why I say wisdom is an action word. Wisdom is not something you know, wisdom is something you do. Everybody say, now I get it. Okay, so that's wisdom. Now, what's really interesting is Solomon understood something about life that you don't understand yet. And I'm going to tell you something. Everything that you've been looking for is hiding behind the thing you've been resisting. All of that creative avoidance that you use, all that energy that you use to create avoidance of the thing because you're afraid of it or you don't like it or it's uncomfortable to you, that's where all of the answers that you need to go from this level to the next level, that's where they hide. They hide behind the thing you've been resisting. King Solomon said in the first book, in the first chapter of Solomon, the Proverbs, the word Proverbs means sayings, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, the king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding. Now I want you to notice this next part, to receive instruction of wisdom. Now, it says also, in justice, judgment, equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man, knowledge and discretion. I want to focus on to receive instruction of wisdom. Because when it says to receive instruction of wisdom, what that means is the lessons that you can only learn while you are in the action of doing the thing. There are some things that you can learn from a book, but there are some things that the book is attempting to teach you that you can't learn until you take the action. That's what it means to receive instruction of wisdom. How many of y'all got it? Say, I got it. 9. All right, I'm running out of 10. 9. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay, which means you can read a book about swimming, you can watch videos on swimming, you can listen to audios about swimming, you can hear somebody who knows how to swim talk about swimming, but until you get in the pool, you don't get to learn how to swim. That's receiving instruction of wisdom. Oh man, I don't have time to go here. Okay, but I gotta go here because I'm gonna tell you something. Like people say, how many of y'all know somebody has a procrastination problem? How many of you say, well, I'm that person? Okay. So I'm going to set you free from procrastination right now for the rest of your life. Everybody ready? Say I'm ready. I'm ready. Nobody has a procrastination problem. Procrastination is not a problem. Procrastination is a symptom of a problem. And when you give all of your attention to the symptom of the problem, you never fix the problem. So you're trying to fix procrastination when procrastination is not even a problem. Procrastination is just the symptom. I'm going to tell you what the real problem is. Would y'all like to know? Say yes. The real problem is anxiety.
Yes.
Now, anxiety is the thief of your dreams. It has already stolen everything that you should have that you don't have. Anxiety is the thief of your dreams. Now, I'm not going to say fear because fear can serve you. Sometimes fear is good. Like, I'm driving down the road, let's say, when I used to drive a lot, I don't do this anymore, but let's say I used to drive like all night long because I needed to get somewhere, right? I don't do that anymore. But when I did, when I got really, really sleepy, guess what I would do? I would pull over, get a hotel room, and go to bed. Why? Because I was afraid to fall asleep at the wheel. I don't know if you've ever driven up on an accident after somebody fell asleep. I've driven up on an accident after somebody fell asleep, bodies on the road, and I was sleepy. How many of y'all know what I'm talking about? Now, that'll wake you up more than a nap. Right? So, understand, fear can serve you. Anxiety cannot serve you. Now, anxiety, I'm going to give you my definition of anxiety. I'm not going to pretend that you already know what anxiety is, so I'm going to tell you what anxiety is. Anxiety is when you experience a reaction in your body to a future undesirable outcome that you are seeing clearly in your mind. So you're seeing this undesirable outcome come to pass in your mind in the future, because nobody ever worries about worry, anxiety, same thing. Nobody ever has anxiety over the present. Nobody ever has anxiety over the past. Everybody who has anxiety over the future, which means everything that you are worried about right now and everything that you have ever worried about and everything you will ever worry about, you made it up. Did you hear what I just said? You made it up. Well, but you don't understand. It's the end of the month, and I don't know where I'm going to get my rent from, and I'm worried about not having enough money to pay my mortgage. I'm worried about it. Okay, but you understand. You made up the story about you not having the money on the first, and it's not even the first. You don't know what's going to happen between now and the first. So you made it up. All the stuff my son is in the 10th grade, we want him to go to college, and we don't have any money saved up. Okay, but you do understand that just because you don't have any money saved up doesn't mean you can't afford to send your child to college in 2 years. And maybe you should even ask the question if that's the best place for him. I'm just saying. Okay? Because in the 50s, in the 40s, and the 30s, it was true that the best chance you had at getting ahead was getting a college degree. That was true, but it wasn't truth.
Yeah.
Anyway, why do y'all get me so sidetracked? Anxiety. Like, stop making up all these stories that are paralyzing you. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you some of the most dangerous words you ever say. I can't afford it. By the way, when you say I can't afford it, that doesn't really mean you can't afford it. What it means is I don't believe I'm going to be able to afford it, which means you're expecting to be as broke next week as you were this week, next month as you were this month, next year as you were last year, tomorrow as you were today. You're expecting to perpetuate brokenness. How much time do I have? I don't even know where I'm at. Where am I? I'm okay? So here's what you got to do. Hang in there with me now. Do you understand? I didn't make any of this. All this stuff is in the Bible. Jesus said, and take no thought for tomorrow. That means don't worry about tomorrow. Why didn't he say don't worry about today? Because he knows people don't worry about today. He didn't say don't worry about yesterday. Thank you, sir. He said don't worry about tomorrow. Now, anxiety. Here's what you have to learn how to do in the moment. In the moment. I really wish I had time to teach you how the law of attraction really works. By the way, the principles of the law of attraction, not like they teach it, the universe is giving you, the universe can't give you anything, okay? The universe is like a God's nightstand. If I said to my son, I want you to go fill up the car with gas, okay, where do I get Dad, when my kids were teenagers, Dad, there's no gas in the car. Okay, go up in my nightstand and get out the Metro card and go down and fill up the car with gas. How ridiculous my son look. Going to my nightstand, taking out the card, oh, thank you, nightstand. Oh, you're so good to me, nightstand. So wonderful to me, nightstand. How ridiculous would that be? The universe doesn't give you anything. The universe is nothing more than God's nightstand. It's where he hides things for his children to find. The scripture says it's the glory of God to conceal a matter, but it's the honor of kings to search out a thing. All we got to do is go look where he told us to look, and we're going to find what he told us to find. Anyway, see, so, hey, y'all, what I'm doing right now is I'm expanding your mind to help you understand that there's so much more truth than you've been exposed to, and when you allow yourself to be exposed to it and act on it, it will change your life for the rest of your life. Okay? So here's what you got to learn how to do in the moment. You have to learn in the moment how to replace the anxious apprehension of the outcome you don't desire with the joyful anticipation of the outcome you do desire. And by the way, anything I tell myself about a future outcome, I made it up. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to write a word up here. Hopefully I'm going to spell it right. What's that say? Believing. Believing. Okay. I'm going to write another word. That one's not writing, so I'm going to write them all in green. Okay. So, write another word. What's that word? Everybody say it. What is it? Believing. Okay, I'm going to write another word. What is it? Now it looks like all three of those words are the same, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like all three of those words are exactly the same? But here's what I want you to understand about believing. You will be living what you're believing even though you be lying. You say, Myron, what are you saying? Anything you tell yourself about a future outcome, you made it up. If you're making up stories about your future and those stories control your present, you might as well make up stories about your future that serve you instead of making up stories that don't serve you. Okay, I got to fast forward. I'm going to tell you something. One of the greatest things that will change your life for the rest of your life is for you to go and start today living in a state of perpetual joyfulness. Joyfulness, if you will live in a state of perpetual joy, I'm not talking about happiness, I'm talking about joyfulness, I'm talking about something way more over the top than happiness. If you will learn to live in a state of perpetual joyfulness, no matter what you're facing, when trouble comes, you face it with joyfulness because you're not joyful because you love trouble, but you're joyful because the God of the universe is getting you ready for something he already has ready for you. Oh, no, you ain't even seen me preach. Now, y'all, hey, now, here's the reality. For those of you who like to travel, anybody in here like to travel? I'm going to be preaching at Cornerstone Baptist Church tomorrow morning in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and then you're going to see what preaching looks like. This is just teaching business. No, I bring it down a notch for teaching business. Okay, now, how many of you have ever felt too insignificant for your significant task? How many of you have ever felt like you weren't good enough, smart enough to do your thing? Okay, guess what? Welcome to the club, all of us. King Solomon was the same way. But here's what King Solomon did. God gave King Solomon wisdom, and King Solomon gave us some nuggets in Proverbs chapter 30 that teach us how to be wise beyond our size. Got to give it to you fast. I haven't even got to the main. Okay, I'm going to do this really fast. There be 4 things which are little upon the earth, but they are exceeding wise. Here's what that means. There are 4 things that are really little that have wisdom that's bigger than they are. Are y'all with me? And then it says, the ants are a people not strong, yet they prepare their meat in the summer. The conies are a feeble folk, yet they make their houses in the rocks. The locusts have no king, yet they go forth all of them by bands. The spider taketh hold with her hands and is in the king's palace. How many of y'all have read that before and have no earthly idea what to talk about? Keep it real. Come on, my people. I'm like, I read that, I'm like, okay, so what's the big deal? That's what I thought, right? Well, let me show you the big deal. There are 4 things which are little upon the earth. We're going to go for really fast. The ants are a people not strong, yet they prepare their meat in the summer. So we learn the wisdom of contemplation from the ant because they know how to prepare. See, an ant knows how to take action today based on what it sees tomorrow. It's called contemplation. What's it called? Contemplation. And because of contemplation, we prepare. Here's what that means. Look at me, all my people, all my black CEOs on Facebook. Look at me. If you don't have some, go get some life insurance so that you can replace your income for your family. If you die, if you're a mama or if you're a daddy, get some on your children, because if they die, you don't want to have to go back to work the next day. Get some life insurance. I don't want to leave her no money so she'll be some other man spending my money. Oh, so you want her to have to go get a man because you didn't leave her any money. Hey, I got news for you. Buy some life insurance on you, buy some life insurance on your wife, buy some life insurance on your children. I'm going to tell you something. If you've never had a close family member die, you have no earthly idea how surreal it is. And it is so surreal, thoughts can't even come in your head. You are so numb. You are in so much pain. You are in such a state of disarray and disbelief. The last thing you want to have to think about is how you're going to pay your mortgage next month. Okay. Prepare for your future. There's so much more I have to say about this. Hey, I'm going to tell you another way to prepare. You need to prepare with a coach. You need to prepare yourself for tomorrow with a coach. I'm going to tell you something. None of us know enough to be without. If we're going to be in business, have a coach. The coach doesn't have to be me. The coach doesn't have to be Shay and Trevor. Find somebody who can teach you how to do what they've done, something you desire to do, and hire them and pay them lots of money so you can make lots of money. My coach, last year we paid him $25,000. This year he raised the price to $30,000. Guess what we did? We re-upped. Why? Because I'm getting ready for what's coming. Okay? You better spend some time preparing for your future because you'll spend the rest of your life there. Gotta go. There are some lessons about the ant in Proverbs chapter 6. I got to skip it. Sorry. I got to skip it. The next one. The conies are a feeble folk, yet they make their houses in the rocks. We learn the wisdom of compensation from the coney because they know how to protect themselves with things that are stronger than they are. Okay, got to go. Here's what that means. That means surround yourself with people who are good at what you're bad at. And stop being intimidated by them. Right? Got to go. We learn the wisdom of cooperation from the locusts because they all participate. It says the locusts go forth, have no king yet, they go forth all of them by bands. So we learn the wisdom of cooperation from the locusts because they all participate. Okay? Got to go on. We learn the wisdom of capitalization from the, two are better than one. I wish I had time to go there, but I don't. Hey, two are better than one. A threefold cord is not quickly broken. If one will chase 1,000, two will put 10,000 to flight. Look for some business partnerships. If one person can make $1,000, two people can make $10,000. $10,000 is 10 times more than 1,000. 50% of 10,000 is 5 times more than 100% of 1,000. Find somebody you can partner with and split the money with them. Both of you are going to make more money. Okay, got to go on. We learn wisdom, they all participate. I got to go on. We learn the wisdom of capitalization from the spider. It says the spiders taketh hold with their hands in the king's palaces. We learn the wisdom of capitalization from the spider. Because a spider can't build a palace, but a spider can live in one. Learn to build your building on somebody else's foundation. Don't start over from scratch. Don't start from the ground up. Capitalize on what somebody else has figured out. Got to go. All right. What palace? We can use the internet. We can use Amazon. We can use Apple. We can build on a foundation that other people have created. Got to go. Now, this is the part I wanted to get to. Everything I just covered so far was introduction to get you ready for this. I'm going to go through this really, really fast. I got what, 10 minutes? 15? Okay, good. Thank you. So you'll let me know. Okay. So King Solomon's business model. I'm going to give you the model. This is what King Solomon did. We know he was rich. We know he'd be a trillionaire. How did he get there? What did he do? Is that a good question? Yeah. I'm going to read it to you so you'll know Myron's not making it up. 1 Kings chapter 10. By the way, isn't it amazing how God made the Bible practical and we've religiousized it? You say, that ain't a word, but you knew what I meant. Okay, here we go. Here's what it says, 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 1. And when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to prove him with hard questions. And she came to Jerusalem with a very great train, with camels that bear spices, and very much gold, and precious stones. And she came, and when she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. And Solomon told her all her questions. There was nothing hid from the king which he told her not. And the queen of Sheba when the queen of Sheba had seen all of Solomon's wisdom, and the house that he had built, and the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel, and his cupbearers, and the ascent by which he went up into the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her. He took her breath away. And then it says, and she said to the king, it was a true report that I heard in mine own land of thy acts and of thy wisdom. Howbeit I believed not the words until I came, and mine eyes have seen it, and behold, the half was not told me. Thy wisdom and thy prosperity exceedeth the fame which I heard. Happy are thy men, happy are these thy servants, which stand continually before thee, and hear thy wisdom. Blessed be the Lord thy God, which delighted in thee to set thee on the throne of Israel. Watch this. Because the Lord loved Israel. God made you king over Israel because he loved Israel. He loved Israel forever. Therefore made he thee king to do judgment and justice. And she gave the king 120 talents of gold, and spices very great store, and precious stones. And there came no more such abundance as the spices as these which the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. Now we're going to look at 2 Chronicles. So the queen of Sheba paid Solomon a huge bounty, a huge premium for his wisdom. We're going to go to 2 Chronicles chapter 9. 2 Chronicles chapter 9 tells us something else. It tells us down in verse number 23. And all the kings of the earth. Which kings? All the kings of the earth. And all the kings of the earth sought to the presence of Solomon to hear his wisdom that God had put in his heart. And they brought every man his present. Who brought presents to King Solomon? Every man. What did they bring him? Vessels of silver and vessels of gold and raiments and harnesses and spices and horses and mules, a rate year by year. So here's what we see. The first part of King Solomon's business model was King Solomon was a consultant to his contemporaries. King Solomon was a king. He allowed the other people who were in the same business he was in to come to him and pay him to learn how to do what they do as well as he did what he did. So one of the things that you should do in your business, no matter what your business is, it doesn't matter if, whatever your business is, find somebody else that's in that business. Well, you have to have some success in that business first, keeping it real. In all full disclosure, you have to have accomplished something that they desire to accomplish. But once you do, now what you do is you go to other people who are in the same business and you charge them a premium to learn from you. By the way, and if you'll do it right, the same thing will happen for you that happened for King Solomon. Because King Solomon didn't go around telling people how good he was. They heard about it in their own land. I'll talk to you about that a little bit later on, okay? So understand, the first part of King Solomon's business model was that what? He was a consultant to his contemporaries. He was what? A consultant to his contemporaries. And he didn't charge them a little bit, he charged them a lot. Are y'all with me? Isn't it amazing that this stuff is in the Bible? We thought we did something we can't. I'm an information marketer. You got here too late. King Solomon was doing this thousands of years ago. You didn't come up with that. Okay, I'm going to show you the second part of his business model. Back in 1 Kings chapter 10. So the first part of his business model was what? He was a what? Consultant to his contemporaries. Then we go back to 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 23. It says, so King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth for riches and for wisdom. How did he exceed all the kings of the earth? For riches and for wisdom. What if everybody in business, in your business, in the world, came to you and paid you to learn how to do business the way you do business? Would you be rich? Yes. How many coaches in the room? How many authors, speakers? Okay, here's what you got to do. You got to go pay a price to somebody who knows how to build a coaching practice better than you do, bigger than you do, and get them to teach you how to do the same thing so you can go charge other people to teach them how to do the same thing. Okay. The reason they paid him so much money because they wanted their kingdom to run as smoothly as his kingdom did. So they paid King Solomon. And they went back, and I'll get to that. So he was richer than all the kings of the earth. And then it says in verse 24, and all the earth sought to Solomon. Who sought to Solomon? All the earth. Not just all the kings of the earth, but all the earth sought to Solomon to hear the wisdom which God had put in his heart. Wait a minute. God gave Solomon the wisdom. Solomon sold the wisdom. What's that called? That's called a clue. Right? Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Yes. And all the earth sought to Solomon to hear his wisdom which God had put in his heart. By the way, he didn't teach it to him for free. And all verse 25, and they brought every man his present, vessels of silver, vessels of gold, garments, armor, and spices, and horses and mules, a rate year by year. So we see the second part of King Solomon's business model. Not only was he a consultant to his contemporaries, but he was a communicator to crowds. King Solomon could not consult with every individual on earth individually, so what happened? They'd have to come in groups. Like y'all are here in a group today to hear from all these great speakers. He would consult with them in groups, and they would pay King Solomon to learn his wisdom. So you got all the kings of the earth bringing their as much as their big premiums, and then for people who can't pay what kings can pay and have an individual audience, he taught them in groups. King Solomon was doing seminars a long time before I ever thought about it. And everybody paid to come up. If they didn't, you don't pay, you don't play. Stop thinking you're doing people a favor by giving them your advice for free. Okay. And then it says, this is the last part of his business model. This is the last part of his business model. It says a rate year by year. King Solomon was the king of continuity cash flow. They didn't pay him once. They paid him year by year. In other words, every year they came back and paid him again to learn his wisdom. What you've got to learn to do is you've got to create some continuity programs where people have the opportunity to pay you year by year, or better yet, month by month, or better yet, week by week, and get them. You do the work once and they pay you for it over and over and over and over again. You want to build a business that makes you a millionaire? Become a consultant to your contemporaries. Become a communicator to crowds. Create some continuity cash flow, and you will be wealthy beyond your imagination. Now, all of that is in 1 Kings chapter 10, 2 Chronicles chapter 9. Go read it for yourself. What lessons can we take away from the wisest man who ever, wealthiest man who ever lived? Here's what we can take away. There are 5 key lessons. How many key lessons? 5. And I'm done in less than 5 minutes, so pay attention. Here we go. Lesson number 1, we must seek to serve others. That's the first lesson. Stop looking out for number 1 first. If you look out for number 2, you will be able to do things for number 1. Number one will take care of itself. Seek to serve others. Solomon, when he prayed and God asked him for what would you like, he didn't ask for anything for himself. He asked for something for him to serve other people and to please God. You must seek to serve others. If you can't serve others, the first thing you got to do is get some skill in your hand and some knowledge in your head and some love in your heart so you can serve other people. How many of y'all got it? Say, I got it. I got it. Okay, the next thing, you must pay the price to learn. Stop looking for freebies. Until you are invested, you won't be interested. You're not going to do the work. One of the reasons I charge a premium, and for those of you who've worked with me, you know I don't sell cheap stuff. Right? Can I get a witness? Yes. Okay, I don't sell cheap stuff. It's expensive to work with me. I'm keeping it real. It's expensive to work with me. And I don't make any apologies for that. And the people who can't afford to pay, then they need to go work with somebody else. And I'm so cool with it, I don't want to fool with it. Right? Why? I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to people to learn how to do stuff in business. Hundreds of thousands. Okay? By the way, I've experienced making hundreds of thousands of dollars an hour as a result of that. Huh? What am I saying? Some of you can't play because you ain't paid yet. You ain't paid. You can't play till you pay. Right? You're cheating yourself. You're not cheating anybody else. One of the reasons I charge a premium is because I understand that people who are unwilling to pay will be unable to charge. Until you pay the price, you're going to go around trying to do everything for everybody for free. Okay. 3, you must create a premium offer. You've got to create an offer that sells for $1,000, $3,000, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. I'm going to show you something. I was at this conference this week. I'm going to let you guys hear a testimony that this guy gave me. He just walked up to me and said, Myron, I just want you to know you've made me so much money in the last year. He's from the UK. And he said, I made him so much money. I didn't make him the money. He just did what I advised him to do. Where's it at here, Myron? I know I got some pictures on here somewhere. Okay, maybe there? Nope, that's taking pictures. Okay, there it is, Apple Native. Or maybe not. You know these folders things? There it is. These folder things? Okay, here we go. So I'm going to show you this. I'm going to let you hear it. Hopefully you can hear it. I know the folks on Facebook might not be able to hear it, so I'm going to put it close to my microphone so everybody will be able to hear it. Here we go.
Hi, this is Dean Holland, and I want to just give this testimony for my good friend Myron Golden. So, quick backstory. About 18 months ago, I met this guy for the very first time. Incredible guy, and he started giving me a few bits of advice, and one bit of advice in particular, I'm ashamed to say I didn't actually do anything with for a few months. Now, that's about 12 months ago now when I finally decided I had to do something with this advice. Fast forward today, that advice we just estimated has made me around $350,000 over the last 12 months. One bit of advice that this guy gave me has absolutely changed so much in my company. So, Myron, thank you so much. And to anyone else watching this, listen to this advice, get help off this guy. He will make a massive difference to you.
Okay, so now that's $350,000. By the way, had he not paid the $25,000 to be a part of the mastermind, he would have never gotten the advice. Right. So he didn't let $25,000 cost him $350,000. Wow. Somebody say, aha. Aha. Okay, so we have to create a premium offer. Okay? Got to create a premium offer. You have to have a product that you sell. Everybody say me. Me. You have to create a product that you sell that sells for thousands of dollars, and stop feeling so sorry for broke folk that you're helping them stay broke. Okay, lesson 4. Oh, I did something. Okay, lesson 4. Lesson number 4. You must leverage your time by working with groups. Stop selling your time. Hey, $150 an hour. You think you're making money, $150 an hour. I don't care if you're making $1,000 an hour. You ain't making as much money as you could be making and should be making if you separate your deliverables from your time. Okay, leverage your time by working with groups. And lesson 5, you must be willing to advertise to attract your ideal clients. Now, how many of you would like to have my business plan for implementing this and have an opportunity to talk with me or one of my coaches and get the business plan? Yes? Yes. Okay, I'm going to tell you where to go right now. Some of you are afraid to raise your hand because of how much it costs. Congratulations to you as well. Okay? Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you have a session with me or one of my coaches for free. Okay? For free. And it's not a sales pitch in disguise. But if you desire to work with us when we're done, we'll let you know how much that costs as well. And if not, that's fine too. I don't do any high pressure sales in my business. Here's what I know. If you don't know you already deserve to and desire to work with me, then you're not ready. That's right? If your mind hasn't exploded with more ideas to take your business to another level while I'm teaching you, then you ain't ready. And it's okay. We can still be friends if you're not ready. I don't need to sell you something. I don't need to make another sale. I want to change somebody's life. I don't want to make another sale. I don't want to make another dollar. Are y'all with me? So for those of you who would like to get a strategy session for the first 40 people, and by the way, there's thousands of people watching online. For the first 40 people who go to this website I'm about to give you, you're going to get a session for free. By the way, we charge, our agency charges $2,000 an hour to consult with people. Okay? We're going to give you up to an hour for free, but we're going to give you the business plan, and then you can decide whether or not you'd like us to help you implement it. And there's no pressure. Everybody like that? Say yes? Yes. Okay, here it is. Go to www.kingsolomon'sapprentice.com/apply. www.kingsolomon'sapprentice.com/apply. How many of you learned some things today that have already blown your mind? Yes? Okay. How many of you would like to take that learning to another level? Yes? Okay, well, here's what you do. Go there, set up the session. If we can help you, we will. By the way, whoever comes to get help, whether you buy a coaching package from us or not, your life is going to be better because we're going to give you our business plan, what we do. the steps that we take to generate tens of thousands of dollars a week. And the only reason we don't generate more than tens of thousands of dollars a week is because Myron does not want to work full time. I work part time. I work about 3 to 4 hours a day, and then I play golf and hang out with my wife. I'm not interested in being a workaholic. I don't want to own a job. I want to own a business, which does, and owning a business means it does not require all of my time. How many of y'all got it? Say, I got it. I got it. All right. So who's coming? Who am I bringing up to the front to wrap up my deal? Because I'm done. Unless do they want me to ask questions? What do they want me to do? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So I got 5 minutes. Okay, got 5 minutes to ask questions. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have one question.
I have an answer.
How can fear
How can fear serve you? Okay, so the question is, what is your name again, young lady?
Michelle.
Michelle. So Michelle asked the question, how can fear serve you? Fear can serve you because sometimes it protects you from doing things that you should not do.
Absolutely.
Okay, do you understand that? Like the reason we look both ways before we cross the street is because we're afraid to cross the street without looking both ways. Right? The reason we stop at a red light is because we're afraid we're going to get a ticket or or afraid we might get run into. So fear can serve you. But fear and anxiety, people make the mistake of thinking they're the same thing. Fear is when you're afraid of a real and present danger. Anxiety is when you're afraid of an imagined danger. So her question was, how can fear serve you? So that's how fear can serve you. But the reason anxiety can never serve you is because anytime you have anxiety, you're worried, you're fearful about a future event that hasn't happened. And the reason you think it will happen is because most people take their past experience, project it on the screen of their future. They think they're living in the present. What they're really doing is recreating the past. Are y'all with me? Did that answer your question, Michelle?
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Anybody else? You're welcome. You're welcome. Give it up for Michelle. That was a great question. Anybody else have a question that I can answer maybe about some of this stuff or about something I mentioned? Because I know I talk fast and I covered a lot of stuff. So if you have a question, if I can answer it, I'll be happy to answer it for you. Nobody has a question? Okay, so since I've got 5 minutes, I'll tell you quickly, how do you live in a state of perpetual joyfulness? Remember I told you? Like joyfulness is your greatest strength. Our superpower as human beings, our superpower is expectation. It is like expectation is the greatest power that we as human beings have. We can call it faith, but faith is expectation. So expectation manifests itself as faith and doubt. Doubt is faith. Doubt is faith in the outcomes that you don't desire. Faith is faith or belief in the outcomes you do desire. Do you understand what I'm saying? So doubt and faith are both belief. One is belief in an undesirable outcome, which creates anxiety. The other one is belief in a desirable outcome, which creates anticipation. And what we have to learn how to do is replace the anxious apprehension of the outcome we don't desire with the joyful anticipation of the outcome we do desire. Because when we have anxiety, it stops us. When we have anticipation, it energizes us. So the expectation, like if you knew that you were going to sell 1 million copies of your book within 30 days of the time it got published, when would your book get published? Like you'd publish that book by the end of the week, right? But it's our expectation that it's not going to work that stops us from doing it, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? So anxiety robs us of our dreams. See, in Philippians chapter 4, it gives us gives us part of the formula for the, quote, law of attraction. It says, rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice, which is really the most redundant verse in the Bible. It says, means to do again. Joyce means to have joy. It says, rejoice in the Lord always. So again, have joy in the Lord always. And again, I say, again, have joy. What is that telling you? I'm supposed to live in a state of perpetual joyfulness. Somebody pulled that in front of me. I'm supposed to live in a state of perpetual joyfulness. I just lost my job. I'm supposed to live in a state of perpetual joyfulness. The doctor just gave me bad news. I'm supposed to live in a state of perpetual joyfulness. How do I do that? Well, it tells us how to do that in the next verse. It says, let your moderation be known unto all men, for the Lord is at hand. What does that got to do with anything? Moderation is self-control. So the first verse is telling us, verse 4 is telling us to be joyful. Verse 5 is telling us to be willful. It's telling us to use our self-control. Use our self-control to do what? To be willfully aware of the presence of the Lord. So I'm more focused on, I'm wrapping it up. Yes, sir. I'm more focused on the presence of the Lord than I am the presence of the obstacle. Right. Why am I focused on the presence of the Lord? How does that give me joy? In His presence is fullness of joy. Yes. Okay, that joy is power. Well, how do I know it's power? Because the joy of the Lord is my strength. I'm done. I could go on and teach you the rest of that, but I don't have time because I've already taken more than my time. I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to serve you in this capacity. I trust that you'll take it to your life to another level. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. All right. I need a couple of you guys to just jump up. Tell me, what was your biggest takeaway? Anybody? We full. I know. Like that's it. Listen.
God made the Bible practical and we religiousized it.
There you go.
Come on now.
Stand up and say, I'm full.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm full.
Every deed is a seed.
There you go.
I'm full.
I'm full.
Praise God. Praise
All right,
God.
thank you.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure. It has
All
been
right,
my
we
pleasure
need-
to
we
serve
need
you.
your mic.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh my
Okay.
God. So listen, everybody just stand up. Let's just inhale this. So, you know, as the wellologist, you know, we get to shift a little bit, right? And sometimes you just got to move. So your endorphins and your serotonin can just change, right? So we're going to do what we call a state change. So we're going to take the music up and we're going to do something. So just for a minute, for those of you that's online and listening to us, everything that Myron just gave us, it was just, as the young man said earlier, just dope. You know, like just total dope. So basically, everybody just stand up. Y'all, come on, stand up. Y'all sit back down, right? There's always, I know it's hot in here, I know, but sometimes we just got to go with it, right? So let's go with it because we're just getting fed. So I'm going to add DJ Star 5 to bring up some music for us. And we just going to do just a little squat. Here we go. Just one. Right here. Come on. One. Let's go. Two. Let me hear you. Three. Uh-huh. Four. Got. Uh-huh. Eight. Come on, y'all gotta squeeze and wave and wave and wave. That's it. And you know, just a change. So what I want you guys to do is pretty much the same thing we did yesterday. I need you to shift. Find another person that you don't know and shift. For those of us that's listening online, shift. Find another seat. Come on, y'all. Just change your seat. Work with me here. And we're going to bring up our next speaker that's coming up. And make sure that you are online with the hashtag shift. All right, you like the shift, you like the see. And that's what you have to do. Just bring it over. You know, make sure that for those of you that's on Going for it. Come on, everybody. Let's get this party back started. Once the party started. Here we go, everybody. Back to their seat. Let's three. 1, 2, 3.
All right, thank you.
Everybody,
find your
seat. It's just getting started.
It's going to be amazing. By the way, see, look.
I need my whistle.
All right, we got something special for
Are you coming up?
George Fraser has just
hit the stage.
Everybody find your seat real quick. It's going to get tight in here. Everybody find a seat. And by the way, on the count of 3, everybody say hello, Black CEOs. 1, 2,
3. Hello, Black CEOs. All right.
Live from Laura. You got to go over the Black CEOs.
All right, we got us a little fans going on, so we got a little air in here. I know it's hot, but this is so much better. So just going to make it better for a second for our next speaker. That's get ready to come up. So make sure you online and hear that you are out using the hashtag. What's the hashtag?
Black CEO 17. You got it right there. All right,
That's
all right.
it. So that's it.
So
So
let me tell you what. By the way, come on in, grab your seats. I'm telling you, it's gonna get better and better. You got well, I won't even tell you who you got coming up next, but I'll let her do that. But here's what I can tell you. The people that showed up today, they showed up to ensure your legacy. They showed up to be co-creators of your destinies as business owners and impactpreneurs. Those people who are out there making a difference and making $1 at the same time. And so it is just gonna be phenomenal. Now, here's some quick ways for those people who are interested. By the way, everybody go onto your Facebook page. Everybody pull out your phones, go over to your Facebook page, and you need to put on there, check out www.blackceolive.com. Everybody post it on your pages. And here's why. Because everybody knows somebody that should be here. Everybody knows somebody that could benefit from watching this event. And here's the thing. You don't want to be the person reporting on what happened. You want to be the person that allowed people to be a part of the same experience that you were a part of. And so go ahead and just use the hashtag BlackCEO17, but just post on your pages. Hey, check out BlackCEOLive.com. Now, for those people who are watching online, we want you to do it too. We consider you to be a part of this community. Now, in being a part of this community, hey, this is our tribe. And in the tribe, there is reciprocal responsibility. We have a responsibility to the tribe, but the tribe has a responsibility to us. We have reciprocal responsibility. Everybody say reciprocal responsibility.
Reciprocal responsibility.
So one of the things you're going to do is you're going to go over to the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. You can get there by going to www.blackceotribe.com. Yes. There's no other group like it on the planet. Woo! Now, when you get there, post your first name, post your last name. Tell us where you were. Where you from. And then tell us a little bit about the product, the service, the mission, the organization, or the brand that you represent. We want to highlight you. We want to celebrate you. We want to edify you. We want to elevate you. So go on over to the private group. And matter of fact, I have my trusty phone out. So as you were posting, I might even give a few shout outs real quick of some business owners.
Make sure y'all put it in there.
I'm going to go on over to, I got my trusty phone out. I'm going to go over to my Facebook groups and let me just see who followed the instructions. And I'm over here now. And okay, there's PK Kersey, right? He's the founder of That Suits You, right? And PK Pitches, right? Let me see here. We got Darnyelle, Jervey. She must be speaking and she's back in the feed, okay?
Yes.
All right, we got the Maverick, the Media Maverick, Trey Mercer. Let me just make sure I got that right.
Video.
Okay, I might have missed it. Okay, we're going there. Marsha Woodland, okay? And so many of you have your business. Eddie Starworth, Anthony Abrams, Cynthia Hall. Let me just see here. Let me make sure I don't miss anybody. Be Legendary Incorporated. Marissa Q from pain-free coaching and consulting. Well, I would definitely want some coaching that was pain-free. So, you know, I gotta like that. Cheryl Wood says hello. Everybody. We got Derek J. Lowe, Venetia Boyd, TJ Jackson. Who else we got there? What's that say? Moni Howard. Moni Howard. Oh, yeah, she has her own magazine. Yeah. I'm looking to feature some entrepreneurs and some authors in her new magazine. So if you want to be in the magazine, you want to reach out to her. And by the way, let's do something really cool, by the way. And y'all can do this on the break, and these are people who do a lot. Everybody if you have a cell phone, just raise it and wave it. Just wave it. Okay. And if you're online, you wave it too. Okay. We're going to turn these things into marketing devices.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And everybody today, you make a marketing video about your product or service, whether you got makeup on, no makeup on, shoes on, no shoes on, jacket on, no jacket on, tie on, no tie on. But just make a marketing video telling people about your why. Post it into the blackceotribe.com Facebook group. Post it there. And when you post it there, we're gonna learn a little bit about each other's businesses and do a little bit of virtual networking. But with that being said, if you want to advertise your business, just text to Shay Brown at 202-270-1662. See, y'all memorize Shay's number, and you can advertise your business.
Make sure you use the word advertise.
Yep. And if you want to do that, just go ahead and text the word advertise, and Shay's going to call you personally. Now, remember that there's some other rooms going on live, so you can check out some of the other rooms at blackceolive.com. With that being said, if you're ready for the next speaker, say woo woo. Woo woo. They're ready for the next speaker, and I'll let you introduce him.
Take that off.
Okay.
So here we go. Y'all ready? So this next speaker that's coming off, how many of you ever think about an exit strategy? Like in our businesses, have you developed in your plan an exit strategy? And what you're going to do with your business, how you're going to sell your business, and what's next for you. But the next speaker we have coming up is Mr. Ken Brown. And he's going to show you how to exit your business and sell it for $1 million. That's what I'm talking about. So put your hands together and bring to the stage Mr. Ken Brown.
Thank you. Come on, back to you. Y'all ready to go? Yes. Y'all excited, you all? Yes. You all, I watched you all yesterday, you all. It was so unbelievable just to see the whole process. Y'all, do me a favor right quick. Everybody say life. Life. Say it like you mean it. Life. Say it like you want it. Life. Life means living freedom every day. Right. Oh! I don't know about you. I became an entrepreneur because I wanted to be free. Right. Woo! Y'all, but lean forward, y'all. Lean forward. But as an entrepreneur, you all, I love freedom, but I hate the word free. Oh my goodness. You know why? Because I stand before you all I've been an entrepreneur CEO, you all, since 1999.
Yeah, come on.
1999. You all, but I've invested $250,000 into my mind.
Come on.
Can I say that again, you all? I love Benjamin Franklin once said, the pocketbook can only grow to the extent that the mind does. Woo! Can I say that again for you all? Not Ken Brown, Benjamin Franklin, and he's on a $100 bill.
Come on.
Lean forward, y'all. Lean forward. Never take lessons from a coach who never played the game. Yo, I find out that so many of us as entrepreneurs, you all, I don't know about you all, but me, I am a first-generation entrepreneur. My mother and father, y'all, they lied to me. I love them, but they lied to me. They told me, Ken Brown, go to college, get an education, and get a job. Y'all, guess what? I went to college, got an education, got a job, and I got fired. Yes, I did. A lady named Mary, say Mary, you all. Mary, quite contrary. You all, I went to college, got a degree in food and nutrition, because when I was a little shorty, I programmed into my internal GPS. Woo, I love a GPS, you all. See, as a CEO, you have to be intentional.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
You have to. See, the best way to predict the future is to create it. That's right. That's powerful, isn't it, you all? That's right. So as a shorty, I program success, entrepreneurship into my internal GPS. But lean forward, it's a secret. You cannot be what you cannot see. Woo! It's about to go down. Oh my goodness, you all. So I said, Not I think, not I hope. I said, I am. That says, I am unapologetically. I said, I'm going to own my own business. Didn't have the money, didn't know how it was going to happen, but that wasn't my business. And it's not your business. I came here to tell you to mind your business. Woo! And watch it grow. If I did it, you all, I programmed success, and then I crystallized it. Because you can't be what you can't see. And once again, what you focus on the longest will become your strongest.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
You see, as an entrepreneur, all distractions are equal. You see, once I programmed success into my internal GPS, I said, I want to own, not I want to, I'm going to own Ken's hot dog stands. Because you all, see, Chicago is my hometown. I was born and raised there. But Detroit is my pro town. That's where I make my money. Oh my goodness, you all. I'm giving y'all some chicken nuggets, right? So in Chicago, I used to go to a place called Maxwell Street, and I used to see people line up, you all, for these Polish hot dogs. All they had was a small footprint, low overhead. As a kid, I don't know, I just knew low overhead. It wasn't a big building, but all they had was a small shack, and people lined up all day long buying these hot dogs and Polish sausages. I said, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to own Ken's hot dog stands. And I went into my internal GPS. I said, "Oop." You see, you all, the one fascinating thing about a GPS is it's called a global positioning system. You don't have to know where you are, because it already knows. The one thing you have to know is absolutely, unequivocally, you got to know is where you're going. Oh my goodness, you all. And I came here to tell you, don't focus on what you're going through, focus on where you're going to. Ooh. Now, why am I qualified and bona fide to talk to y'all about this? Because guess what? I played the game of life, and I won. I listened yesterday to so many people out here say they want to own $1 million business. Raise your hand if you want to. Look around, you see? Right? $1 million deal, right or wrong. You got somebody here, you all, they invited me here, guess what? Because I did it. And I want to make a distinction, you all, because remember that guy, the rap guy said, respect my name?
Yes.
I came here to tell you all of you all here, and everybody listening across the globe, if you say you're a CEO or you say you're an entrepreneur, I'm telling you that I want you to respect my game.
Right, come on.
Woo! That's good stuff, isn't it? Because guess what, see, I don't know about you all. I told you, I've been an entrepreneur since 1999. I've invested time. I lost money. I lost friends. I lost family. I couldn't kick it like I wanted to. You know why? Because to be successful, you got to make short-term sacrifices for long-term results. Woo! Y'all, see, y'all, look. Guess what? Can I get naked with y'all? Yeah, you can get naked with your clothes on. You see, you all, as black CEOs, there's 3 things that's killing us. Clothes, cars, and cosmetics. I don't know what books you all been reading, but CEOs and wealthy people think differently.
That's true.
Wealthy people do not, it's 2 things, you all. As an entrepreneur, as a CEO, the 2 most precious resources you have is not money. I'm telling you, I know this. When do y'all hear this story? You all heard this facts tell but stories tell. I don't tell stories. I'm a witness.
Come on.
Woo! Because the Bible says you're overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the words of your testimony. I've been tested, you all. Product of teenage parents. Mother and father were 13 to 14 when they started having babies. By the age of 20, they had 5 kids under 8. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. Yeah, I'm international. Give it up, y'all. The world, the odds, statistics told all of us that we would not amount to nothing. But, I love some but, you all. Remember Schoolhouse Rock? Conjunction, junction, what's your function? Oh my goodness, it's live in here. You see, you all, most people put a period where a comma should be. The reason why I love but is it wasn't over. Because I found out, you all, that life is 10% what happens to you, success is too, but it's 90% how you choose to respond to it. So what that said was, it's up to me. Look, I'm going to say it again for you. It's 10% what happens. Life going to happen, but you don't have to happen with it. Matter of fact, you all, you know what? I love failure. You all, real talk, you all. You see, y'all talking to a real, pure entrepreneur. I own brick and mortar businesses, y'all. I employ people. So, but guess what? The most greatest lessons I've had was I read books. I read a book a week. You know why? Lean forward is a secret. Because as a senior, because I once read John Maxwell said, the game goes to the speed of the leader. And you a leader? What books have you read? First assignment, you all, I'm a mentor. I'm a mentor to seriously serious business owners. Your assignment is to go. See, I'm not going to say about my book. I hope you do. But the first book I want you to get is The E-Myth by Michael Gerber. You all. And I want you to go to www. See, I ain't on Facebook. I don't do Facebook. I do belly to belly. Right or wrong? You want to get in contact with me? Go to www.kenbrowninternational.com. Everything you need is there. My phone number, my address. If you want to get in contact with me, you can do it there. That makes sense? You all, I want you to get that book. You see, you work with me, that's what we do. I help transform your thinking. Because I'm telling you, as somebody who was born to teenage parents, evicted 10 times, you all, once I program success into my internal GPS, we got evicted 10 times. Put out. But it never stopped me. You know why? Because I had a made up mind. You see, you all, most people want to be successful CEOs and entrepreneurs, but my friends and my posse and my ecosystem, we're all committed to it. And see, it's a difference, you all. See, commitment is a line that you draw between wishing and doing. Woo! That's chicken nugget, y'all. Oh my goodness. You all, this book called The E-Myth, Michael Gerber. When I first bought my franchises, McDonald's told me, Mr. Brown, read this book. I'm like, you know what? Don't tell nobody because it won't be good for my street cred. Guess what? I threw the book away. I was like, I don't need a book. I got a business. I really did, you all. Guess what happened? In 6 months, I had $5.5 million coming to the bank, real money. 160 employees, and I hit the brick wall. Guess what I was doing? I was so busy working in my business because I had debt service.
You gotta say it.
$27,000 a month. That was a motivator. So at 4:30 in the morning, I was at the store. I was there from 4:30 in the morning and to close. You all, and I'm not proud of this, but guess what happened? There were several occasions where I locked myself in that store. I did. See, that's what real entrepreneurs do. How bad do you want it? You got to be committed to it. See, in order to have things you never had before, you got to be willing to do some things you never done before. That's not a cliche. That's real practical. You got to delay gratification, family. My dream car was a 750 Benz, blinged out. Woo, with these peanut butter seats. Boy, that thing was so fat. And guess when I got it? After I sold my first franchise for $2.8 million with a $1.3 million profit. Say profit. Profit. Say profit. Profit. Profit not a bad word, y'all. Woo! See you all. Put respect on my game. Come on. I'm so tired of people standing up pontificating saying, oh, I make $1 million. It's a difference in revenues and profits. Yes. Never take lessons from a coach who never played the game. We got to stop eating off each other. I pay my coach $1,500 a month. You know why? Because he give me access. He hold me accountable. He adds value. He ain't trying to hustle me. Can I talk to you all? Come on. And then guess what? The Bible says you will know a tree by its fruit. Yes. He's fruity. Oh my goodness.
Come on, kid.
Follow. The fruit is results.
Yes, that's right.
Why should you listen to me? Because I got results. How many people did you know that you could touch. I'm a boss, you all. Say boss. Boss. Say boss. Boss. And I got to stop you all. I can't take credit for that. My wife. Now, I've been married for 150 days, you all. Give it up, you all. Hey, baby, I love you. Woo! I count the days. I love you, baby. I love you so much. I thank you for being my power partner. Because, see, the Bible says, she's at home. I'm talking to the camera. Getting those brownie points, too.
Come on.
See, I got a PhD in marriage, y'all. Because how you do something is how you do anything. Right? Don't get it twisted. See, the problem I have, I'm really disappointed because I've sacrificed for this. Y'all understand? I got some family members who don't talk to me no more. I lost some friends because when you see, I don't believe in change. The Bible says, don't be conformed to the patterns of this world, but be ye transformed. I'm not talking about changing your mind. I'm talking about you have to transform the way you think. And the first thing you got to think about is you got to change the way we think about money. Can we talk, y'all, transparently? I can't stand the word free. See, my mission, you all, I'm a man on a mission. I'm a man on fire like Denzel Washington. Give it up, y'all, right or wrong. But see, I believe that my mission is this. Is I want to help 4 million people get free from the life they created. Because what I know, see, some things you believe, but some things you know. What I know is, wherever you at right now, in your life and your business, you made an appointment to be there. See, listen, leave it. See, your life and your business is the garden, and you're the gardener. Woo! Chicken nugget, chicken nugget. So when you look at your business, and you don't see the results, don't fret, don't dismay. Just pull out the weeds, plant new seeds. Pull out the weeds, plant new seeds. Then next thing you know, oh, Jet's a millionaire. Can't folks say Jet, move away from there. That makes sense, you all? The mind, you all. I'm on a mission to help 4 million people get free from the life they created. And I've dedicated my life to entrepreneurship. And I'm so very disappointed in us as a people that we didn't turn this into a game. Because it is a game, but it's a real game. The clock is always ticking. There are no timeouts, no do-overs. Does that make sense? Yeah. People watching us. You all, can I get naked with y'all again? As an entrepreneur, I'm going to read something to you all. I read a book a week, you all. Because readers are leaders. In fact, I got a program, y'all got a program, and it's so sad, you all. Can we talk? I got a program, you all. And I always tell people, I got a literacy program because I'm born to teenage parents. I go into schools all over the country and do a lunch and learn. I go in there because you can't be what you can't see. How many students get to see an African-American, successful black man, not a baller, even though I'm a baller?
Right, come on.
Right or wrong? See, y'all see me as being 5'3". I'm 7 foot. I'm a giant.
Yes, come on with it.
It's an optical illusion. When I walk in the room, all eyes are like Tupac. How you doing, Mr. Brown? How you doing? Yeah.
That's right.
You can't change my mind, you all. It's not a game. The Bible says, as a man thinketh, I'm a giant. But I'm a giant in this game because I paid the price. Freedom has a price, you all. I paid $250,000. Because Benjamin Franklin said, once a man or a woman empty his purse in his head, nobody can take it away. Can I say it again for you all? Once a man or a woman empty his purse in his head, nobody can take it away. See, I got evicted 10 times growing up. But guess what? Still got that knowledge. You follow me, you all? If I lost everything, y'all, guess what, you all? All I got to do is go. And Jackie Kennedy said this in an interview. Miss Kennedy, if you lose everything, what would you do? She said, I wouldn't fret. I wouldn't worry. I would put on my best suit. I would go to the fanciest restaurant, and I would just sit there and order a glass of water. But see, y'all, because look, environment is everything. Your network determines your net worth. When do y'all hear my story, you all? It was about having a made-up mind, being totally committed, and failed in my way to success. So why the world right now, this new age thing is everybody want to be successful, but nobody want to fail. You know what, y'all? I found out success is the worst teacher. It makes you lazy. See, as an entrepreneur CEO, you got to be humble but hungry. Humble but hungry. Every day in every way, be humble but hungry. You can't out-earn me until you out-learn me. Oh my goodness, you all. Can I say it again, you all? You cannot out-earn me until you out-learn me. My coach, you all, is one of the smartest men I know. First of all, he looked like us. He is the only person to pass the New York bar exam without going to law school. He's brilliant. Dr. Herbert Harris. I don't really like him that much, but I love him. You know why? Because he hold me accountable. Ken Brown, you said. Ken Brown, you said you're going to own the business, but you out there kicking it. Ken Brown, you fake. He always hold me accountable. And the Bible says, iron sharpens iron. That's why I'm here, you all, to sharpen you. You got to get a new group. If you are the smartest one in your group, the richest one in your group, you got to get a new group. It's called the partake principle. You're supposed to spend 80% of the time with people who are 2 or 3 steps ahead of you. Then 20% of the time with people on your level. But we flip the script. We want to pontificate, puffed up, and be around people who beneath us. Time out for that. Can I talk to you all? The second assignment is, you all, each one of us need to go home and get Netflix. Watch this movie called 13.
13 is the beast. It's a beast.
But see, you all, it's a beast, but guess what? See, I'm scratching my head, you all. You know why? Because guess what, you all? Hold up. We're at the CEO experience. The CEOs I hang with, we're not trying to be on fleek.
Right.
We ain't trying to brand out. I can't stand that word branding. Because McDonald's never tried to brand. They found a need and filled it. What happened to the entrepreneurs? We drank the Kool-Aid. We got to be different. The Bible says we're supposed to be a peculiar people. We like everybody else now. We just sold out. And guess what? I'm very disappointed in us. Because guess what? As the movie says, you all, in 1970, there were only 270,000 people in prison. Right now, there's 2.5 million. Now I want to ask you a question. When they get out, who are they going to work for?
Right.
That's our job. In my company, guess what? We're felony friendly.
Come on now.
We don't check a box. I got a program called Life After. My book, say life, you all. Life. Say it like you mean it. Life means live in freedom every day. Yes. So we get books to prisoners in prison, and it's called Life, Live in Freedom Every Day, 6 Principles for Successful Living. Woo! And then when they get out, I coach them for a year. I got 18 guys who got out. And what we do is, I use my influence, I use my business, I use my contacts to get them opportunities. Awesome. Do you feel me, you all? Yes. Guess what? Proud to say that most of them have now got married, got jobs, bought homes, and only been out for 18 months. Because as CEOs, our job is not to get clothes, cars, cosmetics, try to be on blast. Like I got on Facebook. I ain't trying to be in the light. I'm trying to be the light. Oh my goodness. Chicken nugget. About to lose my mind up in here. And y'all, I want you to lose your mind because the thinking that we using can't get you to that next level. And I'm talking next level. See, you all, I'm glad they gave me this opportunity because I'm not trying to do no online. I got an online business, but you should have a brick and mortar too. Because when you think about, see, I got a brick and mortar and the click and order. Woo! I'm double-breasted. Oh, baby, double-breasted. I'm DB. I got a question. Are you DB? Are you down with DBB? Oh, that's good. Y'all hate it, y'all. So look, because this reason why, because I don't know where you all live at, but in Chicago, my hometown, and Detroit, my pro town, I live in Detroit now. My business, I started a business in Detroit. In Chicago and Detroit, they're like most other urban environments. As you drive through our community, you don't see people like us having brick and mortar businesses. So I came here to challenge you all, to push you all. Since everybody talking about they making $100,000 a year and all that, take some of that money, leverage it, and put it into a brick and mortar. I left a meeting, I don't know about you all, but the law of association says you become the top 5 people you surround yourself with. Just last week, I had lunch with a brother who looked just like us. This brother worked for General Motors. He had an entrepreneurial spirit, but he took the job. He garnered relationships, but he had his mind GPS set on, I'm going to own my business. He went to the company. He got skills. He cased them out. Come on, y'all. Come on, every you all. You know what case mean, you all? Remember, see, criminals, they don't just come in and bang your door down. They case you out. See, that's why I want to apologize, because when I first got started, I would tell people to quit their job. Any entrepreneur that tells you to quit their job, that's irresponsible, because your job is a sole source of income. How many people up here did you hear say they're looking for income? So, but see, look, what I want you to do, and what I did was, I worked like an employee, but I thought like an entrepreneur. Oh my goodness. Chicken nugget, y'all. Because that check helped fund it. And the Bible says, don't despise small beginnings. So I got to work a job. So why are we as leaders talking down the jobs? We started somewhere. See, in the story, the E-Myth, it talks about that. So to help you all out, when somebody's talking down on a job, what they're saying is they're having what Michael Gerber calls, that's why reading is important for leaders. Michael Gerber says you're having an entrepreneur seizure. I had one. It's in the book. Because you're going to get the book, you're going to read it, then you're going to hit me up on my website, and we're going to discuss it. He said, and I had it before, so I became pregnant. That makes sense? I said, wow, I understand it. So you got a job, they paying you benefits, you got consistent income, but you got this entrepreneurial spirit in you, right? And you want to do, you can do more, be more, have more. Right. And so it's this battle going on, right? And so most of us take a leap of faith and start a business. And in the book he says, you start a business, but you don't really know how to run a business. Right. You don't know about balance sheets, spreadsheets, P&Ls, EBITDA. Look out, y'all know what EBITDA is, y'all? See? You all, you go to kenbrowninternational.com. This is real talk, you all. As a CEO, you have to know how to read a balance sheet. Guess who taught me? My Jewish CPA. See, I paid him, right? And then I would say, I don't got to know everything you know, but teach me enough so I can hold you accountable. So he would just give me the P&L. What does that mean? See, entrepreneurs ask empowering questions. Sometimes we talk too much. You agree, you all? See, you all, guess what? I believe in the First Amendment rights, right? Everybody got freedom of speech, right? But lean forward. Everybody shouldn't be heard.
Come on. Come on.
Chicken nugget. Can I say it again, you all? Everybody should be able to speak, but everybody shouldn't be heard. Can I tell you why? Can I quantify it? Because the power of life and death is in your tongue. Woo! People will have you have a business in you, and people will talk you out of it, and they'll kill your baby. Yes. It almost happened to me. How you gonna own a business when you born to teenage parents? You evicted 10 times. How you gonna do that? But they don't know. I had a made up mind. You all, mind your business. Y'all, I can go on and on to get the clock. Y'all, look, facts tell but stories sell. Why am I bona fide and qualified to tell you all? I'm born to teenage parents, you all. We were evicted 10 times growing up. But I focused on, I got a degree in hotel restaurant management. That's all I've ever did in my life. And then after I graduated, got a job with ARA Services. I was there for 6 months. Went in one day, and a lady named Mary sat across from me and said, Ken, we got to let you go. I'm like, oh, wow, I got promoted? She said, no. Y'all laughing. She said, we got to let you go. I said, what's my next assignment? She said, you're fired. I was devastated. I took 30 days. Say 30 days. 30 days. I went into my condo. I locked myself in my condo. Didn't answer the phone. We had an answer machine. I didn't answer an answer machine. I got butt naked, spread eagle, prayed to God. Yeah, I did, y'all. Real talk. I was making $18,500. I was rich. I thought I was. I was like, it was on and popping. I was embarrassed. And I said, Lord, why? And he didn't tell me why. It was so funny. One of my neighbors on the elevator gave me a book, said, How to Swim with Sharks and Not Get Eaten. That was powerful. She gave me that book, read that book. So, and then guess what? After 30 days, I picked myself up. Looked in like Michael Jackson. I'm looking at the man in the mirror, asking him to change his ways. So I did analysis of myself. I did my own SWOT analysis. Ken, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your opportunities? What are your threats? Woo! Then I came back and then I said, I will never, ever, 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 ever work a job for anybody else. Don't follow me. I said, I'll do paid internships. The difference, it's a mindset. You still go there, you add value, you exchange hours, but you begin with the end in mind. I'm going to stay here. I'm only going to take a job that aligns with my vision. As an entrepreneur, you got to have a vision for your business. So I took jobs at Wendy's. You know what? Stay there 6 months. After 6 months, I got to go. Why you going, Mr. Brown? Well, I got to go into my dream. We'll give you more money. I don't need more money. I left. Went to the Marriott. Every 6 months, I went somewhere else. You know why? Because I had a goal in mind. So I was working like an employee, but thinking like an entrepreneur. That makes sense, you all?
Positioning. Come on.
Woo! Position myself to prosper. T.D. Jakes called it training for raining. Oh, my goodness. You all, Inc. magazine wrote an article. It said, reasons entrepreneurs start companies. Listen, y'all, 41% of us said to be our own boss or control my own life. Say life.
Life.
Woo! Listen, you all, 16% said to make money. 12% said to create something new. 9% said to prove that I could do it. 6% says because I was not rewarded enough at my job. 5% says because I was laid off. That was me. I was free. But then I programmed in my mind, you all, that I was going to be an entrepreneur. You all, this morning, as I come through the airport, I don't watch the news. I just make news.
Come on.
Can I say it again, you all? Your third assignment is, for the next 30 days, don't watch the news. And don't let people that's why can I be naked with y'all again? That's why I got off Facebook. The second reason, because I made a commitment to myself that I wouldn't watch the news. But then I get on Facebook. Devil is a liar.
Right.
See, I'm the program director of my life. I live in a gated community, you all. Y'all don't? I thought everybody did. Y'all, we talking about thinking differently. We're not talking about brick and mortar. I want you to go home, and from now on, I want you to move to a gated community. I'm talking mentally. I want you to absolutely, especially as a leader, we're called thought leaders. So you got to go. The Bible even says, hold your thoughts. Come on, y'all, help me out. As a man thinking, so guess what? I guard my ear gates and my eye gates. Does that make sense, you all? Because that's, as an entrepreneur, you all, we got to be focused. That makes sense, you all? My friend of mine called me and said, Ken, you're a powerful speaker, you're a great coach, you're a great entrepreneur, you got to be on Periscope. I don't do social media. I am a brick and mortar. I build businesses that build communities that create jobs. Does that make sense? I'm going to say it again. I build businesses in our community that create jobs for our people so we can quit talking about dollars not circulated and we can do something about it, because guess what? As entrepreneurs, our job is to find a need and fill it. Offer a solution to a problem. In our community, we got a business problem. So why is everybody going online? How are you solving the problem? You can go online, but you got to be double-breasted. Come on, y'all, help me out, y'all. Put that DB on. That makes sense, you all? So this morning, as I walked this morning, and I saw that JCPenney's. JCPenney's is a titan. I just saw the blurb, y'all, on the TV, pick my bags up. It said they're closing 140 retail units. I don't know about you all, but when I go to Penny's, I see people like us. So CEOs, see, we here, right? We here, but so the question is, what we gonna do about it? The government? Come on, really? See, we flip the script, you all. It don't matter who in the White House. It matters who in our community. Because see, the Jewish people, where I live at, we live in an area where Jewish people, guess what? They have a mandate that they designate that only certain business can come in their community, in our community. So all throughout the store, you got an ice cream shop, you got a nail shop, you got a little small market, you got a boutique, and guess what? They're all thriving. That's our job. We got to get back to job creation, you all, or guess what? We're going to have a huge problem, or you can make all that money online, and they're going to come and eat off of you. Right or wrong? Back to the story, you all. So, went to college, got a degree in hotel restaurant management. What you focus on, what longest will be your strongest, right? See, I decided to own a restaurant because I'm a forward thinker. Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Highly effective people, okay, forget effective. That's a kind of hard word, ain't it? So, effective means successful. Get results, right? It got 7 habits, you all. And one of them I love is they begin with the end in mind. That makes sense? So I wanted to own my own restaurant because you need food, water, and shelter to survive in the world. Right or wrong? Big 3, right or wrong? I said, my friends, doctors, lawyers, bankers, go ahead, do you. We can calibrate together later, but I'm doing food. Right? So I got my degree, you all, majored in food and nutrition. Then after Mary freed me, did my paid internships. In 1997, 98, I saw a business, a brick and mortar business being erected. Went over there, talked to the guy. Now, I was actually a food broker for a time. And my wife and I were trying to buy a house at the time. So we decided we're going to take part-time jobs to build up some cash. Entrepreneurs still work hard. So I said, I'm going to trade my time for hours so we can build up money to buy a house. So I'm there serving tables. So I went to the guy and I said, now I got a degree in hotel restaurant management, you all. I got a degree. Now I went there and said, you need help? He said, yeah. I thought he hired me to run the joint. He gave me an apron and told me to be a server. I'm like, a server? Serve you what? Really? My ego got in the way. See, right or wrong? See, the Bible says, many are the plans of the man's heart, but it's the Lord's purpose will prevail. That's powerful, isn't it? So I'm there, and I took the opportunity, because remember, I don't do jobs, but I do opportunities. I told you, I'm first generation entrepreneur. I never saw entrepreneurs like that. So I said, let me take this opportunity and go help this man be successful, and I can ask him questions. It gave me access. So guess what? I went there, I put my black pants on, my white shirt, my red tie, my apron. How you doing? My name is Ken. How may I serve you? Oh my goodness, I was a beast. I was a beast. I dominated that. They thought I was the owner of the business. They did. So guess what? But every opportunity I got, hey Ted, can I ask you a question, Ted? Why did you pick those floors? He told me. I wrote it down. I'm casing them out. Ted, why do you have an open kitchen? He told me. I'm casing them out. So I'm there, minding my business. And guess what? One day a lady and the man saw me, and the man said, come here, young man. Something different about you. I was serving him. Him and his wife, they used to come there every other Friday on their dates. And because they had the Ken Brown experience before, I was a great. They did, y'all. That's real. You see, y'all, look, y'all, impact drives income. When I don't care what you're doing. If you make impact, you're going to rise income. Don't buy into that, well, people ain't going to pay me. People want to be associated with a winner. So wake up every day and win. Say win, y'all. Win. I was there winning. And they noticed me. I wasn't trying to be the light, but I'm shining. And she said, something different about you. So they would wait. They would have empty tables. No, we're waiting for Ken. See, the marketplace pays you for the value you bring to it. Can I say it again, you all? See, you don't have a money problem, a content problem. You might have a value problem. You increase your value, you can automatically increase your prices. That makes sense, you all? So I'm there serving, and they would say, we want Ken. And then one time he said, he engaged me. He said, Mr. Brown, can I ask you a question? He said, you're not really a server, are you? Oh my goodness, 30-second elevator pitch.
Come on.
Always ready?
Come on.
Well, I'm glad you asked, sir. No, my name is Ken Brown, and I'm going to own Ken's Hot Dog Stands. I'm only here, so I'm going to help the guy out. I'm here to learn, earn, and move on. Woo! Every other week he came, and he would ask me, so Ken, how's the hot dog stand coming? Y'all lean forward. Don't tell nobody, because it won't be good for my street cred, right? I didn't have a business plan. I didn't have no money, but I had a made-up mind. Woo! Fast forward. One day, me and my other buddy decided we're going to start another business. Look through the Chicago, it's called Food Service Solutions. If you got a food service problem, we got a solution. I looked through the Chicago Tribune. There was an article. It said, come meet McDonald's. Don't miss this, you all. This is true story. It said, come meet McDonald's upper management. I didn't read nothing else. I tore the article out. I called my buddy. I said, buddy, let's go. We say we want to own our own business. Let's go to McDonald's. Tell them, let's hire us as outside consultants, and we'll go in. We'll improve. Say improve. Improve. We'll improve the quality, service, and cleanliness in all the restaurants. Because McDonald's had a quality, service, and cleanliness problem. I'm an entrepreneur. I want to solve the problem. That's right. Didn't have a company, but I'm an entrepreneur. That's right. Guess what, you all? He said he didn't want to go. I got suited up. You think I didn't? You know why? Because how you dress is how you will be addressed. Oh my goodness. And I'm not talking about the suit you wearing. I'm talking about your mind. See, he wasn't ready. And he my buddy right now. He called me yesterday. But I went by myself, went to Oak Brook, Illinois. Ray Kroc Drive. I'll never forget it. Went in there with my suit, my briefcase. Lean forward, secret, y'all. The only thing I had in the briefcase was that article. Sometimes you gotta faith it till you make it. I didn't say fake it. You gotta faith it. Because I knew I had a made-up mind. I knew I was committed. I knew that it wasn't about if, it was just when. Don't get it twisted. I didn't say fake it. You gotta always be authentic and true. Because the Bible says you're fearfully, wonderfully made. You're a masterpiece. So you got to do you. I'm doing me. I went to that meeting with my briefcase. I got on the escalators, and I got up, and I saw these balloons. I'm like, balloons? Tricks out for kids. I ain't playing games. I opened up that briefcase, and I read that article. It said, come meet McDonald's upper management at a job fair. See, God is powerful, doesn't it? The Bible says be careful because you might be entertaining angels unaware. Don't follow the story, you all. Facts tell, but stories sell. Mind your business. See, the whole message is how to build, own, scale, and sell your business for $1 million. Stay on track, right? So I'm in there. I got in there, and I started reading the literature. And the literature's like, I found out McDonald's was more than burgers and fries. McDonald's was a global company. They had systems. Write this down, you all. Systems means save yourself time, energy, and money. Woo! They had infrastructure. They had a franchising department. They had a real estate department. They had a procurement department. They had consultants. So I said, okay, this is serious. So I went to the auditorium, and we sit like this right here, and they had 4 people on the stage, and it was 3 Caucasian men and an African American lady. You ever saw somebody and you knew him but you didn't know him? Right. Can I rewind? Right. Remember the restaurant? Yeah. Remember that man that was there? No. See, you all, success is not accidental. It's absolutely intentional. As an entrepreneur, you gotta be intentional. You all. There's 6.3 billion people on the planet. Why would she follow me around? It wasn't her. You all. That lady, now, the man was the one who engaged me. The lady never said anything to me. But she was watching me. Then I tell you all that impact drives income. Then I tell you all that how you do something is how you do everything. The Bible says when you're faithful with the small, he'll make you ruler of the many. And I want to tell you some entrepreneurs. See, That's why I say don't get your job, because in order to get promoted to the next level, you got to be overqualified in your current position. Oh, can I say it again for you all? In order to get promoted to the next level, you got to be overqualified, not just do enough. If you're working a job and you're getting rated, you can't think you should get promoted if you're only getting rated good. You got to be outstanding. Girl, she makes me out. Oh, come on, y'all. Did that make sense, you all? Yes. So guess what? I'm there, and she saw me. I saw her. And I didn't know her, though, because she never talked to me. But she was watching me. So I got a little nervous. I said, oh, my goodness, I'm going to go to jail, because McDonald's was a serious company. They had security guards there. So I said, okay, I'm going to throw my exit strategy. I said, okay, I'm going to go through the back. Y'all, I'm serious, y'all. It's real talk. So, they had security guards there. They know I'm perpetrating here. I'm going to go to jail. At McDonald's, my mind playing tricks on me. And so, then they said, we're going to have a receiving line. I said, no way, they're going to go home. They all stood there. I went past. I said, okay, I'm going to go through there, and I'm going to give her some dap. Put my head down. So, I did. I went there, and so I broke all the rules. No eye contact. And then she said, I know you. I said, no, you don't. And she wouldn't let me go. She said, lock the doors. I said, oh, I'm going to jail. And she did something to change my life. Remember in the Bible, when Ruth and Boaz? Y'all, this is the entrepreneurial principle. See, back in the day, I'm on a mission to bring it back in the day. And back in the day, as a business owner, you had to. It was an unwritten code. You don't get 10% to the church. You gave it to the gleaners. So if you had farm, they can come by and pick up 10% on the side. Boaz was a business owner. I don't know if he was black or not, but he was a business owner. And she was gleaning, and he saw her. And he beckoned for her. Guess what, you all? I was Ruth. Call me anything you want to. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. She's shaking my hand, and she beckoned for the CEO of McDonald's. Jack Greenberg and all his entourage circle me. All eyes are like Tupac. Told you I'm a giant. I'm looking down on them. And y'all think this is a game? This is serious. I told y'all, respect my game. I'm looking down on them like, and she gave me a free commercial. She said, this man, she said, he know what he wants to do. Entrepreneurs, I came here to tell you that the world makes way for the man or woman who know where he's going. Woo! All you got to do is program your GPS. See, all distractions are equal. Some people go home tonight and go on your phone. Go to the A's. I do this, see, because thoughts, people, places, things, thoughts, habits do wonderful things in your life. They either add, multiply, divide, or subtract. Any thought, any habit, any person, anything that's dividing or taking away, you got to get rid of it. So I go to my phone, I'll say, Albert. Is Albert adding, multiplying, dividing, or take away? Well, Albert's always just telling me about putting posts on Facebook or watching show on TV or kicking it. Is he adding value? No. Beep. And then the phone going to say, I'm going to forewarn you. The phone going to say, are you sure? You want to delete? Say yes. Bam, he's out of there. Because then what you're doing is, y'all told you, you live in a gated community. Then, because right now, when you program people in your phone, when they call, we instinctively pick it up. You're weaning yourself off them because you got to make room for other people who's going to add and multiply. She was coming to add and multiply. Press down, shake it together, run it over. Oh, that's chicken nugget right there, ain't it? So she said, his passion is absolutely infectious. Family. Every day as entrepreneurs, you got to wake up. Put your clothes on. Put your uniform on. This is my uniform, y'all. Like Michael Jordan, right? And you got to set yourself on fire. Then people will pay to watch you burn. Think about it, you all. passion. And you should always, always, always deliver more value than you get paid for.
That's true.
I was doing that in my business. So guess what? So then she said, the thing that changed my life, she said, we got to have them on our team. Game over, kiss the baby.
Come on.
It was over. See, that ecosystem you talking about, I had already got invited to it. Not on Facebook, Twitter, all that, because I showed up. I performed. I was fruitful. As an entrepreneur, you got to be committed to no excuses, only results. See, people follow fruit, do they not? So then she said, we got to have them on our team. Then she said, Mr. Brown, my name is Edie. I'm vice president of McDonald's, and we want to have, I said, Edie, with all due respect, I'm not trying to own McDonald's. I said, work for McDonald's. I said, my name is Ken Brown. I'm going to own Kid Hot Dog. Just shut up. Sometimes entrepreneurs, we talk too much. Bible said, be quick to listen, slow to speak. She was trying to get something to me, and I'm trying to pitch. Can I say it again for you? God had me a gift. I'm trying to pitch. And she said, she went out park and gave me a card. She said, you don't know me, and I don't know you, but trust me. You could be where I'm at in 5 years. Then my mouth again. Well, I don't want to be where you at 5 years. Shut up, Ken Brown. I went home, set me up an interview with a couple people there. Y'all, I went back to Oak Brook, Illinois. This time I'm in her office. She had one more person in there. They interviewed me. She gave me an opportunity, you all, to supervise 4 stores. 4 stores. She never checked the reference. I never gave her a resume. Entrepreneurs, who shows up when you show up?
That's right. Come on.
Woo! Y'all, guess what she did? So then I said, okay, I'm like Denzel Washington. I'm the inside man. I'm inside. I'm good. I said, I'm going to go to McDonald's. I'm going to learn their system. And then I'm going to open Ken's hot dog stands. That's my plan. You think I'm not? That's real. I went in there. I was taking their stuff home with me. I know I shouldn't have. I'm copying their stuff. I'm just going to do some copy and paste stuff. It's going to be mine. Don't tell nobody, y'all, okay? Y'all, next thing you know, you all. So guess what? During that time, the best thing I ever did as entrepreneurs, you all, we got to know our numbers. See, I didn't know numbers. So since I was humble and hungry, I would go while other people was working, sleeping, I was working. Because I didn't know that space. I got I'm a supervisor of 4 stores. You know, so I went in there, I'm going in every Saturday, and there was a guy there in the cubicle, and his thing said Calvin. It said controller. I thought controller was an air traffic controller person. Y'all laughing at me, y'all. It was a comptroller. I didn't know, y'all. Come on, y'all, help me out. He was a numbers guy. So I would go every week, and he would mentor me on how to look at a balance sheet. He taught me. I had a McDonald's comptroller teach me how to do a performer. Come on, y'all. To look at a balance sheet, a spreadsheet, you all. Gangster.
Yes.
Guess what, y'all? It was a setup. Yeah. I took those 4 stores, you all. Each store I had in 1 year, I improved the quality, service, cleanliness, and sales. Say sales. Sales. And profits, you all, by $150,000 per store.
Come on, Ken.
Follow me. Now, they paid me $80,000. Remember adding value? They paid me $80,000, but I gave them back $600. I was value added. That got her attention. She got promoted to Michigan. I'm ending up. She got promoted to Michigan. I'm mad at my business. I'm saying, okay, it's almost time for me to leave McDonald's now and do kids' hot dog stands. Yeah, I'm still focused on hot dog stands. I'm mad at my business. So she called me, her secretary called me, Mr. Brown, Edie wants you. Okay, I'll take the call. I'll patch you through. How you doing, kid? I heard about what you're doing there, and I got an opportunity for you. Okay, Edie. Well, I want you to move, come to Michigan. Hold up, Edie. I don't move for jobs. Shut up, Ken Brown. She said, Ken, I've been watching you. If I had $1 for everybody who said they want to own their own business, I'd be a millionaire. Say millionaire. She said, but people don't walk the talk. But you did. You improved the quality, the service, the cleanliness. You was a subject matter expert. You added value. She said, I'm not telling you to come to Michigan to be an employee. I'm telling you to come and be an owner.
Come on.
Not just one store, not 2 stores, 3 stores, 4 stores. Did I mention money?
Come on.
You all, value added. See, that's a cold word in corporate America. Value added means money.
That's right.
Right or wrong? So, next thing you know, I was going to Michigan picking out stores. No money. I like that one, I like that one. I'm faking it. I'm faking it then. And so then they said, Miss Brown, who's your team? Team? My mother, my father, Robbie, Biggie. Y'all laugh, I did. I'm a real CEO.
Come on.
I got a company.
Right.
Company named Brown Food Group and Brown Food Management. I'm the CEO of the company. Like that. Say suddenly.
Suddenly. Come on.
See, don't get ready. Just stay ready, because you never know. So look. So next thing you know, picked out 2 stores. 1 store built from the ground. I used to go to these construction meetings, you all, and these guys say, Mr. Brown, so what kind of floor you want? Remember Ted?
Come on.
Come on, y'all, help me out. Well, I want I ate them up, y'all.
Knowledge. Come on with it.
See, you copy and steal everything. Get what y'all did? So then I got to a point where I didn't know. I would say, what do you think? Oh, I think you should do that. Yeah, okay. You see, never take lessons from a coach who never played the game. Built that restaurant. After it got built, I got a letter from a bank called Fleet Bank of Boston. Mr. Brown, we heard about you and we want to invest in you. Y'all, I didn't have to go check no bank or nothing. McDonald's called them and said, we got him. You all, guess what? I didn't have a fax machine, you all. I had a friend of mine who had a company. Bruh, give me your fax machine number. They faxed the letter to that fax machine. He called me. I went to get it. I read it. It said, Ken Brown, we heard about you and we want to invest in you. $3 million so you can buy those McDonald's stores. Wow. All you got to do, say all you got to do. Say all you got to do. Because you got to do something. Y'all, ain't nothing free. Right. See, freedom has a price.
Yes, it does.
And you got to pay the price to be free. So guess what, you all? They said, all you got to do is sign your name. I signed my name on the dotted line. It gets better, though. Guess what? Now, they did it. See, I grew up, my mother was on welfare, so we didn't have bank accounts. We had to go to the currency exchange. So the letter said, we got a wire transfer. I didn't know. So I had to go to Kelvin. Kelvin, what's wire transfer? He said, bruh. It's when banks send money to banks electronically. So how do I get in that space? Well, you got to open a commercial account up. Went to a commercial bank. They said you got to have $200 to open an account up. Y'all, I didn't have any money, but I had passion. I called my sister who had dabbled in real estate. Hey, sis, I called a lick. I said, I'm about to back to McDonald's restaurants, and they trying to wire me $3 million, but I ain't got no bank account. I need $200 to put the bank.
Come on.
She went to Western Union.
I know that.
Wired me $200. I went and got it. Went to with the Michigan National Bank and opened up an account for $200 for Brown Food Group. So the next day they could wire that money there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Woo! You all, I didn't tell that story for you all to look at me or look at McDonald's. I told that story to put a mirror to your face. What's your excuse? It can happen, but guess what? Quit taking stuff for free. Put some skin in the game. See, people say, well, she helped you out. You didn't hear the story. I didn't go and say, I want to sow my time to you. I said, I'm going to exchange dollar for hours. I'm going to add value. He paid me to serve. He gave me an opportunity. But I maximize it. See, as entrepreneurs, we got to be able to identify and leverage. Say leverage. And maximize every opportunity. That makes sense, you all? Yeah, guess what? Then guess what? So I had to sign a franchise agreement for 20 years, you all. I owned the franchise rights to that 2 McDonald's franchises, you all, for 20 years, you all. Me, born a teenage parents, making 10 times, you all, but a made up mind. mind your business and watch it grow. You all, McDonald's controllers, see, then we can talk on high level. They gave me a projections. They said, Mr. Brown, we project the store to do $1.3 million. Well, I got in my car, drove around the neighborhood, did my own demographic study.
Come on.
I saw houses, I saw churches, I saw schools. I called the controller and said, sir, I think we can do about 1.6. He said, Mr. Brown, if you do 1.6, you'll be the mayor of Detroit. I said, well, humbly call me the mayor of Detroit. You all, in 6 months, we did $1 million in sales. In a year, we did $2 million, you all, and never happened before in McDonald's. You all, because I was committed, I was focused. I worked like an entrepreneur, I worked like an employee, but thought like an entrepreneur. Did that make sense? And guess what? Most important, don't miss this, y'all. But guess what? When I went in there and signed a franchise agreement, I left out a very important fact. When I signed the franchise agreement, I went home, and guess what I did? Somebody important. I then worked on my exit strategy. I said, I have a 10-year franchise agreement. I'm going to work it, leverage it, maximize it, and flip, scale it, and sell it. That's right. That's what a boss means. B is for buy or build. The O is for own, take ownership. And the S is for scale, and then you sell it. Oh, my goodness, y'all. And my wife gave it to me. Thank you, baby. I didn't think about that. She did. She said, you're a boss. Because I bought, build, took 100% ownership of it, scaled it. And see, that's what I do, you all. I help entrepreneurs, not everybody. I help entrepreneurs at a certain level because, humbly, some people can't afford me. I don't do free.
Right. Come on.
And if you're going to disrespect me and tell me you can't give my price, then that's not for you. Right. That makes sense because I've invested into my, then thing about me is I do brick and mortar, so you get results with me. Not some hot, you know, I get results. I just helped a client 2 months ago. He worked in a plant. He saved his money up, contacted me, bought this restaurant, pizza restaurant. It was terrible. No sales, no infrastructure. In less than 120 days, true story, put in systems, hired his staff, put vendors, logs, tracking systems in there. And guess what? Now he has a pie. Y'all remember they always say a piece of American pie? Y'all, can I tell y'all something? That's not apple pie. You know what pie means, you all? A passive income engine. Y'all, can I say it again for y'all? I help people create a pie. Keep your job, but while you have a job, create a passive income engine. That's what the cash flow quadrant talks about. You all, get this book called The Cash Flow Quadrant. Read it. Don't play with it. Read it. People say, well, I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's just cliche. Like Think and Grow Rich. You know what? That ain't on my list no more because people don't read the book. They playing games. Because, see, look, a presentation without application is nothing but a mere conversation. You all have sat here for 2 days and heard all kind of presentations. And your job now is to apply it. And you all got a lot of information. So I'm telling you all to chew the meat, spit out the bones. But take massive action every day, little by little. You know, as an entrepreneur, if you change a habit every day, at the end of the year, you change 365 habits. You haven't changed, you've now transformed. That's what we do. How do you transform your, first of all, we work on you. We give you books to read. We connect you with a circle of people. Like I met with a guy last week, a friend of mine who owns a company. He left his job, but he left his job, took his 401k money, and guess what he did? He bought an electric business for a $80 million a year electric business, you all. Employs 500 people. Me and him sat last week and had a high-level conversation. That's entrepreneurs, you all, not this pie in the sky foo-foo. As entrepreneurs, as CEO, we have to employ people. Yesterday I heard someone, with all due respect, they were saying that they wanted to hire somebody, but they didn't want to pay the money. I'm telling you, I wanted to call in and say, take that leap of faith. CEOs take calculated risk. Hello. Think about it. J. Paul Getty said this. He said, don't miss it. He said, I'd rather get paid on the efforts. I'd rather get paid 1% of the efforts of 1,000 people than 100% of my own efforts. That's gangster, isn't it, you all? I want to challenge everybody here. No, we said 1 + 1 is equal 11. You all, that ain't no hashtag. Make it action. Go home and take your brick and mortar, take an online business, click and mortar, build a brick and mortar business in the community. I'm gonna wrap by saying this. I met with a guy 2 days ago, Caucasian guy, CEO, owned 13 pizza franchises in Michigan. 39. He had 39 franchisees. Came to me, we met. We went to a meeting, and we're doing this. We're actually going into the community, putting the franchises in the inner city. And guess what the prerequisite is? In order to own the franchise, you have to live in a community.
Come on now.
Can I say it again, you all?
Come on.
See, that's what a CEO do.
Yes.
We find opportunities. We create opportunity. We create jobs. We just don't create money. Yes. If your business is not creating jobs, you all, not Ken Brown, Michael Gerber says it. You don't really have a job. You don't have business. You got a job. As an entrepreneur, we should want to be in business so we can create opportunities for ourselves and, most importantly, other people. You all, go to www.kenbrowninternational.com. If you so desire to work with a coach who's going to hold you accountable at the higher level, you want to own a brick and mortar business, want to get into the franchise space, it's going to cost you some money. Don't be scared, because guess what? Scared money can't make money. And if it's not for you, that's okay. But I want to work with you. I want you to do that because I'm in the business of helping people grow, scale, and sell their businesses. I sold both of those franchises, y'all. Walked away from the game, you all. I sold 2 franchises for a total of $4.4 million in revenues. And 2.3 was profit. Say profit.
Profit.
So the next time someone stands for you, oh, I'll make $1 million, ask them, is it revenue or profit? You cannot become a millionaire just by having $1 million in revenues. Come on, y'all. We got to quit pontificating. Because guess what? People are watching us. Y'all, my name is Ken Brown. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Woo!
Chicken nugget, chicken nugget. Oh, you heard it? You heard that chicken nugget, chicken nugget? Yeah, chicken nugget, chicken nugget. Give me a hand, one more time.
Which our parents. Who are watching online, you're gonna see. Is Ken okay to come in for just a second?
Ken?
Did we lose him? Somebody grab Ken real quick. Oh, he's in the back. Well, look. Let's get Andy and Mike. All right. There you go. Look at that millennial marketing machine. Go ahead. Whoa, but they in here today. Good Lord. All right. So a couple of things is those people who are watching online, you're going to see Ken Brown and Andy Henriquez doing a special conversation around being black CEOs. You're going to see a special conversation. Those people who are not watching, don't worry about us. those people who are in here, you'll get a chance to catch it on DVR. Don't worry, we're going to make sure you get it. But if you go to blackceolive.com, you'll see the 3 rooms. There's the main room, and then there's Black CEO Conversations. You're going to see Andy Henriquez and Kim Brown together for the first time live ever. They've never been seen live together, and you're gonna get a chance to see them. So you might want to share that with your friends. Okay? So just want to give you the heads up. So when you leave here, I think you got about he got about a 20, 30-minute break for the rest of his voice. By the way, was he good or good? Yes or yes? Now, if you think he's good in front of y'all, wait till you see how he is with young folks. I mean, I saw him just come tear a room apart in Atlanta. He was at the rec center, right? He was at the church, and then he was at the hotel. And he got, from the moment he landed, he started giving. So the first thing I would encourage you to do is, first of all, by a show of hands, how many of y'all gonna buy the book? Now keep up, right? Now, if you know you really gonna buy the book, raise it up a little higher. See, the sign is there's always a little bit more you can do. Now the thing is, if just y'all in here buy the book, that's really not enough. What we really need to commit to is buying a box of the books and distributing it into our communities. So who's committed with me to buy at least a box of books and get it distributed to a community? And if that's what you want to do, I want you to see Ken Brown a little bit later on, and he'll tell you how you can get a box of books to distribute into a community or a charity that you want to support. When we cooperate, 1 + 1 = 2. But when we collaborate, 1 and 1 = 11. It's time for us to do some community collaborations, right? And sometimes you got to be creative about the collaborations inside of the communities that need what we have to give. And many times we show up with just our voice. And sometimes we just show up with, oh, we're just going to talk to you. But it don't hurt to show up with something that when you leave, there's still something they can read. Okay? So I want you to connect with Ken, for those people who want to get a box of books. A box of books, and not a box of books because you're trying to buy a box of books. We don't need you to buy a box of books. If you're going to buy a box of books and sit them in your garage, just keep your money. Don't even do it. But if you're really committed and say, hey, I'm going to buy a box of books and I'm going to give it away. Now, we've seen some other people do some interesting things where they buy a box of books and then post online that I have the book and I want to gift it to you. Start gifting it to your friends. Start gifting it to your family. Why? Because that book is about the power of possibility. And if you don't believe you can do it, you are what? Never do it. Okay? So thank you so much. I would be remiss if Andy was here and didn't have a few words to say. The master storyteller himself would show up for your life.
Hey, let me just tell you, I thought day one of Black CEO.
I don't know who has the microphone. And see who has the microphone. Ask it was up here. Somebody moved it. Nope, it's not up here. Oh, it fell off. I got it. Good thing I didn't split my pants. Could have been dangerous.
Perfect. Mic check. Excellent. So listen, I thought day one of Black CEO was phenomenal. How many of you guys were here on day one? But let me just tell you that this is only the tip of the iceberg. Did you guys just see what he had to share? Did you write it down? Yes or yes? Right? Was that amazing? Yes or yes? So here's the beautiful thing is you can't just imagine the kind of speakers that are going to be here for the rest of the day. So one thing I say to all of you and also for the people who are tuning in right now, I don't know what you had scheduled for today. I know some of you, maybe you thought you were going to catch the first half today and you got something else that you got to do. And what I'm saying to you right now is success is not convenient. You got to make room for it. And so whatever you have going on, you need to clear your schedule because whatever you have going on may be an event. But this event that you're at right now, this has the possibility to completely change your life and change your business. And so I'm speaking to those of you who are watching right now via the live stream and those of you who are present in the room. Let me tell you, there's no mistake that you're here. There's no mistake that you're tuning in. And what I'm saying is just dedicate this time for yourself. There's so many things that you could be doing, but those are just activities. There are certain things in life that you do that what you're doing is you're planting seeds and ultimately you're going to change your life. And so go ahead and schedule the rest of this day for nobody else but you. You hear it all the time that you shouldn't be selfish, but sometimes you got to be selfish. You know why? Because if you can sometimes be able to pour into yourself, you allow yourself now to grow so that you can go ahead and make a greater impact with those around you. You see, it's really hard for you to bless people around you if you yourself are operating from an empty vessel. And so you've got to make sure that you're pouring in. And that's what this is all about. You have some of the best speakers, some of the best business people, and some of the best collaborators that are all coming together. All of them came in on their own dime. Nobody's getting compensated, but everybody understands and sees the vision that that specifically the black community is in need specifically of people who are visionaries, thought leaders, who aren't just having a bunch of words to share, but are actually empowering people so they can go out and make an impact in their own lives and then ultimately make a life within their own communities. And so if you know right now that you have the capacity to have a greater reach, if you know that you still have a dream, a goal that you're trying to take to the next level, if you have a business and you're looking to scale the business, don't leave the room. Don't leave the camera. Keep a notepad, get your water if you have to, get up, stretch, touch your toes, reach to the ceiling, whatever you got to do, but just stay in the game. Something always special happens for those people who have endurance and they actually finish. Listen, anybody can start, but not everybody can finish. Only the very best have the ability to finish. So I'm saying finish strong, because we will. Black CEO, baby.
Woo! Yes, all right, Eddie.
All right, man.
So a couple things, and we're going to make a big announcement, is while we were in the... Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Right? While we were in the back room, there was Myron in the back room, Myron Golden. He was great, wasn't he? Yes or yes? Yeah. Right? And then there was Shay Brown back there, and there was myself back there, and there was Andy back there. And somebody says, well, we got to go to Florida. Andy said, we got to go to Florida. I said, well, okay. We break out our calendars, and we decide, and at that moment, Andy says, well, we got to go to South Florida, and we got to go to Tampa, he said.
Yep.
And so one of the next Black CEO stops is coming to Tampa and South.
On the 14th, and then Fort Lauderdale.
April 14th.
Yeah, April 14th, and then Fort Lauderdale, April 15th, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Right, so you could post that into the group. So we're coming, the next Black CEO tour stop will be in Florida.
So we're gonna be in the middle of Florida, sort of Central Florida, Tampa area, and then also the Fort Lauderdale area. So that means when we tell you that Black CEO is gonna be there, how many of you, since the time that you've been here right now, you've gotten some great value, but you're thinking of some people that you're saying to yourself, man, I wish they were here. Raise your hands, right? And so what that means is that most of us have a sphere of influence that goes beyond our city, that goes beyond our state. And so what it means is if you have somebody right now that's in any one of the states that, listen, Black CEO has literally gotten thousands of requests to visit different states and different cities across the country. All right. And so I need you to be thinking strategically, as in, who do you know in some of these states that you can let them know, now that you had an opportunity to be part of this experience, to get this information, to get this content. Listen, do not commit the sin of the desert. Anybody know what that is? Anybody know what that is? The sin of the desert is when you're out and it's dry, right? And you messed around and you stumbled across something refreshing, something cold, something great to drink, right? And like this Black CEO space where you're getting this great content, stuff that is bringing new life to your business and new life to your thoughts and your ideas. And then you just leave here and you keep all the information to yourself. You see, that's a sin of the desert. And so it's your responsibility. And notice the word responsibility, that once you get some good information, some good content, that you've got to go ahead and spread the knowledge. And so what it also means is the time that you're sitting here, you need to be thinking in advance, who are some people that need to get in front of this content, that need to get in front of this information? So we're telling you right now, April, we're going to be in Florida. And so what that means is you need to start thinking up front, who do I know in Florida? Who do I know in Florida that needs to get in front of this information? Not just that, but who do I know that can get to Florida fairly quickly? Guess what? People in Atlanta can get to Florida very quickly. And truth be told, no matter where you are, if you got enough notice and if you want it bad enough, you can get there again. And so that means even if you're here, right? Even if you're here, then that means that if you've been trying to expand your network and collaborate with different people, understand that if you go to another state, guess what's going to happen? You're going to meet some new people, new business owners. Does that make sense? So the dates are going to be April 14th and April 15th. You guys enjoyed Myron, older, earlier, right? So Myron is going to sponsor the event that's going to take place on April 14th in the Tampa area, and then I am going to go ahead and be one of the sponsors for the event that's going to take place on April 15th in the Fort Lauderdale area. So that means for those of you who are really serious and you want to get in the presence of other entrepreneurs, go ahead and start looking at the flights right now. We will get you the details as far as the hotels and so forth, but mark it off on your calendars. And guess what? If you can't make it, bless somebody else. Do not commit to sin in the desert. Think about, who do I know that needs to be in this environment? Who do I know that needs to get this content? And go ahead and start thinking about right now how you can go ahead and position them by giving them the heads up. Don't try to call them up 2 days. Oh, I should have told you. No, tell them right now. Put it on your calendar. Tell them now. Does that make sense? Yes or yes? You gonna let some people know yes or yes? That's what I'm talking about.
Got another commitment.
Oh.
Ken Brown.
Yes, sir.
To collaboration. A lot of times we plan to collaborate, and you make it too hard when you can just do what?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can just collaborate. Ken checked his schedule. He said, I'm there. I'm flying to Florida. And so maybe you're out in Florida. Two things you can do. If you want to host a Black CEO event, just go to blackceotour.com. Some of you are like, I don't want to host it, but I want to support one. I want to collaborate with one. Maybe you want to help sponsor one. Maybe you want to help sponsor one of the flights for the speakers, or sponsor one of the hotel.
Today I do something different. If they want to host.
Well, wait. It's two different groups.
I know.
People that want to host and then people who want to support.
Yeah, I remember this. So here's what I'm going to do today. Instead of going online, only for the next 30 minutes. For the next 30 minutes, if you're out there like, you know what, I need to know all the information. I really want to host something. I want to talk now. If you text me today, next 30 minutes, because the universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. So you've got to take action. I'm going to give you a number. It's my number. You can text. And you're going to text Black CEO Tour. And then someone from my office is going to call you within the next 30 minutes and have a conversation. If that doesn't work for you, that's fine. You can go online. You can schedule an appointment. So I'm going to take. I'm going to personally have.
We'll cut it right to the front of the line.
So the number to call is text. Don't call. Number to text.
Write it down.
Is 202-270-1662. Again, the number is 202-270-1662. Text Black CEO Host. Let's put that Black CEO Host, and someone will call you. You got 30 minutes to do that.
Gotcha. Now, a couple things is that the next voice that you're going to hear is Tiana Patrice, and then right after that, you will hear from none other than the incomparable Dr. George C. Fraser. He is in the house, and we were talking in the back room. George is going to be doing two very important talks today. The first talk will be around what we actually need to do to get our businesses in line, and then the second talk will be the keynote later tonight, which is the state of the Black CEO. It will be his first of many addresses around this topic. It'll be he will deliver this address annually. So today, you guys are in a really interesting position because today and tonight is going to really be a history-making moment. There are literally now hundreds of people streaming around the world, restreaming the state of the Black CEO address that will be done by Dr. George C. Fraser. So make sure you stay glued to your seats, stay glued to your cameras, because it's going to be flat out amazing. So with that being said, why don't we step off the stage and why don't we let Andy? Andy, you got Tiana Patrice, that millennial spirit, and you want to talk about what? Ramen noodles, the revenue rockstar. We'll let her. Why don't you introduce her, my man?
Tiana. Oh yeah. Oh, first of all, where's Tiana? Oh, go look at my girl back here standing. Boom. Boom. Give me Tiana's last name again, though.
Patrice.
Patrice. That's right, Tiana. So first of all, truth be told right now, because we got to bring the energy up. Listen, I was speaking to Tiana a little earlier, and she's a visionary. She was telling me, she said, Andy, I said, well, what do you do? Tiana told me this. She said, listen, one of the things about entrepreneurs, especially when they get into this space at the Black CEO, she said they're going to get a lot of techniques and a lot of strategies. And here's what Tiana told me. She said, Andy, these techniques and strategies, they're going to be awesome for helping people to get to the next level, helping them to generate a lot of income. But she says, understand this, you can only implement these techniques and strategies if you're at least getting mobile, if you get past the fear. And so she said one of the things that I help people do is I help them to get into action, to get past the fear. How many of you ever had a goal or dream or something that you wanted to work on, but fear sort of held you back? Raise your hands, please. Anybody ever been there before? Right? And so Tiana is one of the leading voices in just really helping people to get past that state of fear and actually move to action. And so that's not the only thing she's going to be discussing. As you all know, Tiana, you got to help me out. What are you going to hit them up with? The secrets of fearless entrepreneurship? The secrets of fearless entrepreneur. How many of you are already entrepreneurs right now? Raise your hands, please. Excellent. How many of you tell the truth? At every level, it shows up. How many of you along your entrepreneur career, some fear shows up? Raise your hands, please. And how many of you wanted to act on something, you wanted to move forward on something, but fear showed up, and guess what? You either didn't act or you played a little smaller than what you should have. Raise your hands, please, if you've been there. So what Tiana's going to be sharing with you is just some great techniques and some strategies to get you from that place of fear to actually move you to action. I had the opportunity to just meet her a little earlier. We exchanged some conversation, exchanged contact, because I knew immediately that this is somebody that I wanted to collaborate with. So if you would join me, and this would be a great time because you've been sitting, get on your feet. Let's go ahead and do some applause. DJ, get some music going, and let's go ahead and bring the energy up in the room for Tiana.
To you this weekend, how many of you realize that that's what's happening, right? Yes. How many of those conversations are kind of overwhelming? Little of those conversations become overwhelming. Will I ever get there? Is that for me? Do I deserve that, right? That's what fear does. Fear comes in and convinces us that we don't deserve. That we don't deserve to make six figures, seven figures. That we don't deserve to be a successful business owner. That we don't deserve to have a team. That we don't deserve to grow. Because that's what we've been taught, right? And so here's what I want you to do. I want you to take your right hand, and I want you to put it across your left shoulder and snap just like that and kind of shimmy. You want to do that? Then I need you to take your left hand and say, hey, Tiana. Hey, Tiana. And then I need you to put it across this shoulder over here and snap and shimmy. Then say, Tiana, what did you just have? You better shimmy. Show me that shimmy one more time. Hey, girl, yes. Now somebody say, Tiana, what did you just have me do? What did I just have them do? Turn around and tell. Turn around. Take your cake off. Take your cake off. In order to receive everything that we're pouring into you this weekend, you need to be able to be in a space of vulnerability, right? We are here. Like, who said it earlier? We flew ourselves in, right? For you. You see us out in the hallway, stop us. Ask us questions. Be in that vulnerable space. You can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you for participating with me today. So today I am here to talk to you about how to go from ramen noodles. How many of y'all have had to eat some ramen noodles before? And not by choice, but by force. Now back in the day, y'all know ramen noodles was 10 cents a pack. Now they got a nerve to put them up for like $1 a pack. I'm like, hello? Why do you think I'm eating ramen noodles? Because all I have is
Okay, perfect. So here I was on this journey of finding my purpose. How many of y'all have been on this journey of finding your purpose? Y'all know, she's like, oh, child, preach to me. Y'all see I put the quote, end quote on that, right? Because purpose is trendy right now, right? It's popular. You already have your purpose. It's in you. It's time for you to activate it. However, here I was on this journey because I began to feel the shift. How many of y'all are feeling the shift? That means that time in your life where you know you're supposed to be doing more. You know you're supposed to be more. You know you're supposed to have more because repeat after me, I deserve.
I deserve.
Because you deserve, right? That's what that shift is about. And you feel this shift in different points of your life. It's not just feeling the shift in the beginning point of entrepreneurship. My sister over here is feeling that shift right now, y'all, because they're going from 6-figure to 7 figures and they got to bring on a team. Okay, that's a shift. Y'all clap for that because that's amazing. But you feel this shift in different points of your life, and I felt this shift about 3 years ago. I knew that I was supposed to be doing more. I was making good money, y'all. Corporate world, running medical offices, taking physicians' offices from 6,000 patients down to 600 patients. I was the girl. You want somebody to come in and transform your physician's office, you call Tiana, and I was only 25 years old. But I began to feel the shift. This don't really feel as good as it anymore. I'm starting to come to work, and work feels mundane. Right now, I'm not telling you this story for you to go out and quit your job today. Don't you go out there and tell nobody that Tiana told you to quit your job. That's not what I'm saying. But this is my story. I was feeling the shift. I knew that there was supposed to be more for me, right? But I didn't know what more looked like. That's the problem. We know that there's something out there, but we don't know what it looks like. And so I started out on this journey, and I call it the How Do I movement, Google University. Some of y'all are on Google University at midnight saying, how do I launch a business? How do I start a book? How do I, right? That's what we do. But that is great because that's how you step into your next, because you begin to research. And so I began doing this, and I had no intention on starting my job, quitting my job. I just knew that there was more for me. And I began to share this vision that God has began to give me with other people. Hello, what? Hold on. Launch Your Dreams 101. Don't share your vision with everybody, okay? Everybody is not there to be able to receive what God has given to you. Does that make sense what I'm saying? However, I did that. And so on this journey, I began to share with my manager at work that, oh, she started laughing. The guy over here last night started laughing at me too, like, why you want to go into that? But I began to share with her that, oh my goodness, I want to be able to go out and empower women. You know, I don't know what that looks like. Basically, it was just going to be my side hustle because I liked my job. However, let me tell you, when I was coming to work late because I was a single parent and maybe she thought I stayed up late at night with the kid, she was okay with that because that was familiar to her. She was a single parent as well. When I began coming to work late because I was on Google University, it became a problem because your purpose becomes a threat. Somebody say your purpose will become a threat. And I remember the day I was standing in my kitchen and I received a 5-page text message. How many of y'all have sent out a 5-page text message before? It typically was probably because you was mad at somebody, right? Your finger, you get the finger working, right? And I received a 5-page message from her. And all I remember is blah, 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 blah. You're not Superwoman. You have to choose. How many of y'all are at a point in your life right now where you got to start making some choices, some decisions? And some of those decisions aren't easy. Some of them are scary. Some of them require you to check your responsibilities. Can I afford to make this decision, right? What does this decision look like on the other side of it? But I had to make a decision because what she was saying is you have to choose your dream or mine. I wasn't put on this earth to continue to build someone else's dream. And so I was hurt because remember, I had no intention on quitting my job. I liked what I did. I was the girl. You want transition offices, you call Tiana. But when she said that, I had to think about it. And I gave her props. You're right. I'm not Superwoman. And so I have to choose. I choose me. Somebody say, I choose me.
I choose me.
How many of you are ready to choose you and your careers and your life and your business, right? Because as women, there are some men in the room, but as women, what we tend to do is we put everything and everybody before us. Everything and everybody before our dreams. Everything and everybody before our inner realities. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So we have to stand bold and say, I choose me on this day. And you know what else we have to do? We have to divorce our best friend named Win. How many of y'all got a best friend named Win? Y'all got to get rid of that sucker. That best friend, she's like, oh, I got a best friend named Win. That best friend named Win. What does Win say? When the kids get out of school, I'll do this. When I can get a raise, I'll do this. When I quit my job, I'll start building my business. It makes no sense. Start working on those things now and get rid of that best friend named Win. However, I made that choice and I chose me. So I began walking this path of becoming an entrepreneur and CEO, and let me tell you, everybody online made it look easy. They made it look so flashy. You can build a business 6 figures from working from the beach. Let me tell you, baby, that is not how it works. What they're not telling you is it took them 6 years to get to those 30 days where they finally figured out how to make 6 figures. Read between it. So on this journey, I failed, y'all. How many of y'all have actually had conversations with people where they tell you that they failed? I failed, but here's the thing. I don't work with people that have never failed at anything. If you haven't failed at anything, you can't teach me anything. So I embrace failure on this journey now, but I failed the first couple of months. Let me tell y'all, we talk about from ramen noodles and we're going to talk about what it means. Listen, when I tell you that's all I could afford was ramen noodles. Me and I had a 2-year-old, 3-year-old at this time to support, but that's all I could afford was ramen noodles. But that's okay, because guess what? I can teach you 29 ways how to cook that delicate lo mein. You put a little garlic in it, a little hot sauce on the side, make it easy, okay? Make it good. I'm telling you. But there's resilience on the other side. So what does ramen noodles mean? It wasn't just the food, it was my mindset. Why was I failing in my business? Because I had a ramen noodle mindset. How many of you right now in this audience have a ramen noodle mindset? You have a lack mindset. You don't believe in yourself enough that you can do it. You're letting people hold you back. You're letting the 5 people that are surrounding you hold you back. You've never seen it happen in your household. So your ramen noodle mindset is convincing you that you can't have it either. How many of you have experienced a ramen noodle mindset? We all have at some point. Oprah still has moments of having a ramen noodle mindset. But when I figured it out, I vowed that I would help other struggling women skip that middleman of confusion, of doubt, and be able to grow their successful businesses. On the other side of my ramen noodle mindset was a 6-figure business. 6 figures, hitting 6 figures in my first year. And so let me tell y'all what happened. I'm going to tell y'all that I hit that 6 figures and I realized that I wasn't in alignment. I was not in alignment. I wasn't enjoying what I was doing. But I took that 6 figures and I took a trip and I went to Las Vegas with the boo. And then I went over here to Cozumel with the girls. And when I came back, my life changed forever. I'd been launching other people's businesses, helping them launch successful businesses. But here I was, not doing the things that God had really called me to do. And so when I came back from that trip, the thing that shifted my life was losing my grandmother. As soon as I came back from that trip, I came straight into the hospital because my grandmother was sick. She coded and God brought her back for 23 more days. And in that 23 days, I realized that God, a lot of people says with life comes death, but what I realize now is with death comes life, because I was never truly living until you took my grandmother from me. I need somebody to catch that. Catch it now. And so in that season of sadness, because it's truly hard for you to be creative when you're sad. How many of you have had sadness happen to you in your creative process? And it's hard to be creative. My business runs off of me being creative. I'm a visionary. Not only am I a visionary for myself, but I'm a visionary for the clients that I have as well, because I can see more for them than they can see for themselves. But I couldn't do it because I had no idea who I was at that time. I said, God, what would you have for me in this season? Because I am lonely. At this point, I'm letting everything go. The 6 figures is dwindling, okay? Going back into that whole ramen noodle stage, because I didn't want to work with nobody. I had people waiting to work with me around the corner, and I told them no, because I'm not going to take your money, because I can't be there for you like you need me to be there for you. But I'm going to tell you this too. If I had people on my rise at that time, if I had my system that I have now, if I had a team, my team would have been able to take care of those. I need y'all to catch that. So So I lost what I had gained because I had not created my revenue rockstar plan, the one that I have now that runs my business. But in this season, I said, God, what would you have for Tiana? Because I'm sad, and what is my purpose? But let me tell you, even when you're sad, your purpose and your gift is still the same. Your position in life may have changed, but that purpose is still the same. Does that make sense what I'm saying? And so here I am on this journey, and God said, the first thing I need you to do, and I'm going to skip through some of this, and I want to say that these are my beautiful clients. This is not a stock photo. This is just a few of them, right? And I love that they're in, and I did not tell, listen, this is sisterhood. None of them knew each other at this point. But, and they're all in different age groups. I love that. But I'm going to skip a little bit because I want y'all to know why I've committed to a life of this. It wasn't always that way, right? But in that season, I asked God, what would you have for me? What would you have for Tiana? Because I am broken. And he said, get still. Somebody just caught that. Before you can go to your next, before you can step into that thing that God has called you to do, you got to get still. We live in a noisy world. Everybody want to be on social media. Everybody want to be on Facebook. God can't talk to you on Facebook. You have to get still so you can hear what his plan is for you. And that next time he said, get still. So I got still. I said, God, what would you have for me now? He said, I want you to write a book. Now at this time, I had started 5 books, but I never could finish them because I was busy building other people's businesses. Okay? None of this happened until my grandmother passed away and I got still. In that season, I said, God, what would you have for me to do in this book? He said, I want you to reach back with your story. That story of when just 5 years ago you were standing at the soup line with a 1-year-old in Atlanta, Georgia, about to be evicted from your apartment. I want you to tell them that.
Come on.
I want you to reach back and pull my purpose women forward. And in that season, in 2 months, my grandmother passed away on August 27th, 1 month after my birthday. And in 2 months, I wrote, managed the design, and hit the bestsellers list and launched that book on her birthday in November, 52 Shades of Fearless, Powerful Declarations for the Purpose-Driven Woman. But I had to get still. So when you want to get to your revenue rockstar plan, stop doing everything. Stop trying to be the EEO. The everything everyday officer, and get ready to be the CEO. Somebody caught that? Yeah. Get still, take a step back. Focus on what you can do right now because you can't do it all. You want to be able to get the information that Ken gave, the information that Andy gave. Get still. Take a step back. Focus on what you can do right now. Get clear. You have to get clear on your goals. Stop adopting everybody else's goals. My goals ain't your goal. Make sense? Get clear on your goal and what you want to bring into the world. That special thing that only you can do. You want to be able to make the money. Let me tell y'all, when I start closing out deals after when I had my first $50,000 month, it was because I started showing up as Tiana and I got clear on who I wanted to be in the marketplace and put it on paper. And I'm going to wrap this up, guys, okay? The next thing you want to make sure that you're getting in alignment. Who are you at your core? Somebody write that down. Who am I? Who are you at your core? And only produce from that space. Nothing you should be putting out in the marketplace should be out there if it ain't you. If you don't feel comfortable selling it, then why are you doing it? So if you want to get to that revenue rockstar plan, make sure that you're getting still. Take a step back. Get back. Get back. Y'all know me like that. Get clear. Get in alignment. Decide how you can serve your client. Not how somebody else can serve the client. How can you serve your client? What is your customer's frustration? So when we talk about what your customer frustration is, the real question we're asking is, what's pissing them off? Right. Why are they staying up late at night on Google? Come on, somebody. That's your answer right there. That's your product. That's your service. Once you figure out what their frustrations are, what's making them mad, what are your solutions? Because here's the 3 things that your client wants to know. And somebody catch this, write this down, tweet it, Facebook it, all that, hashtag BlackCEO17. The 3 things your client needs to know. What can you do for me that I can't do for myself? What can you do for me that I don't want to do for myself? And what can you see for me that I can't see for myself? See, the reason that Tiana has been able to rise and soar, catch that, is because I continue to place people around me that can see more for me than I can see for myself. Trevor Otts, Black CEO, I walked up to him today as I was like, you know, I don't do that mushy stuff, but you know what I'm saying? Thank you for seeing more for me. But it's true, right? Get your programs and services in place. How many of y'all have some programs in the marketplace? Y'all ain't got no products, no books, no services. Listen, every one of y'all needs to come out after my session and let's talk about that right now. And get your products and your programs out there. People want what you have to offer, right? After you get these 100 youth in the military, that's what you wanted to do? Come on now. People going to want to know how you did that. That's a program. That's a book. That's a podcast. That's a service. And guess what people going to want to do? Put you on their stage to talk about it. Get your programs and services in place. Based on the frustrations, what services can you provide? And wrapping it up. And make sure that you ensure that they are in alignment. And then you create that revenue rockstar plan, okay? When we talk about that revenue rockstar plan, map out your profit goals. Start with the end in mind. You want to make an extra $2,000 this month? You want to make an extra $5,000 this month? What does that look like? You got to make sure you got your program, services, and products in place because that's what's going to fuel that rockstar plan. Does that make sense? None of this happened to me until I got in alignment. Once I got in alignment and I showed up fully, listen, did I just tell y'all a $50,000 month? Come on, somebody. Map out your profit goals. Even if it's just an additional $2,000 a month. You got a $20 book, somebody do the math. How many books you need to sell to get to that $20,000? You got a $47 program. How many $47 programs do you need to do to get to that $2,000? I spoke to this lady yesterday, and please tell me your name, because I thought about you all night. What's your name?
Pia.
Pia? Hello, Pia. We're wrapping it up right now. Make sure that you're mapping out those profit goals. You want to do an inner circle, $47, get 100 people in it every month. That's $4,700 a month. Come on, somebody. So in order to get into that rockstar plan, make sure that you are in alignment, you're getting sealed. And then at the end, and we're wrapping it up right now, I'm Tiana Patrice. Thank you so much for having me. You got to make sure that you activate your fearless. Activate your fearless. In order to get to that revenue rockstar plan, y'all come on up, you have to step on the other side of your fear. Because fear will continue to convince you that you're not worthy. Come on now. I come from a single parent background from the hood in Dothan, Alabama. Ain't nobody like me supposed to be closing out $50,000 months. That's what fear says. So I need each and every one of y'all to step outside of that. Activate your fearless. Get out of that ramen noodle mindset, right? And have that revenue rockstar plan that you deserve. Everybody tell me I deserve. I deserve. I deserve. Thank you so much for having me. All right.
That's one of the things I'm going to talk about because that's when we talk about, what freedom is. And see, all right. Thank you. Even when you don't want to do it. Come on, Howard. You can't have the option. You cannot.
Don't worry about telling him where it's at. He know where to find the podium. Yeah. Oh, you want to right where? Here? Okay, Shay, let's move. Shay. Say what? I got it. It's to the right.
All right.
Hey, good enough. Okay. Was she good? Yes or yes?
Yes.
All right. So, we at that spot in the program that you've all been waiting for. We've been seeing all that energy, all that electricity. And the next gentleman that's coming to the stage is an author. And I was talking to him one day, and I walked up, and I said, how can I support you? And it was probably one of the most arrogant statements that you can make. And he says, support is last year. And he stopped, and he said, listen, when we cooperate, 1 + 1 equals what? 2. But when we collaborate, 1 and 1 equals 11. And he says, let me ask you a question. How can we collaborate? And that began a relationship that has really generated national audiences all around the country. And so you're going to love our next speaker, and I'll let Shay give the bio, and then
You'll have them.
All right, coming up next.
Gonna be okay, or he's gonna be.
All right.
You gonna have a jacket?
I got one.
Born in Brooklyn, New York. Most recently, Mission Unstoppable. Extraordinary Stories of Failures, Blessings, a book he co-authored with Les Brown. He is the producer of the award-winning Power Networking Conference. Forbes magazine named it one of the top 5 conferences not to be missed in America. Not one of the top 5 black conferences, but one of the top 5 conferences not to be missed in America. Upscale magazine named him one of the top 50 power brokers in Black America. And Black Enterprise magazine called him Black America's #1 networker and featured him on its cover. 5 of Dr. Fraser's speeches have been selected for reprint and worldwide distribution by prestigious publications such as Vital Speeches of the Day, a first for any professional speaker in America, regardless of color. He's been featured on 7 national magazine covers. He has received 350 awards and citations, to include induction into the Minority Business Hall of Fame and Museum, 3 honorary doctoral degrees, and an ambassadorship. Recently, he was selected by Examiner.com as the best of the best, not the best, but the best of the best speakers in Black America. He's been married to Nora Jean for 43 years. Count that, 43 years. And they have grown sons, Kyle and Scott. Both are happily married and 1 granddaughter, Anissa. Dr. Fraser is most proud of the 2 African-centered charter schools he's helped founded, which educate nearly 300 inner-city Black children, of which 60% are boys. So with that being said, stand to your feet and let's welcome to the stage, welcome to the platform, not for the last time, but for the first time, none other than Dr.
Can you hear me back there? Good. I'm going to talk about 2 things. Part 1 is going to be like right now. And then there'll be a part 2 after a short break of about 15 to 20 minutes so that you can get some water or do whatever you need to do to revive yourself. And then I'm going to talk about maybe the most important subject for this particular audience, and that is, what does it take to start and to build a business and to sustain that business, to thrive in that business, for 30 or more years? What are the qualities? What are the elements? What is the mindset for being able to do that? To innovate and to think differently. That's part 2. So we're going to save the best for last, but this first part is really a critical part because it speaks to the state of the economy in Black America. Where are we as a people when it comes to wealth and economic development? Where are we going? We know where we have been. Where are we going? So, I want to say what I'm going to say and still be loved. All right? I want to still be loved after I say what I need to say. So, I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm from Bed-Stuy. I have a little bit of gangster in me. You know what I'm saying? So I might get gangster on you for a minute. All right, and then I will revert back to who I normally am. But when you talk about money and black people, you really have to talk about it, if you're honest, straight, no chaser. So I'm going to give it to you straight, no chaser. And my goal is for you to leave here this afternoon thinking about money differently. To uncomplicate some things for you, to give you some things to hold on, and a few things to do. And if you do these things, your economic situation, I promise you, will change. Not overnight, but it will change. So, let me begin by saying that Black America is in a financial crisis. I am extraordinarily concerned about the state of our economy. We are a $1.3 trillion annual economy. If we were a nation, we would be the 16th richest nation in the entire world. But our money goes in one direction, away from us, and we're some of America's most conspicuous consumers. We have taken the art of consumption to a whole new level. We are, in fact, in case no one has told you, brothers and sisters, we are the consumer class in America. And our Jewish brothers and sisters, Asian brothers and sisters, East Indian brothers and sisters are the merchant class. They sell, we buy. Because in America, two things are going on 24/7. Somebody's buying and somebody's selling. We're not doing the selling in any significant way. Now, there's some of us, and we're going to talk about this in part 2, that are. So 30 years ago, I started an organization with my partner, Greg Williams, FraserNet. It was to lead a global networking movement to increase opportunities for people of African descent, specifically economic opportunities, but using the concepts of collaboration, building effective relationships, leveraging more effectively our collective resources, connecting the dots. That's really, you may have heard those terms. Those terms were written in a book that I wrote 22 years ago. And so we have come to some of that. We are better at networking. When I wrote Success Runs in Our Race 22 years ago, it has since become a modern-day classic, required reading at 57 historically black colleges. It is the book that started the networking conversation in Black America and ultimately started the networking movement. And so today, when I was putting on networking events 30 years ago, I was the first person to hire Les Brown. Les Brown's first speech was at a networking event that I put on in Cleveland, Ohio 30 years ago when people said, well, what is this? So, So we are better at it. And today you could hardly go anywhere, participate in anything that black people are doing where there isn't some networking component. That's a beautiful thing. I don't take all the credit, but I take a lot of the credit. And that's a good thing. That was a special task that God gave me, and I stayed the course, and 30 years later, there's some movement. Yes. So, I'm 72 years old. I know I look 35 or 40. But you know, black don't crack, right? It doesn't. So I've decided within the last 24 months, the last couple of years, that I'm going to spend the rest of my life, whatever life God has left for me, focused on financial literacy, which will lead to economic development, which will solve the biggest problem in black America that no one talks about. How many of you know what the number one problem in black America is? Now this is deep, and I want to say this and still be loved. The number one problem in black America is the absence of the black man in the home. That's the number one problem. Imagine the trickle-down effect, the domino effect, the economic impact of that over 2 or 3 generations. So, it is no wonder that after 400 years, we are still the poorest people in America, and we came over here before the Mayflower. Let me say that differently. The goal, brothers and sisters, is to win, not to look like you're winning. Let me say that differently. Let me say that differently. I would rather carry a plastic bag with $5,000 in it than to carry a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag with $100 in it. So we are very good at looking like we're winning. Now, I understand all the historical, institutional, and systemic reasons for that. I'm not making excuses. We have gone through a psychological holocaust second to none in the history of humankind. We are still deeply wounded by 200 years of the most egregious form of intergenerational slavery ever designed by humankind. And the habits that we acquired, really for self-preservation, for generations have been passed on. Much has been written about this. Dr. Francis Quest Wellesley from right in the Washington, D.C. area has written about it. Anthony Browder, who right here from the D.C. area, has talked about it. Dr. John Henry Clark. If you understand our real history, this has been addressed. This has been talked about. We have work to do. We do not understand why wealth is important. We understand why church is important, because we're the most morally grounded and spiritually rooted people in this country. We really are. We're also awesomely powerful people, but we have forgotten who we really are. We are the children of the slaves that would not die. We have the genetic encoding of the great kings and queens of Africa. We were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when other cultures were living in huts eating each other. Really. That's not hyperbole, that's science. And if everything happens for a reason and serves us in some special way, and we will never understand that reason looking forward, and we will only understand it looking backwards, if that is in fact the case, and we are truly an awesome people, and God works in mysterious ways, maybe we were not brought here. Maybe we were sent here. Do you believe that God would put his weakest people here to do his toughest job? How could an America who was morally, biblically, and spiritually engaged in the kidnapping, raping, and pillaging of another two people, Africans brought to America, and Native Americans already in America, have any moral or spiritual grounding? And perhaps had God not sent Africans here, America might have self-destructed by now. We are an awesome and powerful people, and we, through dripping on Europeans, saying that you are wrong, did we bring them to their senses? It took us 250 years. Now, why do you think a people can free themselves without guns or money? We had no guns, we had no money. Why do you think we were able to free ourselves? Very simple answer. We were right, and they were wrong. And it just took time. 250 years. How do you think we were able, because that was the completion of the first moral imperative and moral assignment for our people, freeing ourselves? It took 250 years. And then we had to complete the second moral imperative and moral assignment God gave to us, and that began the minute we became free. 1864 to 1964, our fight, 100-year fight for civil rights, voting rights, and public access. It took 100 years. How do you think we were able to do that without guns or money? We were right. Simple. We were right. They were wrong. So what I'm saying to you is whenever you're operating out of goodness and righteousness, you will always win. This is what, so remember that. Closing the income and wealth gap is right. It will just take time. We will have to educate our people, because you see, literacy is at the foundation of all things. The minute we became free, what's the first thing we began to do? Because we were not allowed to read and learn, we began building our own schools and ultimately building our own colleges so that we can educate ourselves. And over time, do the right things that took us to this place. So we completed the two most important assignments: freedom, civil rights, voting rights, and public access. And now you and I are working on the final moral imperative and moral assignment, and that is closing the income and wealth gap between blacks and whites in America. I didn't say blacks and Hispanics. I didn't say blacks and Asians. I didn't say blacks and East Indians. We have no fight with them. They did not enslave us for 250 years. Our fight at the end of the day is with white folk. What it is. Let's make it plain. That's A. B, if you're blessed to get old and become wise, you will understand and you will get that white folk ain't saving black people. Let me say that differently. Maybe that went over your head. White folk ain't thinking about black people. Do you know who white folks are thinking about? White folks. They're thinking about their children, their husbands, their wives, their businesses, their schools, their communities. That's what they're thinking about first. Of course. That's who we should be thinking about. Ourselves. First, I wrote this 22 years ago in Success Runs in Our Race, and I said one of the core values moving forward in the 21st century for black people is we must think race and culture first, but not only. A good white friend of mine said to me not long ago, he said, Dr. Fraser, I understand the problem with black people. I said, oh, really, Bernie? What's the problem with black people? He said, you spend all your time thinking about us, and we don't spend any of our time thinking about you. So if you ain't thinking about you, and we damn sure ain't thinking about you, who's thinking about you? Well, I had to do the Holy Coast dance. I had no response. Bernie really did understand it. So we have to shift our thinking, focus on ourselves, circle the wagons, raise our consciousness, understand who we really are, God's first people. We are. That's science. That's not hype. 75,000 years ago, the first human remains were found in the Olduvai Gorge in Ethiopia. Now, if you're hanging out in Ethiopia, you've been to Ethiopia. You're blue-black. You're hanging out in Ethiopia, you blue-black. Our history is ancient. It's not just 400 years. We're an awesome and powerful people, but we have forgotten this. So, the moment we begin to raise our consciousness by remembering who we are, understand that America will never maximize its full human potential until Africans in America maximize their full human potential. And we must keep telling them that, by the way. We have to say it with love. They said, you know, you ain't going to be shit until you... You know, until I get mine. That's right. God made me say that. That's what it is. Right? But that's what it is. That's on the real. And every now and then, Maxine Waters might say something like that. Maxine is bad. Takes no prisoners. I don't know if you saw the interview with Chris Hayes on MSNBC a couple of weeks ago. She said they were nothing but a bunch of scumbags. That's what she called everybody in the Trump administration. And they like fell out of their seat, right? But that's the kind of truth they need to hear. So, now we have to go inward. Now we have to circle the wagons. All hands on deck. And educate ourselves around money. And understand why wealth is important. You see, because if you get the why right, the how will take care of itself. We just got to get the why right. Why is wealth important? Well, we are the only culture in the history of humankind that put political empowerment before economic empowerment. And last year we elected 9,000 black public officials, and we're still at the bottom of the educational and economic heap. What does that mean? You can't do it by politics alone. Now, I'm not hating on politicians. How dare we could put that kind of pressure on our political leadership? Right? You can't do it by politics alone. Why is wealth important? Because your wealth will determine where you live. Where you live will determine where your children go to school. Where your children go to school will determine the quality of your children's higher education. And the quality of your children's higher education will determine your children's lifelong earnings. And your children's lifelong earnings will determine where your children live. And where your children live will determine where your grandchildren go to school. And where you see the cycle of poverty here? Why is wealth important? Because in a market-based economy, in a democratic capitalistic society, the only color that really matters is green. Now, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what it is. So until our pile of green is as big and as high and as deep and as wide as any other cultural group's pile of green, we will never be considered an equal at the table of democratic capitalism. Why is wealth important? Because when we finish pontificating ad nauseum about our issues, somebody's got to write a check. Our Jewish brothers and sisters can write a check. Our Asian brothers and sisters can write a check. Our Arab brothers and sisters can write a check. I've been to Dubai. They got stupid money. We can't write a check. We can't even meet unless somebody else writes the check. Ask the NAACP National Convention, the Urban League National Convention, the Congressional Black Caucus. I've spoken at all those conventions numerous years. If they did not have big-time corporate sponsors, somebody else writing the check, they couldn't even meet. So when somebody is writing the check for you to meet, the golden rule applies. And that is those with the gold rule. So if they don't like your conversation, if they don't like what you're meeting about, if they view it as a conflict of their personal interests, they will not be writing a check. We have to fix that. Understanding wealth and being financially literate helps us to understand that the tax system was set up for the landowner and the business owner. Because the landowners and business owners write all the tax laws. So if we don't own land, and we own the fewest number of homes per capita of any cultural group in this country, and again, we came over here before the Mayflower, and if we don't own businesses, and we own the fewest number of businesses per capita, and again, we came over here on the Mayflower, you cannot fully exploit the American tax system. The American tax system will exploit you. Now, this is why Trump, with a small t, I refuse to call him president. And Bernice King told us to call him 45, right? So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. Trump does not want you to see his tax returns. Are you clear on that? Now, it's not because Trump did anything illegal. No. It's because Trump is a big-time landowner and a big-time business owner, and he has fully exploited the American tax system, and he doesn't pay any taxes on hundreds of millions of dollars of income every year. You pay more taxes per income, per median, per capita than Donald Trump pays. So financial literacy is critically important. So the 21st century for us must be about educating our people around money. Not all of us, just most of us. We are in serious trouble if we don't fix this. We will be relegated to permanent second-class citizenry in this country if we don't fix this. The hole is so deep and the trouble so harrowing, I would categorize our problem as an addiction, as a disease. We are firmly entrenched in a steam-based prestige brand purchasing. That's what we do. Now, again, I already said it. I understand. Yes, you are somebody, and you're using the best thing you can to say to somebody, I know you see the color of my skin, but I am somebody. Check out my red bottoms. Check out my Louis. That's a subtle statement, which assuages the depression in a sense. It's a deep psychological issue. So we have to fix that, and we have to work on this addiction. So I've come up with a solution. So I am not a person, if you know anything about me, I may pontificate eloquently about a problem. But I am really, in my heart of hearts, an entrepreneur, thinking outside of the box, gifted with that black creativity. And we are some of the most creative people on the planet. When the playing field is level and the rules are public, right? Not only will we compete, we will win, and we will change the game on your ass. No question. We will change the game. We will take it to a whole new level, things you have not even thought about that were possible. That's how powerful and creative this gift that God gave his first people. So, we have an addiction at the moment. You know, addiction is just temporary, and we have a disease, and we can fix it. So, here's how we're going to fix it. Here's what we're going to do about it. I believe that we must use the same 3 simple little principles for treating our addiction that Alcoholics Anonymous uses to treat sobriety and Weight Watchers uses to treat obesity. Now, I know a little something about Alcoholics Anonymous because a very close friend of mine was an alcoholic and I had to do the intervention. Here's their 3-step system. It's been practiced for 90 years. First, when you go into their program, all Weight Watchers really just copied Alcoholics Anonymous because it works. The first step is a covenant or a pledge to a cure. In the case of Alcoholics Anonymous, it's their 12-step program. Now, I don't know if you've ever read the 12-step program, but it's righteous. God is all up in it. Very spiritual base. Well, we can relate to that. And along with pledging to that covenant, you have a goal. Very simple goal. Now, I don't know how many of you know what the goal is when you go into Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a very simple goal. I shall not drink today. Not next week. Right now. I'm going to beat this addiction one day at a time. That's the goal. With Weight Watchers, is I'll lose X number of pounds and I'm going to keep it off X amount of time. That's the goal. That's the first step. The second step is that you must pledge to become literate about your addiction. So you have to read books, and Alcoholics Anonymous has its own books, on addictions. All kinds of books have been written on addictions. So you have to pledge to become literate about your own addiction. That's the second step. And the third step, and the final step, is you must agree to attend a support group or in a support center 2 to 3 times a month. In other words, they know that you have to be around people that have the same issues that you have, to give you support, to give you information, to inspire you, because you can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. John 5:30. John 5:30. A direct quote from Jesus Christ. And you know, there are not that many direct quotes in the Bible from Jesus Christ. This is from Jesus Christ. John 5:30. And Jesus said, I of my own self can do nothing. Now this was Jesus. Jesus couldn't get it done on his own by himself in a vacuum. So what's up with you? Why would you think you can do it by you? You can't do it by yourself. You need support. This is the fly in our ointment. For 10 years, there has been a covenant. The 10 principles of financial freedom. As part of the Moses movement, something I developed 10 years ago and asked people all around the country to pledge to the 10 covenants. 71,000 people have pledged. In fact, I don't know if I brought them with me. I was going to read them to you. I think I might have. Oh, here they are. No. Is this it? No, I don't think. I think I left them. Yeah, I think I. Oh, here they are. So for that, I'm going to have to put on my glasses. Stop trying to look cute. I'm really blind. Are there people out there? Yeah, I'm kidding. So I'm going to read to you. This is 10 years old. It's been around a long, long time. It's a covenant. And there's a simple goal. The 10 commitments to financial freedom. The pledge, the covenant. Thou shalt prepare yourself and your family to tithe easily, effortlessly, and joyfully. You notice I don't say an amount. Number 2, thou shalt maximize your earning potential, better manage your budget, and live below your means. That's a fundamental principle. Live below your means and invest the rest. If you're living above your means, that means you're spending everything more than you earn. If you're living within your means, that means you're spending everything you earn. So our purpose here is to live below your means, so that you can tithe to you, basically. First, it's a fundamental principle. Thou shalt start building wealth now and prepare your children to start early. That's number 3. Number 4, thou shalt save and or invest at least 10% of your monthly income, at least. Number 5, thou shalt use home ownership and real estate as the cornerstone for building wealth. Number 6, thou shalt establish an investment plan for your retirement needs, your children's education, and community-based philanthropy. Number 7, thou shalt more effectively manage your credit, debt, and tax obligations to develop a track record of predictable financial behavior. And number 8, thou shalt ensure that your wealth is passed on to future generations through proper insurance and estate planning. Number 9, thou shalt support the creation and growth of black-owned businesses. And number 10, thou shalt monitor and focus on your wellness to live a long and fruitful life as a model for your children. Now, do you understand that money, business, and wellness are all connected? They're all connected. So that's our pledge. 71,000 people have made this pledge. Our goal is simple: to become debt-free within 3 to 5 years, excluding mortgage, and to commit to saving at least $50 a month. Our goal is $1 million. We've got about 71,000. So we have goals. We have a literacy program. Part of the Moses movement is a whole online teleconference-based 1-year financial literacy training program. So you call up a certain number on the third Tuesday at 9 o'clock at night, and there'll be about 15,000 people on the line, and we do a live training on some element or area specifically around financial literacy. So we have our own literacy program. What we don't have in America, unfortunately, and this is the key, is a place that you can go anytime you want, day or night, be with some people and get some training, get some support, get some information. Alcoholics Anonymous, I live in Cleveland, has 41 support centers in Cleveland alone. 41. Weight Watchers has 27 support centers. So any time of the day or night, you can get support. And you'll be with people who are trying to deal with the same issue you're dealing with. We don't have that system in Black America. We know that's critical because that's what really works. That's been proven over a 90-year period of time. So, being an entrepreneur, I never see problems. Financial literacy, according to the Wall Street Journal, in an article 2 weeks ago, if you'd like to see it, I'll show it to you, said that financial literacy is an American problem. Big American problem. So we know that when white folks catch a cold, black people catch pneumonia. So if it's a big American problem, it's 10 times bigger in our community. And their suggestion is that the institutions of education in America, and even perhaps business, ought to address this problem at the earliest ages of our children. That's what they suggest. This is the Wall Street Journal. So that was music to my ears, because I don't see it as a problem. I see it as a massive opportunity for us to engage in social entrepreneurship, to make a profit and to make a difference, to do well while doing good. Now I want to read you something. So that's a paradigm shifter. I want to read you something from Peter Drucker. I read this about 20 years ago. I added to it, but I'm going to read you his original statement. Now, Peter Drucker, in case you don't know who Peter Drucker is, Peter Drucker died at about 91 years old in Claremont, California, a couple of years ago. Peter Drucker is considered to have been the best management consultant of the 20th century, a brilliant man. If you really, really are interested in knowing how to cultivate, nurture, and to build a business, read the Peter Drucker Reader. The Peter Drucker Reader. He is a beast. Peter Drucker wrote this 20 years ago. He said, the proper social responsibility of business is to tame the dragon. That is, to turn a social problem into an economic opportunity, and economic benefits into productive capacity, and then into human competence, and then into well-paying businesses and well-paying jobs, and then into wealth for all. Now that's deep. That's deep. How do you take a massive problem and turn it into a massive opportunity? So I'm suggesting, and you're going to learn more about this at the Power Networking Conference, because at the Power Networking Conference, we're very progressive, and what we spend a lot of time talking about are where are the trends and the new business opportunities that we, without a lot of capital, can actually pursue and earn. Where are those opportunities? And if it does take a lot of capital, do we have people in our audience at the Power Network, about 1,500 millionaires, billionaires, I mean very, very successful people? Is there a group of us that want to collaborate and get in on the action? So one of the industries we'll be talking about in July will be what? The marijuana industry. Right now it's about $7 billion. Within 5 years it'll be $28 billion. It's right here in Washington. So for 20 years we were put in jail. Tens of thousands of our brothers were put in jail because of marijuana. It was a huge problem in America, and what did this capitalistic country do? They turned it into a business. That's what capitalists do when you live in a capitalist society. So we'll be talking about that. But there's even a bigger industry that is more appropriate for us. Now, there would be many of our brothers and sisters that would have a moral or spiritual reason for not getting into something that was once an addiction. Well, it wasn't really an addiction, but I never knew anybody that killed anybody because they got high off marijuana. I knew plenty of people that killed people because they got drunk. So we could have a moral discussion about that. So if you're morally against it, don't join the group of 10 people that are going to get together and buy half of Washington, D.C.'s marijuana business, which will end up being about, $2-3 billion. Don't worry about it. Go to church.
Amen.
Right? Yes. And she just said, "Can I get a piece of that?" And see, you should be saying that. How can I get a piece of that? Oh, we're going to show you at the Power Networking Government. Because we're going to collaborate, we're going to put together a group, and we're going to get a piece of that. Right? For all of you sinners. For sinners only. For sinners only. Now, for you righteous people, I have a bigger opportunity for you. And that is the opportunity, the $4 trillion opportunity of the financial services industry. $4 trillion, of which we barely scratched the surface. Barely. When you look at the number of financial professionals in America, the overwhelming majority of people managing your money, insurances, and stocks are white folk. And we just give it to them. And a lot of tricksters in there. A lot of con men and women, right? It's a massive industry. And the Wall Street Journal now just said that financial literacy has to be solved. And that either business and or educational institutions need to tackle this problem. I say I'm down with that. So, what's the missing piece in our financial literacy continuum? Support centers. We don't have them. The closest we have to support centers are wealth ministries in historically black churches. That's the closest we have. Now, there's 75,000 black churches in America. About 15,000 of them have wealth ministries. But they're really old school. I've spoken in about 100 of them. Here's the problem with our faith-based wealth ministries. The layperson running the wealth ministry is not even certified in financial literacy training. So you have unqualified people teaching in a wealth ministry. You can't teach what you don't know. For the most part. There's some good ones, but most of them are way outdated. So the first thing is to upgrade the quality of teaching in our wealth ministry. Because you can't even teach reading in public school without being certified. You can't teach math in public school without being certified. You're going to teach somebody about money and the continuum of money and wealth, and you're not certified? You don't know. No. So we now have a wealth literacy certification program. And you can become, through us, certified in financial literacy. Certified. By the National Council, they have certified our certification program.
Nice.
So you can now become certified in financial literacy training. So that's step A. Step B, physical infrastructure. Why not reinvent, rebrand, reframe, reposition black church wealth ministries? Why don't we call them something else? Why don't we make it exciting? Why don't we give it a title that really helps us to think and soar? And then through a licensing arrangement, not a franchise, a small licensing fee, build a massive network of 5,000 to 10,000 financial literacy support centers right in the black church. The infrastructure is already there. It's already there. We don't have to build any buildings. We don't have to rent any office space. Alcoholics Anonymous has to. So does Weight Watchers. But we can't afford that. We know that, at least right now. So why not have faith-based, and for those who are forward-thinking, freestanding? You see, because I can teach you, I can get you certified in financial literacy training if you'll do the work, if you're disciplined enough, and then I can show you how to make $100,000 a year minimally educating our people around money. But I'm going to help you with one other thing. We need infrastructure. We need a rebrand. So we're now rebranding. I think I have a picture of it here in my... Can somebody get my black bag in the back? I have a cell phone. I want to get my cell phone. I want to show you a picture of what we've done. We're now going to rebrand the Wealth Ministries with a real high-end, soaring logo design, and we're going to call them WINGS. Financial Literacy Support Center. It's a sub-theme. A place to discuss all things money. WINGS. But WINGS is actually an acronym. WINGS means Wealth in the Name of God and His Son. Wealth in the Name of God and His Son, which is a tribute to the 1,500 references of money and wealth in the Bible. Where do you see the logo? So I made a presentation to a group of 60 of very, very powerful, influential ministers around the country, and everybody signed up. And like in a New York Minute. This is a no-brainer. This helps to make our church more relevant, brings it into the 20th century, and then a requirement for getting a licensed WINGS center and become a part of our network is that the person who does the WINGS center has to be certified in financial literacy training. They have to be certified. That's number one. And then it has certain space requirements, has certain time requirements. You've got to be open X number of hours, X number of weeks, those kinds of things. It's a licensing agreement. So, if in fact we're going to do that, did you find my black case? It's oh, there we go. You could have. Oh, you got it. That was good. No wonder they couldn't find it back there. I'm just kidding. So, I'm going to show it to you. All right. So, there we go. We want to open up within the next 5 years 5,000 of these centers. As I said, it's a licensing agreement. $299 per year. We then use the money to develop programming. So our job, almost like a franchise, is to make sure you have all the right product, the latest product to teach and to use, right? And to market and promote this as a network of financial literacy support centers for any brother or sister that wants to come. And by the way, just like Alcoholics Anonymous, it's free. You pay nothing. So the question you might be saying, Dr. Fraser, well, how do I make any money? Well, I know that no one here has ever been to a Alcoholics Anonymous support center. I have, because when you intervene on behalf of someone, you have to go through the program with them so you will learn how to serve them. They do not charge. They ask for donations, just like the church does not charge. They ask for donations, so we ask for donations. But that's not where the money is. The money is on the back end of the business. So another requirement to get a WINGS center is you must get an insurance license. So last year, at 71 years old, I marched into Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland and took my insurance exam after studying very hard. And when I walked into the room, like there's a bunch of people thought I was like the instructor. I was probably the oldest person in America getting an insurance license. This is typically what young people do. But if you remember, one of the commitments is proper insurance. And the white folks have been using proper insurance for the intergenerational transfer of wealth for pennies on a dollar for generations. The most we knew about insurance was burial insurance. And that barely covered even a burial. So, you now have an insurance license, or you can pick some other financial profession. You might want to be a real estate person. You might want to be stocks and bonds. You might want to, whatever, financial consulting. There's all kinds of certifications in the financial services field. I happen to think the thing that would best serve you as an entrepreneur is an insurance license, because as you educate people, here's what's going to happen. You're going to educate people. They're going to see the light. They're going to have an aha. And when they have an aha, and they're going to start making different financial decisions. And they're going to need different kinds of products that we have not historically purchased in a good and righteous way, because if we knew better, we would do better. We don't know any better. And so when someone needs the proper financial tools to protect their assets, to provide them a tax-free status, and to make sure that their children's children are taken care of, you are there to provide those services. And whatever small group you put around you, someone who is an expert in tax accounting, someone who is an expert in stocks and bonds if you're in insurance. But there are 5 or 6 areas of expertise. So whatever financial needs your people have who you're bringing into literacy, they will need services, and they will get those services from your collaborative group, right? So you give them referrals, and the referrals get what? A small commission. This happens this is entrepreneurial thinking. This is thinking outside of the box. This is making a profit and making a difference. This is doing well while doing good. What's the number one problem in Black America? It's not financial literacy. It is the absence of black men in the home. I said that before. The absence of black men in the home. So when people take out the right financial instrument, it becomes a financial surrogate to protect your assets and your children in place of the man that ultimately will be there someday. But in the meantime, you've got to do some wise things to protect the assets of your family and your children. So the overarching goal is 1 million $1 million babies. That's what we really want. 1 million $1 million babies. Because for many of us it's too late, but it's not too late for our children. And we will not fulfill the prophecy on the front pages of USA Today when they wrote an article about black baby boomers. They said African American baby boomers will be the first generation of Africans in America to raise another generation of Africans in America that will not do better than them. So in the 400-year history of our people, we are the only generation to raise another generation that will be worse off. We need our asses kicked. Count me out of that. I will not contribute to that. So while it may be too late for some of us, it's not too late for our children and our children's children. Proverbs 13:22. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Now who's going to do that for us? We are going to do it. Period. End of sentence. So all we have to do is create the system, the instruments, the vessels, the infrastructure to do that, and find a community, an army of black people committed to financial literacy and creating wealth for our children's children. So I'm going around the country, spending the rest of my life recruiting people that want to join this army because I see it as a huge opportunity to fix an egregious problem that will infect, and affect generations of our children. And so we must do what our forefathers and ancestors did when they started the fight for freedom with the first generation that was put on the ship. Some of them jumped off. That was the first rebellion. But they stayed the course. And anybody that was black worth anything was down with the fight for freedom. Same thing for civil rights, voting rights, and public access. So now we're looking for those to take advantage of this huge opportunity and be a part of this movement. And we will show you how to make a profit and to make a difference, how to do well while doing good. I'm looking for my Wings logo here. I have it in my cell phone. And I want you to see it. You could pass this around, but you give me my damn phone back. Every now and then I curse because I swear, you know, I've been black 72 years and shit, sometimes you just gotta curse. You know? You just right, you gotta shake out people and just curse. You know, you just, you know, please, Negro, please. Now, when I say Negro, please, let me tell you how I spell it. N-E-G-R-O-W. N-E-G-R-O-W. Negro, please. Right? 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 Negro, please. So, remember that. Okay. See, I don't want to wear you all out because I actually have a second part that connects to the first part, but I don't want to wear you out. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find this little picture in my little library here, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm going to open it up for questions. Anybody have any questions about what I said or did not say? Well, and don't be shy. This is rare. This is a rare opportunity. Huh? Did we pass out the flyers? No. You didn't pass out the flyers? Let me talk about that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay, who has the first question?
My question was, when
is it on? Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
People online.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
When is the Power Networking Conference?
When is the Power Networking Conference? See, you're supposed to have one of these, but they're wiser than me because they probably knew that if they gave you one of those, you'd be reading that instead of listening to me.
Okay, gotcha.
So I get it. It's July the 5th through the 8th.
You have a question here, George.
July 5th through the 8th. Let me just say a couple of things about it. July 5th through the 8th. That's it. I said 5th. Did I? Oh, okay. I'll explain that to you. I'm giving you a secret. Maybe all these people are here. Right. The 5th is what we call our jump start day. All right. That's an unofficial day that we don't announce because we officially open on a Thursday, but we have pre-activities on a Wednesday. This year we will be opening our Jumpstart Day with a meetup at the National African American History Museum. Okay? And then we'll all move from there to the Gaylord, where we will have a celebration and a remembrance to Dr. Miles Monroe. Miles Monroe, awesome. Had the honor of having spoken at the conference more times than anyone, 7 times. Him and Les Brown. And so we have wonderful footage. And we were looking at some of that footage the other day. It's just mind-boggling. I mean, this man was he was awesome. We miss him. So his son is coming in Junior, and we're going to give him an award. And then from there, we will segue into our regular programming, which is our Power Talks, which is our version of TED Talks, 17 minutes of big ideas that matter. And then everybody that has a Power Talk gets a 1.5-hour workshop so that you can gather with them and peel back the onion on their 17-minute talk. So the purpose of their talk is to pique your interest about their particular subject. And then you have a chance to network with them and spend real deep time with them. That's our system. So it is a conference like no other. Forbes magazine named it one of the top 5 conferences not to be missed in America. Not one of the top 5 black conferences. One of the top 5 all-time conferences in America not to be missed. You should be there. It's a place where you access very important and powerful people, access resources and contacts. It's a place where you learn, where you grow, where you prosper. As I said, we only talk about 3 things. We're not talking about reparations. It's important we ain't talking about that. We're not talking about the jail sentence of crack cocaine versus powder cocaine, and we're not talking. That's wonderful. That's important. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about business, money, and wellness. That's all we're talking about. Business, money, and wellness. And a big piece of it will be what you heard, and it'll be more flushed out at the Power Networking Conference. So let me make you an offer. Well, you had a question. I'll make you an offer after the question.
I was just going to ask. Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask, if we're interested in becoming Wing certified, how will we be able to do that? Is it going to be in a general location, or is it going to be an online program?
We are gathering names and interested parties now. So if you're interested in being in the information loop and the rollout loop, by the way, we just opened the first Wing Center in Cleveland in my office building. We rented 1,000 square feet of prime A space, and we had our first Wings event on Tuesday. So I'm not, we ain't kidding here. So it's what is that? It's a prototype. So this is where we work out all of the details. We work out the sequence. We work out the structure, right? We work out our marketing plan, our invitation program. For now in Cleveland, we're opening it once a month. As we gain momentum, as we gain interest, it'll then be once a week and maybe twice a week, depending. But it was now, so this was the first one, it was packed. We had to turn people away. So it was packed. Packed. So if you're interested in either a freestanding or a faith-based, and you got it like that with the pastor, right? Because you're going to have to pitch this to him. But it ain't going to happen without top down. We all know the black church, right? Okay. So as you got it like that with the pastor, if you have a business card, if you don't have a business card, put it on a piece of paper. Put your name, address, phone number, cell number, whatever, and email address, most importantly email address, and just put Wings on it. And I'll know. And you'll go into our database, and it's not limited to 1 per city. It's not that at all. Right? 40, 50, 60 per city. We need them everywhere, all the time. Right. Oh, yeah. That's right.
Anyone else have a question?
Please print. Please print. Okay. Now, so that's on Wings. Yes. I'm sorry, dear. Yes.
Hi. First of all, I love you.
I love you.
I saw you, it was 2008, I think, in Atlanta. Les Brown was there.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I had gotten a chance to see Miles Monroe. I came there with a tag on that was not pertaining to my gift. And during the middle of his speech, I got up, went outside, and changed my name tag to what my my gifting is. And I also know Bernie as well, because I'm a part of CEO Space.
Yeah, Bernie.
But I wanted to ask you, what do we do about the epidemic in our community where our black fathers are not there? What do we do? What do our boys do at this point? Is there any way we can stop them from leaving? Is there any way we can add what can we do? Because I'm not thinking about them, I'm thinking about the generations of young men that are coming up with no example of who to be and what to be or how to be.
Okay. I'm not going to answer that question now. I did answer. We had a roundtable discussion in one of the rooms on the side. We were doing some mentoring. Okay. And that the essence of that question came up. And I gave some very specific advice on that.
Oh, okay.
Right? I'm going to deal with that in the next presentation.
Okay, cool.
All right. But that's a very important question. It is solvable. It will take time, but it is solvable. There is hope, right? There is hope because a lot of our brothers, I should say, are really now understand how important this is, and they're changing their ways. So we'll talk about that in the next presentation. And you see, you remember the people tell you all the time that you can multitask? Well, they're lying. No, that's BS. You cannot multitask, right? You can do two things at the same time, but you cannot do them well. All right? So I'm trying to talk to you and look for this thing here, right? And I'm multitasking, right? And I'm not focused or concentrated, and therefore this is why it's taking me an hour to find one picture, right? Because I'm not focused on it. So let's answer any more questions. We got to close up, right?
Well, you can take as long as you want. We never have to close up. But we will take one more question. We will take one more. Oh, you got two hands. So we go two really quick. Pop up and ask your question.
Where's the mic?
Where's the mic? Oh, that's right. That's fine. We got time. Wish we could stay.
Great.
Okay, so hold on. So
They
we
put wings
can.
on them. They put wings on them.
You want? Okay. You sure? It's okay. All right. She has deferred. So you can ask a question. What's your question? Rosa, go ahead.
Is there an age limit to the workshop? Can I bring my 18-year-old?
I'm gonna get into that. I was gonna make an offer after everybody had asked questions. So that's a good question, and I will answer that question in the offer. I complain about this because it was white America that suggested we do this. Now, no one has done it. We're gonna do it. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Participate in the program without a financial background?
Hmm?
Can you become certified?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, yeah, no, you do not have to be a financial professional to be certified. Just like you don't have to be a mathematician to teach math, right? No, you have to have the desire. You got a good mind. And remember, we're not teaching advanced, credit default swaps and no. It's basic financial stuff that we don't learn at home, and certainly don't learn in school. Yes, ma'am. How long? What now?
Is the training? The certification.
It's all online. Oh, how long is the training? It's all online, and it's as long as you want to take it. So if you want to take 6 months to get certified, we can take 6 months. If you want to do it in a couple of weeks, you can do it in a couple of weeks. I did it in a week. It's not rocket science. Okay? Now, it'll cost you to get your license. This is mandatory by various states, somewhere around $250, $300.
What about for the training? What does it cost?
I'm talking about for the training.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about for this.
Online training.
It's all online,
Right.
and you pay online.
And it's also in the business write-off too?
Oh yeah, under education.
I just want to say that though.
That's good. Thank you. Duh. Yes, and it's a business write-off, right? Right. You can write it off on your taxes under education and training. Right. So there's just no excuse, and you can get a return on your investment quicker than you can blink an eye. and really do something. Now remember, what did I say the two goals of Fraser Net has been for 30 years? To help black people build wealth that can be transferred intergenerationally. That's one of the things we've been working on for 30 years. And number two, to help black people become the #1 employer of black people by the end of the 21st century. As Jews are the #1 employer of Jews, Asians are the #1 employer of Asians, East Indians are the #1 employer of East Indians, Arabs are the #1 employer of Arabs. We too must ultimately, within 100 years, become the #1 employer of our own people. Now, what does this do? When you peel back the onion, it helps to employ our people in an area that our people need real help, that will be remembered and utilized for generations to come. In fact, you will not live long enough to see the impact of this in succeeding generations. Just as our ancestors did not live long enough to see our freedom. But we know we will succeed at this. Why? Because we're right.
And they're wrong.
Right? We're right. This is a big vision. Now, I'm going to talk about this in the next segment, but I got to say it now because it's most appropriate. I just can't do this and talk at the same time and wear this tight-fitting suit, you know, that cuts off your blood circulation. Maybe it's the circulation. Oh, just kidding. We must become self-employed. We must ultimately become entrepreneurs. We must create work and jobs for our people. When you begin thinking like that, or begin to teach our children to begin thinking like I taught my two sons. See, I was taught, 72, baby boomer, get a good education, get a good job. Right. That's what I was taught. Now, that made sense at that time because my father, who came to this country in the early 1900s from Guyana, couldn't get a good education, couldn't get a good job. So that's what he wanted for his 11 children, 8 boys and 3 girls, because he couldn't get it. And that was right at that time. But that's not what I've taught my two sons. I've taught them to get a good education and create a job. Create a job for yourself, create a job for your children, and if God gives you the power and the glory, create work and jobs for our people. But do it in a good and righteous way and embed social impact into your business model. That's all this is. It's embedding social impact into our business model. This is the right thing to do. So as an entrepreneur, you are in effect a leader. And leaders in effect are visionaries. So as visionaries have the ability to see where other people need to be but are not there yet, and then they have the capacity to take them there. That's what real entrepreneurship is about. That's what the most innovative entrepreneurship is about. You see it before others. They don't see it yet. And then you build the capacity to take them where they need to be. Some will come early, early adopters, get on a bandwagon and help the train move. Then the masses will get on when? When the train moves. Okay, though. That's how it's always been. It's never been all black people going to do anything, right? All black people have never done anything. All black people didn't want to be free. That's why Harriet Tubman had to carry a gun. Right? All black people didn't support Dr. King. That's what split the Black Baptists. All black people didn't support Garvey. All black people didn't support Malcolm, right? All black people didn't ever do anything. Don't forget that. We only need a few. Thank God. And you are the few. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, thank you. Oh, the offer. I forgot to make the offer because the lady, the offer.
Okay.
Offer, quick offer on Power Networking Conference, right. I'm going to make a $1,600 offer. I'm not going to get into gory details. To come to the conference is $995. We sold the conference out last year, and we're 75% sold out, and it's still 5 months, all right? So it's $995 to come to the conference, to bring a student, which we encourage, a college-age student, 17 to 25, we encourage you to bring a young person. Right? Whether it's your own child or someone you're mentoring or whatever. That's $595. Then the After Dark program, that's when we have our night classes. We have 8 concurrent night classes every night. Right? I forgot what that is, $149. And then we have our Jumpstart Day. Huh? Yeah. Right. Right. Okay. But anyway, you get the After Dark, you get the Jump Start Day. You get a full registration for you and the young person, 17 to 25. We don't do babies. We love babies. We have babies. But not at this conference. We want young adults so we can mentor and model them, and they can sit at the feet of masters and meet masters. That's your job. And we create the environment by which you can do that. Because our speakers don't hide behind curtains, give a speech, and run out. They stay. Ask anybody that's come to the conference. They hang out. So we're going to give you that $1,600 package for $399. So that's everybody out there in the universe. That same package goes to you. $399. That's basically 2 registrations for $399. Now, you have no excuse here. You have no airfare, and you have no hotel bill, which is a lot of money for most people. I mean, the Gaylord ain't cheap. So you have no airfare and no housing cost. You have no excuse. So last year when we did the stats, 65% of the people were from where? Right around here. Because this is that kind of community. You have a lot of progressive, very successful brothers and sisters here. A lot of entrepreneurs too. A lot of professionals working in government. So this is also a conference about professional excellence. Okay, so that's the offer. Now, if you want to take advantage of the offer is good for 3 hours. Don't call me next week. I won't even, I won't know what you're talking about. I'll have amnesia. I said, no, I didn't say that. I don't know who was up there. It wasn't me. So, now, I've been black, as I said, for 72 years. Now, I know sometime we need a little payment plan. So I'm going to do a little payment plan, but you're going to pay a little more because that's how payment plans are. So you're going to write $199 now and $250 in 30 days. That's my payment plan. You're going to pay $50 more if you need a 2-payment plan. If you don't need any payment plan, it's $399. Now, by the way, FYI, keeping it real, all in full transparency, that's actually less than what it costs us to provide the conference to you. You know, every conference, you have to figure out what is the real hard cost per person when you look at meals and facility. You know, right? So this is minimally at cost. Take advantage of it.
Is there a code? So if I go online on my phone and...
Yeah, you can go online. It's going to be. You can go online. You go to powernetworkingconference.com, and you can get it right online. But you can't get this deal online. But you can go online. Yes, it is online. And in fact, go online because also there's a video of the conference from last year here at the Gaylord online. Real nice video. You get some sense of what it's all about.
So you're taking credit cards now?
Yeah. You just turn it over, and there's a form on the back. Fill it out and give it to me. Right? And if you have some fear, but you have to trust me. We've never had a credit card issue that way. But if you just want to be careful, give me all your information. Without your credit card, we'll call you and get it over the phone. There's some people that that want to do it that way. Okay? Any other questions about the conference? I can't find his picture. I'll find it during the next session when I'm not talking and trying to do something. Any other questions? Yes. All right. By the way, this offer is also good for those out in the Ethernet, in the virtual world. There you go.
So the folks online, where do they go? Can they get the special offer online?
No.
So the folks that are online,
They
go
have
to powernetworkingconference.com and they can get the ticket at the prices online. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Okay.
No. This is a personal, private offer coming from the chairman of the board of FraserNet to our world. The only place they can get that is through me. So that means they either have to fill out a form, of which those out in the virtual world doesn't have one.
Right.
So if you're interested in the virtual world, here's how we can solve that problem.
They're listening. They're asking.
They're asking? Okay. Email me at gfraser, F-R-A-S as in Sam, E-R, at frasernet.com. Say, I'm in at $3.99. Make sure your name is on there. Make sure your cell phone number is on there. And my office will personally handle it.
And it's got to be about 7:30. That's in 3 hours.
3 hours.
So tell me it's got to be about 7:30.
That's right. We're going to wrap, what, will we have been wrapped up in about 3 hours?
No.
You got more speakers after this?
We're fine.
Oh, I feel sorry for them.
So for those folks that are out online, you are coming
I feel sorry for anybody that had to follow this.
Email at Fraser.
gfraser at frasernet.com.
Frasernet.com, and they will enter their first name and put count me in at I am in.
I'm in. That's right.
$399. I'm in.
I'm in.
$399.
That's right.
Now we are going to have a short break in just a moment.
Okay.
Break. Some folks may have questions. They can have an opportunity to come up front.
That's
Did you
right.
bring the books with you?
I did.
Okay, so
yeah.
Well, I'm sure you have them.
I have
good. So I think outside of the books, what we're going to have. Come back. Step back.
Here's what's going to happen.
I got you guys.
We're gonna break. During the break, two things will happen. There are those of you who want to shake Dr. Fraser's hand, take a picture with him, buy the book. There'll be a table right here. Where will the table be?
In fact, the book will be in my hand, won't it?
Right, the book will be in your hand. And the book is free, right?
The book is free, but my signature is $20. And you cannot get a book without my signature.
Now, also, George.
Give me a table from the back.
Okay.
So,
I'm making a call. So, George, also, in order to make this possible, there are a number of folks, and I think you may have spoke to one of them as well, that were sponsors. It allows us to get folks in, allows folks to get something to eat, and take care. In order to have an event like this, it can be open to the public. So I'm going to call one of those folks right now, a gentleman by the name of Lawrence Brooks. So Lawrence, if you're listening, that means I'm going to call you.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him a call.
I think I know Lawrence Brooks in Houston, right?
Well, he's in Houston. No, he's in Atlanta now.
Oh, he's in Atlanta right now.
But he may have been in Houston, but he's from Ohio.
Yeah, but Lawrence, I think, lives in Houston, and he has...
We'll find out.
Yeah, we're going to find out. And he's one of 71,000, I think.
He's one of 71,000.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Lawrence,
think.
how are you, man?
Let's see.
Good. We're live. We're here with George Fraser. Answer a question for us first before we get into sponsorship and so forth. We were asking, George said you were from Houston. I said Ohio. Where are you from, just for folks that are listening online?
He's in Ohio, right there, 30 minutes south of where George is now, and then I made my way to Sunshine, Houston Sunshine. How about that?
So he is in Houston.
He is in Houston.
I see.
Okay. I was wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Yeah, but he is from Ohio.
Yes.
That's right.
So if you can Lawrence, take a moment, folks that are listening. I know you took time out before as they get George queued up to have a table up front. Share what's one of the reasons why you decided to be a platinum sponsor for the Black CEO event today.
Yes, I believe in
they can
being
hear
a
my line.
Black CEO, and there is tenacity, there is just, outstanding stick-to-itness that you have to be, and I applaud everyone that's being on board with this, but guys, we got to make our mark out here. And I wanted to put the best foot forward I could in being a sponsor to this because I believe in what you guys are doing. And I want this to keep going on and on and on. And the best way to do something to get somebody involved is you be the first one to be involved. So that's why.
Fantastic.
That is why.
Fantastic. And can you tell us a little bit about your company? Now, I know that the site that they can go to is www.idsuite.me. It took me a while to learn that one, by the way.
Yes, sir.
www.idsuite.me for those that are listening online. But take a moment, folks that are listening, folks in the room, heard some of it a little bit yesterday, but folks that are listening online that are here right now, tell them a little bit about your company. You got about a minute. 60 seconds.
Excellent. Excellent. ID Suite has taken the virtual card or V card, what you would call it, and then taken it to the masses in regards to being a tool that the business card just could not do anymore. Business cards are being obsolete. Now we have a virtual card that you have on your phone where you can have multiple profiles of whatever you do business-wise, and you can send that to your individual contact or even your clientele. And this particular card is not just a placeholder that says who you are, but it has a follow-up feature. Follow-up. There's only 2% of successful business owners that follow up. 98% of their money is left on the table, and it's because of follow-up. So this card also follows up. It puts your information into a database and manages it. The virtual assistant will connect with your contact or your client even after you have already touch base with them and move on down the road to tend to your current business. So this virtual card or virtual media card will move business forward in many ways. It will get you out of the way of business if that is not what you're supposed to be doing. But the main thing here is you're not carrying a bunch of cards out there to throw it out to try to get something back. No, this is an intentional networking piece.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Lawrence. We appreciate it.
A couple of things, right?
So those are wings, but actually hands.
You know, George is probably one of the best networkers of our community. One of probably the best networkers in the country. You know,
yes, sir.
And this tool is a tool that he's actually using to network right now.
George just got his card.
Yeah.
And tell him, you want to tell him a little bit about it, George?
One second. Okay, now, here's the thing.
Nice, huh?
Is that we've got to get with the times.
Yes.
And some of us, we are still showing up in networking environments with old school techniques. And we got to move forward. We got to become better at digital networking.
Yes.
People ask me for my card all the time. Like, why would you want that? Because it's only going to go in a fishbowl bowl or the bottom of your purse or in your wallet till you get rid of it.
Right.
So why not
and you don't find it for 6 months.
Where you can immediately use it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you go to idsuite.me, go to idsuite.me, and those of you who have it, you know, start networking, digital networking with each other. If you want to break out of the geographic restrictions of your business and become worldwide entrepreneurs, you cannot do this without innovation. You cannot do this without being a digital gangster.
There you go.
Many of us, let me ask you a question. If I walked up to this stage right now and all of a sudden in the middle of my talk, I said, hold on, let me check my beeper. What would y'all do to me? You look at me like I was crazy. Well, we're in that same stage where there are people who believe that the business card will never die. The business card won't ever die, but the business card is going to take a different form. You don't want to be the person with a beeper in 2017. No more than you want to be the person asking your friend where's the nearest Blockbuster.
Exactly. There you go.
The world is changing. You got to change with it. Does that make sense? So you
That's
go to idsuite.me and get your
Yes, sir.
together. Does that make sense?
That's right.
Let me give you some quick instructions that's going to happen because we're going to take a break. And the break is going to be 40 minutes. How many minutes? 40. It's going to be 40 minutes. They have ramped up at the food place just for you. But here's some things that's going to happen.
Right.
Okay, if you want to get George's book.
Lawrence, I'll give your card right back, my man. Okay. I can get you for the video.
And then you go off this way. Which way are we going off? That way. That'll get you backstage and you go out that door. That way we won't create a traffic jam. Some of you, this book right here. Don't worry, we'll talk about it in a second. If you want to get a picture with George after you get the what? Book. Right after you get the book. You'll say on the screen. The autograph. One side of the image, George is standing on the other side of the image. Have your phone ready and somebody will take the picture for you. Now, the people gonna take the pictures, the millennial marketing machine, Mark the Cannon Boy, he's right here ready for you. And we have Cam, right, who is ready for you. So with that being said, during the break, you'll be able to get the book, and let me look at the clock. How long is the break again? 40 minutes. 40 minutes. So you can go right across the street. And also, bring your order forms out. Right, so we be here. So that means we arrive back here at 5:10 now. There's something special that's going to be happening tonight. So you want to be back in these seats at the right time. I got you. Yeah, so I got you with you. It closed at 5, so we got it. Okay, now, you want to be back in these seats at 5:10 because there's going to be a lot of people in the room for the first ever Black CEO keynote address. The State of the Black CEO, first time ever been done. And this is where we're really going to go really deep into what's required. So first of all, did you enjoy Dr. Fraser? Yes or yes? All right, well DJ, get us some music and let's get some books.
And the book is
Attention members of the Black CEO community. Here's a unique way to maximize your ability to connect with and collaborate with other Black CEOs around the country and around the world. Introducing the Black CEO VIP Membership Directory. George C. Fraser, one of the foremost authorities on networking and building effective relationships, says, when we cooperate, 1 + 1 = 2. When we collaborate, 1 and 1 = 11. And now, you have one of the most meaningful ways to harness the power of that statement through the Black CEO VIP Membership Directory. You see, we make it simple and easy for you to find the right people to collaborate with anywhere you are and anywhere you go. Our member directory is a browser-based app that gives you a direct connection to other members from the convenience of your cell phone. No matter where you travel, a few button clicks get you connected to members who are local to you. Our members directory includes a geolocator that displays the member who's closest to where you are right now in the category you select. Your profile includes your picture, a place for a video introduction to you, links to your social media sites, and your website, as well as a click-to-call button that visitors can use to connect with you. Use the directory to gain visibility for yourself and your business, and to find other like-minded people with whom you can collaborate in business. Make this the year that you give meaning to collaboration with other Black CEOs. Grab your listing in the Black CEO VIP directory today. And to make that decision easy for you, we have a special offer available only during this weekend event. For a one-time fee of just $97, you can lock in a lifetime listing in the directory and never worry about annual fees to stay connected. When this weekend's event is over, membership will be annual at a price point that will be 2 to 3 times the lifetime offering. Fill in the form on this page right now to be contacted by us to establish your listing. You'll receive an electronic invoice, and once you process the invoice, you'll be contacted to provide the information we need to create your profile listing. Let's work together to make this effort something we'll all look back on with pride and accomplishment in mind. The Black CEO VIP Membership Directory is for you.
Hey, my name is Jewell Tankard, and I actually live right here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, but literally right now traveling all over the world. I'm an economist by profession. I also am the founder and CEO of the Millionaires Club, and I had a vision to start that several years ago because I talked to so many women, and they would be like, well, I don't handle the money in my family, and I gotta ask my husband. It would be like basic financial stuff. I thought it was basic, but I realized it wasn't so basic, and that a lot of women really had intimidation issues where money matters were concerned. So I started the club because I wanted to be able to address some of those things. And even growing up, you know, my parents' power couple, they were like the power couple before you were calling people power couple. They actually were the first African Americans to have a business downtown Detroit, and it did really, really well. They made millions of dollars. And my whole life, we lived this fabulous life, his and her Rolls Royces, his and her Mercedes. I had a Volvo, we had housekeepers, cooks, drivers, the whole 9. And then at 19, we lost everything. And I was like, what the heck just happened? And so I remember asking my mom questions like, hey, did we have any money invested? Do we have any money saved? How did we end up like losing everything, having to lose our house, like the whole change in lifestyle thing was so emotionally drastic. And then, most of her answers were like, well, your father thought this or your father said this. And I remember thinking to myself, but what were you thinking? Was there anything going off? Was there any kind of financial gut saying, I think we should save this or I think we should pay this off? And so, mom was just a product of her generation. And I have to say, mom and dad are doing very well today. They have one of the top construction companies in Tennessee. So if they're watching, I'm proud of you guys. But it was just a true story. And this all happened in 19. And so I remember thinking to myself, this is crazy. So I went from, being used to daddy taking good care of me to now I'm trying to recreate this lifestyle that I had become accustomed to living. And so I started dating drug dealers, right? And so it actually was fun for a little while until they started getting indicted and dying. And so I realized at that point that I needed to take a hold of my own financial destiny. I didn't need to depend on daddy anymore because I was definitely daddy's little girl. And then now I'm trying to get boyfriends to create this lifestyle that I had become accustomed to living. And I realized at that moment, you know what? You better learn how to take care of your own self. And so now you need to become responsible, get financially educated, hang out with people that have your answer and not your problem, and educate yourself. So that's kind of my background, my story, how I got to, where I am today and accomplishing all that I had. And this is the thing that I want to say that I've come to understand. Some people are amazing producers. Like they can naturally produce money. They just sneeze it and cash flow comes out. Yay. Okay. But then there are some people that are not the best producers, but they can manage their money really well. They steward it really well. But wouldn't it be great if we could get a nice medium, come in between, become great producers and great managers at the same time, and not that one person is going to have everything. So I strongly believe in partnership. Okay, partnership, relationship. There's some relationships that I know I'm going to have to life because they have a particular skill set that I need to accomplish my financial goals. Okay, so one of the first things that I want to talk to you about today, and ladies, feel free to jump in if you guys have questions or you're like, hey, why don't you hit this? And I also want to say, I think this is really great. My husband is Ben Tankard. Yes, thank you, Lord. Gospel award-winning jazz artist, wonderful man. Even when I met my husband, this man had made millions of dollars, but he wasn't the best manager. And I'm so grateful that he was teachable to say, you know what? I've not done a good job of stewarding my money. You're good at that, so you steward it. And so we came together and made a power couple. And so what am I saying? You have to be honest with yourself to assess, hey, where am I really at? Where do I need to be? And what are some of the things that I need to adopt? So I want to just talk to you about some financial matters today, the old rules of money versus the new rules of money, because there are certainly new rules of money that are a lot more accelerated that are going to help you make your goals. So let's talk about the different types of income first. So we have 3 types of income. And let me start. I'm sorry, not income. Yeah, 3 types of income. So the 3 types of income that we want to talk about today. All right, and the first one is earned income. So what's earned income? That means that you go to work, maybe you work a 9 to 5, or maybe it's not a 9 to 5. And I don't know if you guys can see that too well, so let me try the red one. But maybe it's not a 9 to 5. Maybe it's a 10 to 2, or maybe you work the late shift, or whatever it is. That's earned income. That means that unless you show up, you don't get paid, okay? And ultimately, you don't want to stay there all your life because you'll never, ever be able to make the amount of money that you're really worth, okay? So earned income is the lowest form of income. The other thing about earned income that I have a challenge with, and thank God if you have a job because that's honorable, but one of the things that happens when a person is making earned income, and that means they're going to a job, working 9 to 5 or whatever those hours are. Over time, they begin to kind of lose what I call your financial gut. Everybody has a financial gut. That means instinctively on the inside, something tells you, I need to do business with this person, or I need to do this deal, or I don't need to do this deal, or I don't need to do business with that person. So what happens is when you work a set hours for a set person, usually over time, because they tell you when to think, they tell you when you can eat, they tell you when to go on vacation. They give you all the answers. So you never get a chance to develop your critical thinking skills, or never get a chance to really dive in and say, hey, what am I sensing here? Because I can tell you that a lot of the big deals where I made a great amount of profit, it wasn't because I knew everything. It wasn't because I had all the answers. Just something on the inside said, do this, go there, partner with this person, okay? So remember, I told you, partnership and collaboration is huge. It's everything, you know? And this is why I want you to learn how to get along with people. Let me make myself a note on that, because that is key. And I want you to know that there's a difference between a wealthy mindset versus poverty mindset. And it's not just about money, but it's how you view people. So I'm going to come back to that in a little bit, okay? It's how you view people. And so I'm going to teach you, we're going to talk about how you can maximize your relationships. And but let's go back here. So this financial gut is important. So I want you to start trusting that. Listen for that. Pay attention to that. Hey, is this something that I need to be doing? Or hey, man, I really feel like I should do this, or I really feel like I shouldn't do that deal. Those are the things that you want to pay attention to, okay, is your financial gut. So ladies, can you say financial gut?
Financial gut.
All right, that's great. All right, so number 2, the next type of income is what we call passive income. This passive income is where you want to tap into. You want to tap into passive income. Passive income pretty much says this, that whether I'm there or not, okay, whether I'm working or not, doesn't matter where I am in the world, I have the ability to make passive income. That means that I don't have to be there to make money, and I'm still making money. That's what the wealthy do. They make passive income. That means they're automatically in their sleep, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars are going, that revenue is going into their account because they understood the wealth secrets is to make sure that you learn how to earn passive income. Can everybody say passive income?
Passive income.
Okay, passive income. So that's good. So you want to make sure that you get passive income. That means that money is on automatic. Now, this takes, in order to make passive income though, this takes a certain degree of boldness. I'm going to say courage. And you have to be willing to take some risk. You are crazy if you think that you're going to make millions of dollars and never want to take risk. And that's the whole issue that I have with earned income, because this person usually has a box mindset, or you could say fixed. So ask yourself today, do I have a fixed mindset or growth mindset? Like, for example, I try to live my life like that. Like when I travel, I kind of have an agenda, but anything is subject to change. So I can't have people close to me, with me, that have a fixed mindset. You said we were going to be here at 3 o'clock. I can't roll like that because I have a growth mindset. And so I just flow with it. Even this past trip that I did, I had in my mind, this is what I'm going to do. But at the last minute, they said, no, you need to go to this business luncheon. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I just flow with it. But if I was hanging with somebody, that's a problem, because you're probably going to need some of those women to be successful. I can tell you right now that I would not have, and this is a true statement, and I believe this with everything in me. First of all, God, okay, let's be clear. But after that, I would not have, I don't think, 50% of the success that I've come into, and I'm just still getting started, really, that I've come into without relationships. Without relationships and just trusting. You know, when I got ready to start the Jewell Tankard show and Impact Network, that's on Impact Network, and they said, you know, we're really excited. We want to give you an opportunity to have your talk show. You have a voice and people love you and blah, 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 blah. And I said, okay, great. So what does it look like from a production standpoint? They were like, I don't know, you tell us. And I was like, so we don't have producers? They're like, no, you got to find your own producers. So I started looking the traditional way, and their costs were just so exorbitant. I was like, I can't afford that. This show's not even bringing in any money yet. Like, I can't afford to bring on Wendy Williams' person or, you know, Rachel Ray's person, Ellen. I'm not there yet. I'm just getting started. This is in 2015. And so I just started really praying, like searching my heart, who could do it? And I started thinking about a couple women that actually attend our church. And I just said, well, I'm going to ask them. One was involved in theater. The other one was really good administratively. And the other one was a phenomenal writer. So I said, let me just ask them, see what they say. And you know, those ladies have done an amazing job at producing the Jewell Tankard show. They saw the vision like I saw it. I said, one day we're going to have advertisers paying millions of dollars. I'll be able to pay you guys. But right now, it ain't happening. So, but they saw the vision. They said, no, we get it. We see the vision. So had there not been a relationship there, okay, even taping this, I was like, man, who can tape this? Derek, let's call Derek. And Derek was like, hey, I'm down. Let's do it. So what am I saying? That unless you start learning how to trust people, remember, out of your instinct, not because of your head knowledge, your instinct, one relationship will lead to another relationship, that'll lead to another relationship, and it'll start building. And next thing you know, you've built an entire dynasty. Awesome. You don't build a dynasty by yourself. Okay? It's impossible. And the reality is when you first start building a dynasty, you don't even have the budget to pay people. So you need to start valuing. Now watch this. This is the thing about wealthy people. They value people's gifts and talents. I mean, because if you just sit around and harp on people's flaws, nobody's going to be good enough. Okay? And for whatever reason, people with a poverty mindset, all they see is the problem. I'm like, that person has gold in them. Like, you need to dig for that gold and stop being so obsessed with what you don't like, because you're missing the value in mankind. God made mankind so creative, so innovative. Everybody has a genius. Everybody has a brilliance. Everybody. So what you got to do when you meet somebody, first of all, I see what I'm sensing in here on the inside. I may not know everything about them, but I can tell I either like you or I don't. Well, I shouldn't say I don't like you. I'll just say that maybe we're supposed to be connected, maybe we're not. Let's put it like that, okay? Because it's not about like or dislike. It's just about, is there a connection? Is there something there? Is there a relationship that can take us both to the wealthy place? Maybe not right away, but it will. And so now I have relationships that are like that. The people have grown. We've grown together, you see? And we continue to grow. Wealthy people, another one is wealthy people are very loyal. You might say, what does this have to do with money? This has a lot to do with money. Because if you can't maintain relationships, you're going to have a hard time with generating income. So you're going to have to say, hey, I trust this person. I'm going to be loyal. And it doesn't mean that you don't add onto your team, because in every season, you're going to need to add. You know, you get to a point you max out. I tell women all the time, your business is starting to grow. You've been doing all the cooking. You've been doing all the cleaning, grocery store, dry cleaners. Girl, hire you somebody. It's time now. You're at that point that unless you bring on somebody else, your business stays at a mom and pop level, when really it's time to take it to a Fortune 100 level or maybe Fortune 200 level, right? But you can't do that because you don't have the right relationship to come in and undergird and support that. You see? So everybody gets to that point where they need Miss Velma's company, okay, to come and clean for them or organize, okay? Because can't nobody organize like Miss Velma's company. I'm telling you right now. Can't nobody put my clothes together like Ellie Kalor. Oh my gosh, that girl's gift and talent is so big in my life that when she's not there, I feel it and I miss her. So when you get those relationships, you start realizing, man, you were really called to do it. Somebody else can write, but can't nobody write a press release like a Shia. Oh, I'm serious. I'm not just saying that. Like, figure out what those people's gifts and talents are and then hold them up and hold them as precious, and then everybody grows together. You got it? All right? So we want to make sure that we're valuing the gifts, we're valuing the talents, and that we're loyal, because people with the poverty mindset, they have trust, let me put it here, issues, hard to trust. Over here is easy to trust. These people trust really easily. These people usually are angry. That's why it's important not to practice anger. If you don't like President Trump, it doesn't matter, because the White House has never paid my bills. I don't know about you, but I've never gotten a check from the White House in my life. okay? Because I've created my own financial policy. So don't practice anger every day at something or someone or a president or somebody. Don't give them that kind of authority in your life. Take that energy to create business, to create income, right? All right, so you don't want to spend your life angry, because wealthy people, the mindset is they're usually happy and excited. Because guess what? Nobody wants to hang out with anybody dry and mean. Who's going to want to do business with you and you mean? No, I don't care how cute you are. Put a smile on your face. Let people know you appreciate them. Let them know, man, I thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Because people don't have to do anything for you. But when they do, make sure you're gracious. I promise you, this thing is so contagious, it will take off like crazy. So now that we've kind of talked about that mindset, I want to move over. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about money in particularly. We're going to get into a little bit of the old rules of money versus the new rules of money, and then what are the new rules of money and what you can do to make sure you're participating in that, okay? So everybody grew up hearing, I got to have a basic savings account, right? Well, I mean, I'm all about liquidity and having money liquid. Don't get me wrong, and I don't have a problem with the savings account. But if you you should never have a savings account for the purpose of saving for retirement or even a house, because you're not getting any interest. I mean, these things are paying like 0.01. It's crazy. So by the time you pay a maintenance fee, and of course, they'll tell you that if you have a minimum balance that, you know, you might not have that monthly fee. But if you're paying a monthly fee, you really might need to consider closing the savings account. You'll be better off keeping it under your mattress, okay? Seriously, you're just not making any money there. And then there's a money market account. And a money market account, you get a little bit more. So let's just say maybe 0.2 on there. And so the money market accounts are usually connected to a stock broker like a Edward Jones, a Merrill Lynch, a Smith Barney, something like that. And it allows you to move money from your money market account to purchase stocks, okay, or bonds or mutual funds. So the difference is a savings account is connected to a traditional bank or a credit union. Money market is connected to an investment account, an investment banker like Merrill Lynch or something like that. Okay, and then after that, you have your checking account. Now, you should never ever be saving money in a checking account. This is just for your operational expenses. Okay, this is just to pay your bills. The other thing that I want to say is that you need to give yourself a new zero for all of these things. This will help you from not bouncing, you know, checks. So let's just say in your checking account, you have $1,500 of expenses that are being paid out. Well, tell yourself you just have $1,400 in there. That way you always keep a minimum balance in your checking account of, let's just say, $100, okay? Same thing with a savings account, which, you know, there's not anything being paid out of this more than likely. But with this, it's important to keep that minimum balance. Plus, it'll help you offset usually monthly fees if you keep a minimum balance in there, and it'll keep you from, you know, bouncing your check. Another thing you can do, especially if it's a business account, you may want to open up an open line of credit. And basically what that does is that if indeed some of your bills are coming through and, you know, there's not enough money in there to cover it, they'll pull it out of that open line of credit. And usually if you pay this within a 30-day period, you don't pay any interest, okay? It's almost like an American Express. That's why I love American Express. I've been an American Express consumer since 1989, child. Ooh, you know, I've had American Express a minute. But they're great because you pay them off within 30 days, and then you have lots of perks, concierge, travel, points for rental car, you know, all that kind of stuff. So you might want to talk to your bank about getting an open line of credit, especially if it's a business checking account and you're doing business to pay your vendors, to get that open line of credit to just protect your account from ever going into the negative. Okay, so those are the different types of accounts. Now, I'm a strong believer that everybody should have a safe. I mean, you need to have some kind of money that you can get your hands on. Or maybe you may want to do a safety deposit box. You might not want to keep that cash on hand at home, or maybe you do, but you need to have somewhere where you can get cash on your hand. I also am a firm believer that even in your wallet, never ever let your wallet get below $200. So that needs to be just, because what happens is money draws money. So when you start getting away from having a broke mindset into a wealthy mindset, the key is to stay off of zero. Even if you have, let's just say you got a large check coming in, like maybe $35,000. Don't spend all the $35,000. Put a portion aside every time you get a lump sum to say this is just going to be there, because you have to keep liquidity. Okay, liquidity is key. All right, so those are the different types of accounts. And then can I get you to erase this right side, Ashia? So, you know, even in that wallet, no less than $200, and tell yourself that. I think that's pretty important, okay? The other thing that I want to say is that, you know, if you start using like an ATM debit, your credit card that's attached to your checking account, a lot of times if you use your ATM as a credit and not a debit, they don't charge you. Okay, if you use it as a debit and you put in your PIN number, there's a charge. So, you know, you always want to make sure you offset those little expenses, because that stuff ends up really adding up big time. Okay. I also want to suggest to you, especially for those of you that are business owners, and obviously this is the Black CEO Conference, so I'm sure most of you are business owners. Make sure that you really get an avid accountant, okay? Because what you need to do, and the Millionaires Club does have an accounting firm that we work with that are very, very savvy in tax strategy, but you need to look and see, you know, are you a sole proprietor, you know, or are you an LLC? Are you a corporate S or a corporate C? You need to figure out what you need to be, and you need to figure out you know, how many of those do you need to have? Because you might be at a point where you have, you know, your, you know, I don't know, whatever kind of business you have, and then maybe there's another business that springs out of that business. So you want to try to keep all those things separate, and it's important to keep those things separate, because I don't want to put, if I have an LLC, I don't want to deposit money into my LLC that really should have been in a personal checking account for operational expenses, because I want to make it very easy for my accountant to look and see. Because one thing the business owners we do sometimes, we mix everything in one pot, honey. Everything, just put it in that account. Well, wait a minute, what is this for? You know, which is why I like for people to have American Express. You can say this American Express card, everything on there are business expenses. Because American Express does a great job at tallying up at the end of the year all your expenses. So you can actually go on your American Express, on your statement, you know, on the app, you can look and see, travel, I spent $20,000. Dining, I spent $10,000. Clothes, like it breaks it all down for you monthly, quarterly, and annually. So it's going to end up saving you money as a CEO, because your accountant can clearly read what the heck is going on. You know, I remember having a meeting with our accountant, and he was like, I'm confused. Because I was confused with how I was handling my money. I was not being diligent and paying close attention to the details. So now I make sure if I use that card, I say, okay, which card do I need to use? Because I have several American Express cards. What card? Is this personal? Personal things need to go on the personal account. Is this business? You know, what business account? And then if you get to the point where your business has very large expenses, you know, like one of my family members, they put on their business a lot of times 6 figures. Okay, goes on to that American Express. Well, it's nice because they get the points for it. But she said it's not a big deal for us to have a $150,000 American Express bill. Some of you might have a very large American Express, $300,000, $500,000, depending on your business. Some of you $10,000, some of you $20,000. The point is you want to clearly define what is my income versus what is my expenses, because your expenses can be written off. Okay, and I also would suggest to you, even if you have an accountant, sometimes, and this is funny, because when I was talking to Mr. Roberts, the billionaire, he said, listen, even with my tax strategists, sometimes I have to consult them. Like, no, this is what you need to do. So you still want to, even if you have an accountant, you still want to make sure that you kind of pay attention every now and then. I'll pick up a periodical on, you know, 2017 tax strategy. Like President Trump just is giving a larger write-off to entrepreneurs. We're actually going to get a break on our taxes for people that make over a particular rank. So it's just good to read some of those things, because don't ever be afraid to question people that are working for you, that are on your staff. Hey, well, what about this? Or hey, did we write this off? Or hey, what about that? Or hey, I bought this, so can't we write that off because of da-da-da-da? And there's also an app now that you can actually download that will keep up with all your miles as you're driving. Okay, so if you put your vehicle in your personal name or even in your business name, depending on if you're a sole proprietorship or LLC or corp or S corp or C corp or whatever, you can actually write off. It'll calculate the miles every time you get in the car. You don't have to do anything. All you do is download it one time, so that ought to help you to give your account an accurate reading of how many miles that I actually, drive this year, and then all that goes towards your write-offs, okay? Tuition, schools, if you have dependents, make sure that you're putting that there on your write-off. So anyway, this is gonna be really important to have that accountant, because then they can come up with tax strategies. Now, this particular accounting firm that we work with, they're really good. Like, she can tell you before your taxes are filed, this is how much you're probably gonna owe in taxes this year. And then she can also give you some other advice to say, I think you should buy a property, or we got to offset your taxes, so you need to do X, Y, Z. So she can give you some strategy and I like her strategy, because her strategy not only does it help you offset taxes, but it also helps you to build your investment portfolio too. So that's pretty cool. All right. So that's kind of that. So let's talk about, we were talking about this in terms of money. So let's talk about, how do you grow money? Because a lot of people, I was at a big meeting yesterday, had about 1,000 people there, it was really good, and the people got a chance to ask questions. It was good. And one of the girls said, I got student debt, I got debt, I got student loans, I got debt, period. I want to get a house. I'm really, really thinking about getting a second job. Listen, I'm gonna always tell you, I don't think anybody should get a second job, especially not a girl. This is just me. I don't think women should get second jobs because it makes them look tired and they end up looking like their husband's mama. No, you got to preserve the pretty, baby. So I'm never going to tell you get a second job. But I do think what you do need to do is you need to make more money. And so one of the ways that you can do that is by doing something called trading foreign currency. Now, let me tell you something. Anytime you get ready to learn something new, what's going to happen is your fences are going to go up, because all of us have internal boundaries of what we think we can do, of what we think we can accomplish. But I'm all about the challenge. Never ever weary of being challenged. Never ever become tired of learning something new. And a lot of times you have to make yourself learn something new, because the human brain automatically wants to say, I'm done. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. But remember, the most very successful people got involved in things that they really didn't have an idea. I always love hearing the girl's story from the owner of Spanx. I can't think of her name right now, but she was making those garments in her apartment, 2-bedroom apartment, okay? And she kept at it. Next thing she knows, she got a call from the Oprah Winfrey Show, because she sent Oprah those Spanx, and Oprah said, dog, this is good. And she said, let's interview her. She was in a 2-bedroom apartment, and she only had a girlfriend helping her. You think she made that girlfriend a multimillionaire? Yes, that girl that was her friend. They started at the beginning, and so she's a multimillionaire today. But she had to hurry, and put together this. She's like, I gotta, because Oprah think I'm big time, and I'm in my apartment, okay? But the story was so cool because she actually went to her apartment. She said, this is what it is. And so from there, we know she is now a female, self-made female billionaire, okay? Why? Because she trusted her instinct, she had the right relationships, and it led her to the wealthy place, okay? So trading foreign currency. So what is trading foreign currency? Trading foreign currency, the banks have been doing it for over the last 100 years. And it's how they make their money, which is why they like for you to leave deposits in there, because they take that money and they trade it, and they pay you a very small percentage of what you actually, what the bank is getting, because the bank is kind of the wholesaler, and then you're the customer, and so they just pay you a small amount, but the banks make a lot more than that every time they trade. When they opened it up to the private sector over a decade ago, when they first opened it up, you had to have a net worth of about $3 million in order for you to even be able to trade. Now the average person can learn how to trade, right? So what is trading? All right, ladies, we're going to go to Europe for 2 weeks. How about that? Yeah, that sound good? We're going to go dining. We're going to go shopping. We're going to go to the art gallery. We're going to go to the theater, go see The Lion King, Color Purple. Come on now. That new play that's out with Denzel. We're going to go to do all of that. But before we do any of those things, what do we want to do? We want to go to the bank. Yeah. We want to take our dollar and exchange it for what? The euro. We're in Europe, so we want to trade it for the euro. So what will happen is we will take, and depending on the value of the euro, if it's greater than the dollar or lesser than the dollar, will determine if we get more euros back or less euros back, okay? So what we want to do, we want to make sure we put ourselves in a position to have that money to spend in Europe, because it's going to spend greater than our United States dollar. So we can trade foreign currency with any two countries and their currency. Any two countries, remember? And their two currencies. We can trade it. All right, so let me give you a quick lesson on trading foreign currency. If a particular currency is on an uptrend, then they call that a bullish market, and you place a buy, okay? If a particular currency, let's just say United States dollar and Japanese yen, is on a downtrend, they call that a bearish market, and you place a sell. Well, this is the crazy thing about the innovation. We partner with a company that has the innovation where we can make all of our trades on our, what? Cell phones. Can you believe that? Yeah, I trade every single day, and I can trade it on my cell phone. Isn't that amazing? So I can go on my cell phone. There are 3 apps that I can that I download on my phone, okay? And one app allows me to trade. Another app actually tells me what to trade, okay? Because you might still be learning how to read the charts. You're like, I don't know how to read these charts. What am I doing? The company will tell you. They'll send you a text message that says, Euro GBP, buy. United States dollar, Mexican peso, sell. All I do is copy and paste. Can you believe that in technology? Amazing. Copy and paste on there, bam. My trade is in. It takes me less than 1 minute. Less than 1 minute. Now, this is probably sounds like, oh my gosh, are you serious? Yes. We literally have people that had just come into the business maybe a year ago. I'm sorry, maybe a month ago. I haven't even been here a year actually. Maybe a month ago, maybe a week ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, and they're making hundreds of dollars a day. Some of them are making thousands of dollars a day. That's right. Thousands a day, hundreds a day, because the company will give a suggestion. You don't have to do with the company. If you get a text message, you don't have to put it in, but if you decide you want to put it in, you can. And you see that blue? Let's see, I don't know if you guys can see that blue or not, but blue represents profit. Yes. Profit. So now I have 2 trades in on Australian dollar and Canadian dollar. It's on an uptrend, so I have a buy in. And I have a trade in on the United States dollar and a sell in United States dollar and Canadian dollar on a sell. So I have 3 trades in right now. 2 of them are in profit. The other one is still negative. Okay, but I'm going to let it ride on all the way up and right on back down. Okay. So that's really powerful. That is huge to be able to do this on my cell phone. It takes me less than 1 minute. So it doesn't matter if I'm getting on a plane, getting off of a plane, getting ready to go in and do a meeting, getting ready to have family dinner, maybe go to the movies. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. It takes me less than 1 minute to put a trade in. And literally, you can be making tons of money in a short amount of time. Let me tell you something. The only difference between the rich and the poor, always remember this, is information. Remember we talked about earlier having that boldness, having that courage, right? To be able to step out and do something new, okay? And remember, you do not want to ask someone that you do not respect financially. You can respect them, but it doesn't mean you respect them financially. What you should do, trust your gut. Remember we talked about that, trusting your gut. So now I have the ability to take that. So what do I do? So let me tell you what those steps are. Can you erase this for me? So let me tell you what those steps are. You might be saying, how do I get involved with that? You can get on jewelltankard.com and shoot us an email, and we'll have somebody, either myself or one of the staff members, or reach out to you and tell you exactly what you need to do. But I'm going to tell you what those steps are, and it's really quite powerful because this is a wealth building skill set that you will have for the rest of your life. And when you study the wealthy, you will see that a lot of them participate in trading foreign currency. George Soros, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates. You pull back that wealth portfolio and say, oh wow, those guys trade. As a matter of fact, Google when you get a chance George Soros, and you'll see he made so much money one day trading that they had to shut down the Bank of England. The Queen was like, what is going on? You shutting our banks down, okay? So let me tell you what those steps are. So remember, you're going to learn how to trade Forex. So that's huge, because this has definitely been a wealth building skill set that's been dominated by our white brothers, okay? Love them too, but this has not been something that we've seen very accessible or talked about in our community, right? Because you can't take advantage of something that you don't know, right? So you're going to learn how to trade Forex. That's huge. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to spend $195 to get enrolled. And I tell people, you're going to spend that money to get enrolled in Wealth University, right? You are basically paying to learn the language of wealth, because wealth has a language. Like when I first started the conversations, I was like, whoa, it's way over my head. But I didn't stop listening to it. I stayed to immerse myself in it, immerse myself in those conversations, kept hearing those conversations, and eventually what happened? I started making sense. I said, yeah, I heard that before. I heard that terminology. I heard support. I heard resistance. I heard moving average. All these things that were so foreign to me, I was like, hey, I get it. And now I can have an intelligent conversation with somebody who's been trading for years. And I'm a new trader, but I'm making money trading. Isn't that awesome to be able to do that? So you'll pay that $195, and let's just say that's going to sign you up for Wealth University, okay? Then after that, we're gonna get you to sign up on, you're gonna get a demo account, okay? Because this is so new, we don't want you to start trading with your real money yet. You're still learning. So you'll start with a demo account, okay? Tell yourself right now, I am not afraid, and I'm going to embrace every new challenge. This is what I want to say to you. The world is changing. The financial landscape is changing. And unfortunately, most entrepreneurs never become wealthy. Do you know why? Because they take all their money, they put it back into the business, and they never start paying themselves. See, this will put you in a position, because I want you to get to the point where you stop eating the principal, but you can live off of the interest. That's where you want to be. I was talking to my good friend Donnie McClurkin yesterday. He said, man, I need to get involved with this. He said, because over the years, I've been an award-winning artist, and I made money, but I can't say my money is just growing. He wouldn't mind me sharing this because he shared it with the entire audience. I wouldn't do that, okay? But, you know, he said, I can't just say my money is growing. It's just there, right? So when you think about retirement, ask yourself this question. How much do you need to retire? And we're going to come back to this, but this is going to tie in. Retirement. So ask yourself, how much money do you want coming in every month? Now, you guys know how I feel about retirement, but it just means being at a point where you don't have to pay bills anymore. How much money do you need when you retire? Okay? And then you got to make sure that, again, because if you just look at a traditional 401k, remember that's going to be cut in half. So that means you're going to be forced to use some of these new rules of money, because let's talk about annuities. They only produce like 4 to 8% a year. Mutual funds, 4 to 8% a year. Stocks might do better, but again, it depends on your capital investment. And then bonds and CDs are real small, like 2%. Like it's super, super, super small. Okay? So we want to make sure that we put ourselves in a position not to just trust and rely on these traditional financial products that grandmama and them told us about, because maybe it worked for them, but inflation now is 11% a year, so we got to be aggressive. All right, so you have to ask yourself, how much do I want every month? So let's just say, I don't know, what do you think the average person wants? I'm going to use high numbers, okay? I like big numbers. Is that okay? Let's go with a big number. So let's just say $30,000 a month. Now, we also got to consider inflation, because some of you are 20, 30, 40 years away from being 65. But let's just say on average, you want $30,000 a month. And let's just say you are 35 years old, so you have 30 years before you get to 60.
with cancer because it's taken over. We are allowing it to take over. We are letting these diseases, we are feeding these diseases by what we eat, right? So I decided back then when I was 215 pounds, yes, I was. I released some weight. See, y'all keep trying to lose some weight. It's just like your keys. You're going to find it right back. So you got to release this thing. So I released that. But I didn't go trying. What I tried to do was be well. See, you got to just go on the inside versus the outside. And I know you hear that a lot, right? But you have to build up. When you do what's in, what you see out is just going to emanate. So for those of us women that's trying to get their sexy back, girl, you got to go in. And it'll just come out systematically, automatically. And that's what you have to do. So when I say to my clients all the time, especially when we do, because we're so busy as entrepreneurs, right? How many of you guys eat out? Not today, because I know today was just one of them days, right? We eat out a lot. We go to Starbucks. We go to McDonald's. Go to Taco Bell. We go to Wendy's, right? And you are paying them for bad health. You are giving them your hard-earned money that you work for, and you're paying them to give you bad health. But here's the twist on it. You are building their wealth. So for those of you that go to Starbucks that spend $5 or $6 a day, $7 a day, that's spending $50 a week, $200 a month, $2,400 a year, you are giving them wealth. Why can't you take that same wealth and build it into your health? You know, I'm also the creator of the Plank Talk Challenge. You got a minute? It only takes one to change the course of your well-being. That's why that challenge was created. But see, today, I am planking and banking. So instead of going to Starbucks, instead of going to McDonald's, for every minute that I plank, I put $1 in a jelly jar. So that's me making a daily deposit into my wellness, into my body, building my body retirement for my legacy. See, we're so busy building a legacy right now that you're not going to live to see it through. Because if you don't change the course of what you're doing, you're not going to see it through. Had a friend that just got diagnosed with diabetes. Well, he got diagnosed years ago, taking the medication. I'm like, sir, you really shouldn't be eating that. I'll just take another pill. I got a call about 2 months ago where he had to get his leg amputated. See, we don't get it until we get it. Right? Right now we look at working out and doing the right things as a burden. But if you don't look at it as a blessing right now, you're going to be a burden to somebody else. Yeah, so you have to understand how important it is as an entrepreneur, as we do this thing, that we are first. That without you, nothing works. And I tell this to my clients each and every day. You want to build your business? Build your body. You want to increase your money? What are you thinking about today? How are you generating focus and creativity in your mind? What are you doing? Because in order to get your brain cells working, turning, you got to move. It is the elixir of the gods. It changes things deep down in your soul when you move the body. So you ever think about it when you were younger and your grandmother may tell you, take a deep breath or jump up and down. I know my grandmother used to tell us to jump up and down, and I didn't wonder why. But as I got older and research and studying this thing, it was because it changes your hormonal structure. It bounces things out of place and bounces them back into place. So if you're trying to change something, just jump up and down. And it really will work. I worked with autistic kids about 30 years ago, and we used to have them bouncing on a trampoline. And it quieted them down. And it made things go back. It made them think clearer. It didn't make them discombobulated. See, we are all discombobulated right now. For those of us that's not doing what we're supposed to do. And if this is pinching you, it's meant to. because that's what it does to create change. So if you want to change what you're doing, you got to change what? Your daily habits. So the plank challenge was created to change your daily habits. You got a minute. It only takes one. Something that you can do every day. So what do you think was the 3 big excuses why we don't do something every day or why we don't move every day? Anybody? Time, that's one. Money. Energy. What? Discipline. Okay. The 3 biggest, what is it? Commitment. We're going to talk about that. But the 3 biggest excuses for not moving is time, it's money, and for black women, it's our hair. Our hair. Girl, I got my hair. You know, so, and that's what, I'm so happy so many of us are going natural. I don't know what to do. You know, so you can do this. But is your hair more important than your life? It's a question that you have to ask yourself. You know, so you have to make a decision. You say, I can't do it because of balance. I can't balance my money. I can't balance my business. I can't balance my bank. How do you figure, like how Howard said, how do you pollinate across all 3, right? How do you do that? You do it by making a decision. So what you can do is change your can I to I can. Look to somebody to your left and say, can I? Look to the right and say, I can. So can I, can I means complacent and not improving. Can I? You just hanging out there. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't improving. You just there. A lot of us say right now, I'm all right. You just there. But you got to flip that thing. And you got to go to I can. So I want you guys to play along with me here. And we're going to do the acronym for I can. So the I for me is initiate. Give me some more powerful words on I. Inspiration. Invest. Come on, somebody. Increase. Impactful. That's right. And intention. You know, you have to have an intention, you have to invest in you, and you have to start this thing. You have to initiate it. And then you got the C. My C word is commitment. Somebody else give me some more C words. Courage. Consistency. Conquer. Confident. That's right, that's all of them. Listen, you have to have the courage to be committed. So you can stay consistent, so you can control your change before somebody else controls it for you, before diabetes control it, before high cholesterol control it, you know, heart disease, cancer. You know, people ask me all the time, who's your accountability partner? Cancer is my accountability partner. It keeps me on my feet. There is no fear, but I know what not to do so this thing won't ever get back inside of me. You know, according to the Bible, it says that you're going to live to about 120 that we can. I'm going to break that record because I'm going to be here till I'm 150 because I get to decide. You get to decide how your life is going to be. That's just it. Make the decision to do something different so you can be better. And so the A is what? Mine is activate. Activate this thing. Come on. Achieve, accelerate. Take some action, right? But the biggest thing, because you guys got awfully quiet, you start talking about stuff that you don't want to deal with. Listen, you got real quiet. Yes, this is important. But another A is your attitude. You got to have a good attitude about this thing. You know, that's why I plank and bang. So somebody throw out how many minutes you think I planked last year. I did it for 1 whole year straight. Today I'm on day 422. So for 1 year, $365. Somebody else. How much money I saved by planking and building my body retirement? $600. Okay, I saved $5,052 last year. Because for every minute that I planked, I put $1 in a jelly jar. You know, when you're little, we're taught, like, you got a jelly jar for me, you got one for God, you got one for investment, you got one for education. I'm adding another one for body. Build your body retirement jar. This year, I decided I wanted to save $6,000, so I'm going to plank for 6,000 minutes. So I'm planking and banking. As I'm building my health, I am building my wealth. And that's how it gets correlated together. You get to decide. I decide I don't want to do Starbucks. I don't want to do McDonald's. I decide I want to take my money and build my own wealth with it. Because 1 minute of tasting good on your lips is not worth diabetes. It's not worth cholesterol. It's not worth you thinking that you are punishing yourself because you can't have chocolate cake. You're punishing yourself when you give it to it, especially too much. Now, if you're going to eat chocolate cake, it's all right. But if you're going to eat it, I always say if you're going to go out there, it just have to be orgasmic. It got to make your head go back. It got to curl your toes. It got to just make you go, yeah. That's when it's worth it. Other than that, if you're eating this crap and it does not give you that feeling, what's the point? What is the point? It's a waste. Because if you're going to go in, listen, I'm a tiramisu person, and I don't eat it that often, but I do eat it. And yes, it is orgasmic. I need that feeling. Best feeling in the world. That's just basically how it goes. So you decide what you want to feel when you're going in for that stuff and make it good. So in the end, what you think the end is, it's just now. It is necessary. The need for now. And doing these things is how I beat the cancer. I decided I didn't want to lay down and die. I wanted to live. Back then, I did it for my children. Today, I do it for myself. So I plank and bank. So I learned what it was. There was 3 books that I still hold on to this day, and I'm adding on as we go along. You know, the first one is the Bible, of course, because it got a whole plan in there for everything that you need. The second one, as you hear, is Think and Grow Rich. We heard that all weekend. And the third one is Back to Eden. Right? That's my Bible. All 3 of them. And I'm going to add this one, Trevor talking about this one we're going to make right here with the Black CEO. Into reading and what we're doing. But those are the 3 books I still read to this day that makes me well. So you got to find your 3. What's going to make you well? What's going to build your body equity? What's going to help you build your business equity? And what's going to help you build your bank equity? So I was debilitated for 2 years. So learning how to eat better, how to move, how to sleep, how to drink more water helped me get on. So because we can make our food our poison or our medicine. You get to decide. So are you eating poison or are you eating what's good that can heal you for the rest of your life? So I have a strategy. There's 8 doctors that I visit every single day. So if you want to know what those 8 doctors is, and send me, take your pen out. I want you to text, I'm committed, to 301-752-8737. Again, I'm committed, 301-752-8737. And before I close this up, does anyone have any questions? Okay. Oh, see, so listen. All right, so here we go. Okay. I'm going to let you say it.
Well, there was kind of assumption that everyone knew what a plank was, and the question was asked, you know, what is a plank, so that they can understand what you're talking about.
All right. Plank and bang. Someone threatened me with every inch of my life to say, but, you know, I got to do it. So how many of you want to take action today to do something different than you did yesterday? If you do, I got room enough up here for about 5 people. Come on, let's plank and bank with me. See, because I'm going to get down here and y'all just follow my lead. You want to know what a plank is? It's just an exercise. Because sometimes you got to go low, right? You got to go low, basically, so you can get up, right? So you're going to go down and you're going to come here. And you're going to plank, and you hold your body weight up, and you do this for a minute. So let me ask you, you got a minute? It only takes one to feel absolutely amazing. I do this, and I do it for 1 hour every single day. So here you go. You can hold your body weight up. Come on, ladies, you sinking. Lift up. There you go. And we do this. And the talking comes from, basically, it keeps your mind off what you're doing. It makes you breathe. Because a lot of the times we just seem to hold. You don't talk. We hold our breath and we fall down. But a lot of the times you do this. This plank touches 6 different muscles in your body. That's a benefit. Your shoulders, your biceps, your stomach. Y'all need a timer? Hey, y'all need a timer? Have we gotten to 1 minute? You know, and down, they are up. So here we go. Thank you, ladies. That's a plank. It took me 300 days. 300 days to wake up to an hour. This lady threatened me. I said I wasn't going to do it. I told you if someone asked me, we were going to bring it.
Okay, for some people who can't do the plank on the floor, you showed me the one on the wall. I think some people could benefit from it.
There are so many different planks that you can do. If you, again, go to my website, CandiceCamille.com, click on Plank Talk Challenge, and you will see a video that shows you every variation for a plank. I have paraplegics that plank with me, so no one has. I have people in oxygen plank with me. So just go there, text that again to 301-752-8737. I will give you my doctors that you need to visit every single day to start your wellness journey. Thank you. I'm Candice Camille.
Yeah, both mics. Oh, your mic went out?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, okay.
Oh, the mic went out. The mic went out.
Hey, get our 2 batteries real quick. Okay, stand it ready. Come on, yeah. Okay, we have our next speaker, right? He's already queued up. He's already queued up. You ready to introduce him? Yes. Okay, so our next speaker comes from all the way from Upper Marlboro, Maryland, in the mountains of Upper Marlboro. Right? And you going to introduce him? Yes. Okay, well, here's the microphone.
Introducing Emirate Peace.
All right, let's go.
Addison. Thank you, kind sir.
All right, pull it up. Let's go. Flip it.
I get this, man. There we go.
All right, full screen it.
Yep. Good afternoon. Well, wait a minute. Hold up. It's evening now. It was afternoon when we started. It is now evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. How are you? I got a question for you. Here's a question I want you to ask yourself. You ready? What's the one thing I can do such that by doing it makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? You got that one? Let me give it to you again. What's the one thing I can do such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? Ask that question. It's called the focusing question. The reason why we ask that question is because we have so many different things going on, and life leads us in so many different places. We really don't know where we're going a lot of times. Would you agree? Sometimes we just have to find out what's the one thing. What's the one thing? And with that, that's good. So when we had that conversation, here's a question I want to ask you guys, because the one thing is about success. So here's the question. What's success? What's success? Tell me what success is. A couple people. What is success? The ability to do what you want, what you enjoy doing and getting paid for. What else? Anybody else? Freedom. What else? Let's answer that question. Joy in what you're doing. So here's what it is. According to Gary Keller, the author of the book, success is getting what you want. Is that simple? Success is getting what you want. And when you start asking questions like that, what do I want? What do I want? What do I want? Here it comes. What's that say? What does that say? Do you know what? That's the issue. Okay, that's the issue. So when we start having that question, the real question is, what do you want? Most of us don't really know what we want because we never ask ourselves the question. When we start having that conversation about success and digging a little bit deep, here's what I want you guys to understand. Think about this for a second. We often give ourselves an answer, and because we gave ourselves the answer, it's a great answer, isn't it? It's the best answer we could have ever given. I want you to question yourself, challenge yourself a little bit. Start investigating the answers that you give yourself. Just food for thought. And so here's what happens with us in life. What happens with us in life is we take an average approach to try to live an extraordinary life. So we're always in this battle where we start saying, well, average versus extraordinary, average versus extraordinary. And here's what they say. So many people want to live a really, really big life, but here's what happens. They go out and they never live a big life because what do? They focus on being average. Think about that for a second. They focus on being average. So when we start talking about that, an extraordinary life and an amazing life, an average life and an amazing life, here's what happens. What makes someone live an amazing life? Time. Time. That number right there represents how many minutes there are in a day. Everyone has 1,440 what? Minutes in a day. So why do some people earn, and I'm going to use this just as a classifier, why do some people earn millions of dollars a day and some people earn thousands and some people earn hundreds? Everybody has the same amount of time, would you agree? Here's what happens. With time being the great equalizer, guess what? We use and maximize our time in a way such that we use it, right, to give us the best earning potential, to use our time in the best way possible, to make sure that whatever we're doing it at the highest level possible. And here's what happens to us a lot of times. We have that same 1,440 minutes in a day, and we waste it. You ever spend 2 hours at lunch? Really? Really? While you're at lunch, somebody else is doing what they're supposed to be doing. Just food for thought. And so when we start having that conversation about that 1,440 minutes in a day, here's what happens. People who have lead extraordinary lives, we always think that they do something really big, right? Here's the deal. They go small. They go small. They go hyper-focused small. And we start having that conversation. We start talking about going small. Here's what happens. People who live extraordinary lives, they get right to the heart of the matter. They focus on what they're supposed to be focusing on. And here's what happens. So many of us, I'm not talking to anybody in this room, we talk about multiple streams of income, don't we? And we start chasing multiple streams of income, don't we? And then we begin to be mediocre and average at everything, right? And then we start talking about multiple streams of income, and what we ultimately end up with multiple ways of going broke. Here's where I want to challenge you. Think of someone who you know that is phenomenal, right? How many things do they do? What do they do? They really focus on one thing. Most phenomenal people, if you're a sports person, Michael Jordan, basketball. He tried to play baseball. What happened? He went back to basketball. Okay? Wherever you are, Oprah. Oprah, she'll do a little bit of acting. She'll jump in. She'll jump out. What's her main focus? Talk. Talk. She did the news. Will she go back to news? Why not? Does she try to sing? Why not? Talk is her thing. And so here's what happens. When we start focusing on going small, that's when we get big. That's the challenge that we have. And just to be quite frank with you, most of us who come from a place of, I would say, less means, we always see big people doing big things, so we believe that we have to do something big to get big, when really you just have to do one thing: go small. And that's how it gets big. So here's what happens. We spend so much time and energy diverting to all these multiple streams of income, right? You have a battery inside of you. It's called your brain. It's called your willpower. And you waste so much energy going after so many things, you can't pursue what your real passion is. So here's what happens. It say you need to do what? You need to be doing fewer things with what? More effect, instead of doing what? More things with side effects. Think about that for a second. More things with side effects. Because here's what happens. When you're doing so many things, you're never having a real impact on the main thing. You're just having what? Side effects. Consequently, we say, I have multiple streams of income, and here's what happens. We start doing multiple things, and we have not found one thing that can sustain our living, because we're doing what? Multiple things. And we find ourselves. And then at the end of the year, is your income really where you want it to be? Typically not. Typically not. Just food for thought. And so we start having this conversation. You know, I want you guys to think about this. When you start talking about the one thing in phenomenal success, it's about the domino effect. One thing leads to another, leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. So when we start talking about that, here's what happens. Each standing domino represents a small amount of energy. The one lined up, the more energy is accumulated. When the one thing, the right thing, is set in motion, it can topple many things. You got that one? So here's what happens. When we start putting the right thing in the right place and we take the right action first, everything else has to happen the way it happens. But here's what we do. We put the wrong thing first, and then we knock the dominoes over and we get the not so good effect, and then we say that didn't work. Is it that event or that activity didn't work, or did we not work? Did we choose the wrong domino to knock over first? You got that one? Think about that for a second. So we had that conversation. I want you guys to look at something. This is the domino theory. You take one domino, right? And that one domino, and you knock it over. When you knock that one domino, they say when you get to the 10th domino, you can knock over a 6-foot man. When you get to the 18th domino, think about this for a second. You're at the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Think about this for a second. At the 23rd domino, you're at the Eiffel Tower. You get to the 31st domino, you're 3,000 feet above Mount Everest. At the 57th domino, where are you? You're at the moon. Are you kidding me? Why? Because you did the right thing first. And the domino effect, it has that thing. You ever see the thing where you knock over a domino, knock over 1 million dominoes? Think about how much energy it takes to knock over 1 million dominoes. The key part is you have to do first things first. And so when we have that conversation, here's where we miss it. Success. You know, extraordinary success is geometric, not linear. So here's what happens. A lot of us believe that success happens like this. Challenge your thought for a second. People just don't show up successful. You got that? They just don't. Like people say, oh, he's an overnight success. She's an overnight success. There's no such thing as an overnight success. It's gradually, then suddenly. By the time you see it, it appears to be overnight success. You don't know what they did before that. And so here's what we do in that whole situation. We judge our insides by other people's outsides. You got that? We judge our insides by other people outside because we see what they're doing. We see what's going on with them. And what do? Oh, that's great. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. What you don't know is what it took for them to get to that place. And so when we start having that conversation about success, it's like a train. Success is like this. Once you become successful, how hard is it to stop the events of success. It gains momentum. You're going, you're going, you're going, you're going. And when we start having that conversation, guess what? Getting extraordinary results about creating what? The domino effect. Because here's what happens. You knock over the first domino, the right domino first. And so here's what happens. Your life will change when you line up the right things in your life. How many of you have some family members that just didn't line up the right domino? Anybody have family like that? They just didn't line up the right domino. We have some friends that just didn't line up. Some of us didn't line up the right dominoes until we became better educated and better prepared. And when we start lining up the right dominoes, mysteriously our life changed. Is it really mysterious? No. Because line up the domino is all about taking the right actions at the right time. And when we have that conversation, here's what happens. Extraordinary success is sequential, not simultaneous. Remember we talked about the multiple streams of income, all the things that we're trying to do at the same time, right? You're trying to do 5 different things. I got multiple streams of income. I'm trying to run these 5 businesses at the same time. Which one is going to take off? I didn't say that. You said that. And that's typically what happens. So here's what we have to understand. Success is sequential, not simultaneous. And it builds on itself. It builds on itself. When you go that, what does that really mean? It means this. You start asking the focusing question. What was the focusing question that we talked about originally? What's the one thing I can do such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? That's when we start getting more powerful because we start investigating our answers. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. When we have that conversation, here's where you really have to start investigating yourself. You ready? There's 7 areas of your life. So we're going to go through this question, and I want you guys to take a look at this. You ready? The first question. You have a pen? You have a pen? I want you to write this down. The 7 areas of your life. Your spiritual life. What is the one thing I can do for my spiritual life such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? What's the one thing I can do for my spiritual life such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? What is it? Study the word. What else is it? Just show up at church. Maybe that might make your life better. And now you ask yourself that question, and that's one area of your life. What's the one thing I can do for my physical health? Such that by doing makes everything else either what? Easier or unnecessary. Let's dig a little deeper. What's the one thing I can do in my personal life? Such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary. Organize it. See, the bell's going off now, right? What's the one thing I can do for my key relationships? Such that by doing makes everything else either what? Easier or unnecessary. Now, when you ask that question to yourself, the key relationships, they fall into 2 categories. You have your business relationships and you have your personal relationships. So now you have to ask that question twice. What's the one thing I can do in my key personal relationships such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? Then you ask that question again. What's the one thing I can do for my key business relationships such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? I'm getting that look. I done struck a nerve with somebody. Woo! Watch out. There's the question. Now you ask that question again. What's the one thing I do for my job such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? What's the one thing I can do for my job such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? Get to work on time. What's the one thing I can do for my business such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? What did you say? Following up. What's the one thing I can do for my finances such that by doing makes everything else either easy or unnecessary? Spend what? Less. Let's spend less on the unnecessary. Okay. But it's real. It's real. And so when we start asking ourselves these types of questions, right, and we start drilling down on the one thing and we start saying, what's the one thing? What's the one thing? What's the one thing? Here's what happens. We start asking that question and we train ourselves to automatically think differently. And now we start to investigate our answers a little deeper. Can you play with me for what's your name? TNA? TNA. I apologize. TNA. Can we just play a little bit? Okay, let's go. So here we go. TNA, you said spend less on the unnecessary. Okay, I want you guys to, that was your first answer, right? Yes. Can we investigate that a little more? Okay, TNA, what's the one thing I can do by spending less on the unnecessary, such that by doing makes my financial life, everything else in my financial life, either easy or unnecessary? Therapeutic shopping. What's the one thing I can do, right, in my therapeutic shopping, such that by doing make everything else either easy or necessary? Buying all the things you really. What's the one thing I can do in buying the things that I really want, such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? Okay, so what's the real answer, gang? Leave your money home. Okay, now you just answered your question. So here's what happens. What's the one thing I can do for my personal finances, such that by doing make everything else either easy or necessary? What's the answer? Leave your money home. We just answered you. We just fixed you in what? 35 seconds? But you get what I'm saying? There you go. She said money is plastic and the fold. And see, that's the question. So here's the thing about this, investigating your answers when we start talking about the one thing. You can do that in every aspect of your life because these are the 7 areas of your life. Would you agree? And so here's what we have to start doing in our lives. We have to give ourselves an answer. And as I said earlier, it's going to be a great answer because who gave the answer? You. Here's where we fail. We don't investigate the answer that we give ourselves. We just take it to be the answer because guess who thought of it? Us. And so what I would challenge you guys to do is start to investigate the answers that you give yourself. And so whatever answer you give yourself, let's say somebody else want to play. Come on, you gave me some feedback. What's the one thing you can do in your spiritual life? What did you say? You said study the word. Okay. What's the one thing you can do by studying the word, such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? Set aside a specific time. So what's the one thing you can do by setting aside a specific time, such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? Commit to that time. What's the one thing that you can do by committing to that time, such that by doing it makes everything else either easy or necessary? Commit to that time. You see where we're going here? You see, and so really it's not about studying the word, it's about the habit of studying the word what? Daily. Daily. Because we do this all the time. We give ourselves an answer, and the answer is commit to studying the word. And so what do? We walk off and say, well, I'm going to make my spiritual life better because I'm going to just go study the word. Okay? Where's the specificity in that? When are you going to study the word? How much time are you going to spend studying the word? And so what happens is when we start talking about our goals and being successful and working towards that event, the big thing is that we have to be specific. The key word is we have to think big and specific. Because in order to be extraordinary, in order to live a phenomenal life, phenomenal, extraordinary requires what? Big thinking. But however, it also requires specific thinking, which brings back to the other conversation about what? Going small. And so when we start talking about the one thing, and we have to really start investigating, what's the one thing? Where are you in your life? Where do you want to go? What does success mean to you? How dedicated are you to the success that you say that you want to have? Right? It's a commitment. It's a commitment. And the difference between successful people and less successful people is what? Commitment. Commitment. Because here's what happens. You know, commitment, success, life is like an iceberg. You got that? Think about it. It's like an iceberg. Anybody know how much of an iceberg that you actually see sticking out of the water? The tip of it. So what percentage of the iceberg do you actually see? 1%? They say it's actually 20%, or this is an odd number, 8/9. So I want you guys to think about this for a second. If that much of an iceberg is below the surface, right? The part of the iceberg that you cannot see, right, is the purpose and the passion, right? All you ever see is the productivity and the profitability of the tip of the iceberg. Think about it. We're talking business now. The iceberg is here. When you see the manifestation of all the things that are going below the surface, right? You don't see those parts. All you see is the top part. And it's the same thing in business. It's the same thing with success. People only see the results of your success, right? They don't see what's going on underneath the water. They don't see your passion. They don't see the purpose. They can't see any of those things that drive the visual. They can only see the visual. So when we start having this conversation about success, and you start talking about just driving and where you really want to be, people see the physical manifestation of your success. They don't see the pain, toil, and work that you had to put in behind the scene. So when you start having that conversation about success, here's the real question about success. And anybody that's ever had any measure of success, they will tell you, in my quest for success, the only thing mattered was my goal. Think about that. The only thing that mattered was my goal. And when you're dealing in that realm, what you're actually saying is this: what's the one thing I can do such by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary to accomplish my goal? Whatever that goal is. So this conversation about the one thing is this, right? Whatever answer, whatever you're pursuing in success, give yourself the answer. Ask the focusing question. What's the one thing I can do such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? You want $1 million? What's the one thing I can do to get $1 million such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? And for me, I would say for my company to sell a whole bunch of houses, right? I'm a real estate professional. So now the next question: what's the one thing I can do for my company to sell a whole bunch of houses such that by doing make everything else either easy or necessary? How about I go hire a bunch of great agents? Okay, what's the one thing I can do to hire a bunch of great agents such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? I need to have a great value proposition, right? Because I have to bring value to these people. What's the one thing I can do to have a great value proposition such that by doing makes everything else either easier or necessary? My thing would be find a great partner to help me grow my dream. So what's the one thing I can do to find this great partner such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary? Look at the resources that are in front of me that I already have in my Rolodex. You guys get where I'm going? And so at the end of the day, I may have said $1 million. When you boil it all down and I start investigating the answer, is it really about me, or is it really about the things that I have to do, or is it really about incorporating other people in my life for that $1 million? Because it was really about the money, wasn't it? My point to you guys is this: what you believe is the answer is not really the answer. When you talk about success, what you really believe is the answer is not the answer. And so here's what I want to challenge. I'm going to leave you guys with. When you start talking about your success, the success of who you are, the success of accomplishing your goals, the success of accomplishing your dreams, here's the question. investigate your answers that you give yourself. Investigate your answers 5 times. Ask yourself the focusing question 5 times. When we talk, how many times did I ask you the question? It was right at 5 times. The first answer was a good answer. The second answer was a better answer. The third answer was a better answer. The 5th answer was the right answer. Just food for thought. So at the end of the day, here's what I want you guys to write down. What's the one thing I can do such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary? And so what that really means, a lot of people think success is difficult. Success is really easy. You guys do understand that, right? Success is very easy. The issue that most of us have is we're not willing to run the course to become successful. We keep chasing other rabbits. We keep chasing, because along our path, you get a rabbit over here, a rabbit over there. If we run our course and we ask ourselves the focusing question, what's the one thing I can do such that by doing makes everything else either easy or necessary, and ignore the distractions, success is within your grasp. Here's the other thing I want you to understand. Whatever you want to accomplish in life, really, if you really look at it and you committed to it, it's within 5 years of your grasp. They say it's within 5 years of your grasp. Because here's what happens. The reason why it takes us so much longer is in our journey, we keep chasing rabbits. We keep saying, oh, there's a rabbit on that hole. And what's the Chinese proverb? A man who chases 2 rabbits catches how many? None. Chase your rabbit. Chase your rabbit for 5 years. Chase your rabbit. Be loyal to your rabbit. Chase your rabbit. And ask the question. What's the question? What's the one thing I can do such that by doing it, everything else will be the easier or unnecessary? That's your one thing. With that being said, my time is up. I hope you guys got something out of this. Just remember, what's my one thing? Don't chase the left rabbit. Don't chase the right rabbit. Chase the rabbit in the middle, which is your goal. Theo.
You know, at conferences like this and events like this, it becomes increasingly more important that it doesn't become a gigantic rah-rah session. You know what I mean? And there's only but so much rah-rah you can take before you need some practical things that you can do in your business today to generate revenue. And I've seen people try to motivate themselves to revenue. And as a matter of fact, George, when we backset, he was saying, hey, you can't motivate yourself to revenue. At some point, there's going to need to be some action. And you're going to need to know the right actions to take. And so one of the things I loved about Emmerich's talk is about focusing on that one thing. And oftentimes, we can get so bogged down in everything other than the thing that we should be doing. And for us, I can remember when we used to work with everybody and anybody at any price point. And it was like, oh, well, how much is your products and services? Well, it depends on, and well, we can work with you. I was willing to work with anybody, and thus I ended up working with what? Nobody. And it's interesting because sometimes when I come up to people and I start asking them, well, tell me about your products and services and tell me about your price point, when they start waffling, I know they service everybody and everything, and it's a clear indication that they haven't focused. We were in a conference, and it probably was about 10 years ago, and we were being honored, and we were at the Infusionsoft Ultimate Marketer of the Year Conference. And some of you have heard this story before. They had about maybe like 70 people in the room. And those 70 people that they had in the room, they got everybody to stand up. It's like a room just like this. And they had every person stand up and introduce themselves. And everybody said, I help people make more money with less effort. I'm a marketing genius, marketing guru. And everybody kept trying to figure out a different way to say I'm good at marketing. And Shay and I were the last people on the back row because we'd gotten in late with our flight. And it finally got to me and Shay. And it did not hit me until that moment how much we were positioning ourselves like everybody else. And rarely is the product or service that you provide going to be unique, but how you position it in the mind of the client makes it unique to them. And after hearing like 69 people say the same thing different ways, they got to me and they said, well, what do you do? I'm in a room full of marketers. I was planning on saying I'm a marketer too, but at that moment we said that we run the #1 live streaming platform devoted to African Americans in the personal and professional development space. It was the first time we'd ever said it. It was the first time that we'd ever signified to the market, right? You remember, it was the first time that we signified to the market that this is who we stand for. This is what we stand for. This is why we stand. And I was a little nervous because we were in Arizona, and Shay and Trevor were the only black people in the room, okay? And it was interesting because being that me and Shay was the last person, it took about, maybe like 90 minutes for them to let everybody introduce themselves. They told everybody to take 2 minutes, everybody took like 5 minutes. And afterwards, they went to break. Right after we introduced ourselves, we went to break. And we had a line from here to that door, all the way back, just people waiting to talk to us. And it was at that moment that I got an insight that we got to learn how to do our thing and stand for our people. So now, as things stand, we evolved, and as things stand now, we are the #1 producers of African American experts in the entire country right now, bar none. And it's that one thing. It's the one thing. They're like, well, who do you represent? They're like, hey, the one thing is we're the #1 producers of African American experts, and we take care of people's branding, their marketing, their product development, their sales, you name it, their websites, their camera videos. We take care of the whole process for them. And with that, our company exploded, right? Because we focused on that one thing, which is what Emmerich was talking about. And then it evolved again, focusing on that one thing, focusing on who we came to represent, focusing on why we came to represent them, and that became the birth of what you now know is Black CEO. And so that is a little bit of the backstory behind Black CEO, and one of the reasons that George C. Fraser has been chosen to give tonight's big keynote is because he was critical to the growth of Black CEO. And for many of you who don't know this, we met George C. Fraser through Emmerich Peace and Odessa Hopkins. And so we couldn't have an event like Black CEO without actually having Emmerich Peace and without having Dr. George C. Fraser, especially for the annual kickoff of the Black CEO event that will be going on every year. And so with that being said, Shay, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
Mic check in the back. We'll get ready to introduce in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. George C. Fraser, who was just here just a few moments ago. But again, what I suggest everyone do online as you're watching right now, head on over to your social media page now. Head on over to your social media page and go ahead and write that Dr. George C. Fraser is speaking now at www.blackceolive.com. In fact, if you're in here, you too can help promote the message, promote the person, and more importantly, promote the mission. And the way you do that, if they're online, then go ahead and write these words: Dr. George C. Fraser is speaking now at www.blackceolive.com. So with that being said, let's introduce once again to the platform, to the stage.
Everybody on your feet.
Get on your feet and
let's give a big round of applause to none other than Dr. George C. Fraser. Woo!
Now, it was either warm in here or I was going through male menopause. I didn't know what it was. I just knew I was like really hot. And it was coming in flashes. So I finally figured out it was just hot in here. It wasn't me. All right, so this session is sort of the state of entrepreneurship as defined or described by a series of answers that I'm going to give you on what it takes to be a successful entrepreneur and to seed and grow and develop and thrive for 30 years. This year, my company will celebrate its 30th anniversary. 30th anniversary. Now, how many of you were here for the first talk? Almost everybody. So you're going to start connecting dots in a moment, because here I am. I'm in a business that is 30 years old. It is a small business, about 9 employees, and over the years, probably 400 or 500 1099 types. Okay? And I'm in a niche market selling personal growth and development, lifelong learning, and constant never-ending improvement to black people. But we don't buy that. We buy stuff. We buy Ferragamos, we buy Ralph Lauren, we buy Armani. But personal growth and development, lifelong learning, and constant never-ending improvement, well, how do you sell that to people that really don't buy that? I'm going to explain to you how. How do you sell that and thrive? That I've been doing for 30 years. Interestingly enough, you might see the correlation here. I've been married to the same sister for 45 years. Do you think there is a correlation? You better believe it. So there are a couple of things I'm going to say to you, straight no chaser, make it plain, keep it real. All right? On what have been the critical things in my life that has enabled me to thrive as a black man living in America. Aside from the fact that I look white, I'm almost white, bright, light, what, I'm one of them bougie looking niggas. So I give to you, I have had an advantage. Now if I was a deep, rich, dark chocolate brother, I may have a whole different conversation for you. Right? But I knew what I had, but I also knew who I was. All right? And if you were here earlier, that's real. Always knew who I was, never denied it. And in fact, if you've ever heard me speak outside of this environment, in big public events, if you know me, if you've heard me speak, you know the first thing I do when I come to the stage, I start with a pregnant pause. And I look into the audience and I say, yes, I am black, in case you were not entirely sure. I say that. That's how I start my speeches. Every speech, over 2,000 speeches in the world. Because I know who I am, and I know that's my power. In spite of the fact that God put me in this spacesuit. Right? Had nothing, because race is not necessarily about color. We come in all shapes, sizes, skin tones, and hair textures. Whatever you want, we have it in our culture. It's really about culture. It's really about values. It's really about how you're raised. Now, I was raised, again, in foster care. My father came to this country in the early 1900s from Guyana, married a fair-skinned sister, Ida Mae Baldwin, from Lumpkin, Georgia. That's why I look like I look. I don't have to tell you, my mother had long straight hair, and she looked white, but she was not white. Now, you know how that happened, right? I don't have to explain that to you, right? Okay. And they had 11 children, 8 boys and 3 girls. Mom became mentally ill when I was 3. I turned 3. My father's a cab driver, couldn't take care of 11 children. We were orphaned, and because nobody would take 11 children, we were broken up into 3s, and I spent the balance of my young life growing up in toxic foster homes. Toxic. Now, that is not an indictment of foster care. I'm a huge supporter of foster children and foster care because I know how important it is, and I know that 35% of foster children end up homeless. I could have easily ended up homeless had it not been for my father, who stayed connected to all of his children and kept his brownstone in Brooklyn, New York, right? So when I aged out of foster care, that's where I went. So I have never, ever tried to be anything other than what I was, and got actually angry. Now, you know, psychologically, if you think about this deeply, because the interesting thing, if you've met my sister Emma, Emma and I look like twins. But if you look at all 11 of us, we're the black sheep of the family. All my brothers and sisters, other sisters, are your complexion. So we have a picture where all of us are standing there, right? And me and Emma look like this, and everybody else in the family look like you. But then you look at the picture and you say, absolutely they're related. We all look alike. We just have different skin color, right? So Emma and I have talked about this often, that maybe Emma ended up with a graduate degree from Harvard, a PhD from Harvard. And so we are both, in quote, overachievers, so to speak. Overachievers, and the blackest of the black folk in our family. I mean, in terms of attitude, in terms of knowledge about who we are, in terms of power to the people, we're the it's Emma and I wearing the dashikis, right? You can't hear it? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. You can't hear me? Yeah, we can. At that tone. Oh, at this tone? Okay. So maybe, in a deep psychological way, we are overcompensating for our lightness, right? And we get that. We've done self-analysis, right? And my sister and I have sat around. She's a year older than me, and sat around and said, "Why are we so black and overachieving and deeply committed to black people and and our brothers and sisters and whatever?" Right? It could be that. It could be a psychological thing. I don't know. Whatever, I'm glad I turned out this way. Right? I'm glad I turned out this way. So, I graduated with a high school diploma in woodworking because nobody thought I was college material. This was back in the day, born 1945. So I grew up in the 50s and 60s, lived in Brooklyn, in Bed-Stuy. I actually saw Jackie Robinson at Ebbets Field, all right? I mean, that's how old I am, right? At Ebbets Field, I saw Jackie, right? That's one of my claims to fame, right? He didn't wave or nothing, right? He probably thought I was a white guy in the stand somewhere. No one, and Emma got a vocational diploma in hairdressing. She went to Woodrow Wilson High School in Queens, and no one thought she was college material. And my first job, real job, was mopping floors on the midnight shift at LaGuardia Airport. I did that for almost 4 years while I tried to pay my way through college. Okay? Now, the thing about this job at LaGuardia Airport residually reflected all the little jobs I had prior to being old enough to work mopping floors in the midnight shift at LaGuardia Airport. Because now you can go to LaGuardia Airport today, go in the maintenance department. This is the truth. Go in the maintenance department at the main terminal at LaGuardia Airport, and there is a plaque with me on it. I was the best floor mopper at LaGuardia Airport. Why? They were my floors. I took ownership, right? And I was very particular and competitive. And there was a bunch of other floor moppers, and I would just make up contests. And I took ownership, and I just loved taking ownership and mopping those floors. And so I got a promotion. I mean, it's rare that you get a promotion for mopping floors, right? That's how good I was. And but that was reflective in my entire attitude towards almost everything I did in life. I took ownership of it. I didn't care how menial it was, how menial people thought it was. I thought it was the best thing on the planet. I thought that I was there to do that at that time. And that I knew exactly when to leave, right? I always, for some reason, and so this is a clue, you'll know when to leave. God will tell you, but you see, God is always talking to us, except most of us choose not to listen. Really, this is true. And we choose not to listen because we really don't want to do the work. Because it's work. He's talking to us. He says, okay, now you're going to have to leave this and you have to take this next step. This is going to there's a learning curve. There's going to be some work. You have to put in more time. We really don't want to do the work. But I always listened. So I knew it was time to leave when I was bored. I mean, I learned everything I could learn, right? I didn't look forward to doing it anymore. I had learned everything you could know about mopping floors. I was the best. I knew all the chemical mixtures. I knew all the proper cotton mops, how long they needed to be, how to get corn. I knew everything. Now I was bored. It's time to leave. And I did not have a college degree. But it was during a time when you could actually do middle class, you could do well middle class without a college degree. You could get labor work. You could work in a factory. There were things that you could do that you could actually live middle class as a black person. Well, all of that has changed. All of that has changed. It is very difficult to be average today and live any kind of life. So this is point number one. I want you to write something down for me. I want you to write the word average. Next to average, I want you to write good. Next to good, I want you to write excellent. And next to excellent, I want you to write amazing. Okay? You heard me say earlier that your goal needs to be to chase excellence, never chase money. You don't have to, right? So today, because the world has shifted, highly competitive, not like when I grew up. Today, if you're average at what you do, you're going to live very poor. Right? Poor under average. But when my parents were coming up, when they were average, and they had no college degrees, they could live average. Not today. Today, if you're average, you're going to live poor. You're going to have poor friends, you live in poor neighborhoods, and be exposed to poor schools. Right? Poor under average. If you're good at what you do, you're going to live average. You'll have average friends, average assets, average things, right? Average under good. If you're excellent at what you do, you're going to live good, right? Good under excellent. You're going to have good friends. You'll live in good neighborhoods. And your children will be exposed to good schools. And if you're amazing, only then will you live excellent. So what am I saying to you? The world has changed. And now you can pick and will pick how you live. So if you're average, count on living poorly. I'm telling you, you don't have to find this out for yourself. I'm telling you. So if you'd like to live good, you better be excellent. If you really want to live excellent, you better be amazing. So that's the foundation from which we, as black people, have to operate. Now, by the way, this is really no different than what our parents told us. You know, my foster mama told me, you're going to have to be twice as good to get half as much. She's right. Because if you're black and mediocre in America, you better leave. Because you're going to be marginalized and you're ultimately going to be destroyed in this country. As a black person. As a white person, it's a different thing. I'm talking about as a black person. So, you will know that it's the end of racism in America. You remember this. You will know it's the end of racism in America when a mediocre black man can rise in the corporate world. That will never happen. Do you know how many mediocre white people I work for at Procter & Gamble, United Way, and Ford Motor Company? White people. I'm talking about really mediocre. Now let me say that a different way. If Barack Hussein Obama had said 1/10 of what Donald Trump said, he wouldn't have been elected dog catcher. Really? I don't ever want to hear about affirmative action in America. So we have to be twice as good to get half as much. So you go into any business, this is especially true with business, with that as the foundation. You're going to have to be a beast. You're going to have to be really good. Which means that you're going to have to love what you're doing. I have never met a person who hated what they were doing and was good at it. I've met that person. That's rare. So that's the base from which you have to operate. That's one fundamental principle. Second fundamental principle, never forget this, I think I said it earlier, but it bears repeating. What did I say? The key to learning is simplicity and repetition. Simplicity and repetition. You have to say it 50 different ways on 50 different days. Now, how do I know this to be true? You know how many times my mother had to say to me, George, how many times am I going to have to tell you to take out the garbage? About 50 times. And then I finally got it. And that's just taking out the garbage. Right. So don't tell me you can say it one time. No. And you're going to get it. No. You have to say it 50 different ways on 50 different days. And know that whatever child you're talking to is not retarded. That's just what it is. Right? So, I'm going to say it again. Business is about relationships. Without relationships, you have no business. Without relationships, you have no business being in business. In fact, the business you're really in is in the business of building relationships. That's your business. Everything else is secondary. And the moment you understand that and you spend more time working on cultivating, nurturing, and building relationships at work, at home, and in the community, it will increase your odds of succeeding. Which means if that is in fact the case, and it is the case, You're going to have to work on your EQ more than you work on your IQ. Yes, IQ is very important, intelligence is very important, but you know what you're going to learn as you get older and wiser? That your emotional intelligence is more important than your raw intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is your ability to manage the 5 most important emotions that you have, and in the management of those emotions, you use it to cultivate, nurture, and to build relationships. In other words, there's nothing that you can get done without people. We talked about that earlier. Jesus said it. Everything that you're going to get done that is of significance will have to be done with and through other people. This is huge. And so, emotional intelligence is a science. It is not a gift. You learn it. Now, maybe you don't know this, but IQ, for the most part, is a gift. Emotional intelligence you learn. So, let me recommend a book for you. Get the book at the airport or whatever. It's called Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Read that book 3 times. It's a little book. The best book ever written on emotional intelligence. There's lots of books out of Harvard and so forth. It's a new science, but you're going to have to develop superior interpersonal and people skills. Superior interpersonal and people skills. And those with the best people skills, those with the ability to work with and through other people, are the ones that are going to climb the highest in the world of business, especially your own business. I commissioned the Gallup organization about 7 or 8 years ago to do a survey on the networking habits of black people versus white people. They surveyed 1,100 people, came out with a major study. It was one of the groundbreaking studies, one of the reasons I ultimately became and sent the guru of networking. And basically it said that black people spend 1/3 the amount of time that white people spend working on cultivating, nurturing, and building relationships at work, at home, and in the community. Therefore, black people have, according to this study by the Gallup organization. By the way, I could have done the study because I had written 6 books on networking. I had been around for 20 years in the subject, but I knew that if I allowed white people to do it, you'd believe them. See, I was born at night, but not last night. Right? So this is a Gallup study. This is not a George Fraser study. So the white man said it. It's got to be true. Got to be. Absolutely. It's the gospel, according to the white man. Right? So we spend about 1/3 of our time, so that what that results in is that the average African American professional or entrepreneur, because that's who we looked at, had about 60 highly developed and cultivated relationships versus white folks have about 140. So their library or access to information and money and sources is 3 times better than your access. And that's because we did not deem cultivating, nurturing, and building relationships as important. They have always. So you're going to have to work on that. The second challenge that so many of us have is that we violate a very basic principle of networking. And most of us think that you're networking to get something. Wrong. Totally wrong. That's not what networking is about. You don't network to get. You network to give. And as you give, you get. Now, I wish I had thought of that. But you could probably read the Bible, because that's what it says. This is biblical. This is not George Fraser. If you ain't giving, you ain't getting. If you have nothing, it's because you've given nothing. That you cannot take out of life that which you have not put into life, just as you cannot take out of the bank that which you have not put into the bank. You don't believe me? Go on down to the bank, try to take something out of there you ain't put in. So most of us, not all of us, but just most of us, network to get something. Wrong. This is especially true with powerful people. I always wanted to meet Earl Graves. How many of you know who Earl Graves is? Raise your hand. Earl Graves is the black business icon, founder of Black Enterprise magazine. Earl Graves was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, in Bed-Stuy, in my neighborhood, 10 years before me. Earl Graves was just a model, for me, of comportment. He was always clean as a hotel chitlin, right? Good looking, smart, educated. He went to Morgan State, right? In fact, the business school is named after Earl Graves. I always wanted to meet Earl Graves. And he was a mentor of mine from a distance. Again, I just liked the way he handled himself, the way he spoke, the way he comported himself, his innovative ideas about business, and ultimately the founding of Black Enterprise magazine, and all that meant to us for 40 years, quite frankly. A good friend of mine, Carol Hoover, a mover and shaker in Cleveland, Ohio, knew that I wanted to meet Earl Graves. At the time, she was head of the Cleveland Chamber of Commerce, sister. She knew Earl's wife. Her and Earl's wife talked a lot. Earl's wife, Earl, lives in New York. Carol lives in Cleveland. So Carol gives me a call one day. She says, George, I forgot Earl's wife's name, but she was 50% responsible for that business. I just talked to Earl's wife, and Earl wants to do a networking event in Cleveland, Ohio. And he's looking for a volunteer. It's a lot of work. I know you wanted to meet him. Would you like to volunteer on the team to help him put on this event? This is 1986. I said, absolutely. No question. I said, not only would I like to be on the team, because I know a little bit about that, let me share it. She said, wow, that's a lot of work. I said, I want to do it. I want to meet Earl Graves. But I want to meet him the right way. I want to serve him with excellence. Remember, this is an attitude. She said, well, I'll talk to his wife, and I'll let you know tomorrow. And so she said yes. It was about 2 months of work. I got it done. We had 700 people show up. It was the best. He did 7 networking events. Cleveland was one of the stops. There were other stops, Atlanta and so forth. This was the best attended networking event that he put on around the country. So Earl rolls into the convention center in Cleveland, Ohio, looking sharp as usual, gorgeous tie, gorgeous shirt, right? I don't know if you know Earl, but he had these mutton chops, you know, like big sideburns, right? Cool dude. He rolls up in Cleveland Convention Center with the governor, Dick Celeste. Now, I ain't never met this. I've been living in Cleveland 35 years. I never met a governor. Earl rolls up with a governor. right? And Carol introduces me to Earl, and he was just beaming. He was very complimentary. He said, "Man, you did an awesome job." I said, "Earl, thank you, man." I said, "That's a gorgeous tie." I was giving him a sit. "You have a gorgeous tie. That was a gorgeous tie, Earl. That's really nice." Yeah, it was gorgeous. He took the tie off that moment and gave it to me. I have it in a frame at home. I do. So, the event is over. He thanks me. He gives me a little plaque. That was really nice. And he said, "Hey, man, stay in touch." I said, "Absolutely." So, I stayed in touch. I called him. This was really before the internet, okay? Before social media. I called him. There are a couple of little things he needed from me. He wanted something from me, some statistics about the event. He called me and asked me for that, and I got that for him. And I stayed in touch with Earl. Fast forward 7 years. I wrote Success Runs in Our Race, the complete guide to effective networking in the African American community. So I call Earl. I said, "Earl, could you do me a personal favor? I wrote this book on networking. I know you're a big fan of networking. If you could give me a little blurb, something I can put on the book." He said, "Sure. Send me the manuscript." I sent him the manuscript. He read it. He called me. He said, "That's an awesome book." He said, "Not only am I going to give you a blurb, I'm going to do the first book excerpt in Black Enterprise magazine, and I'm going to put you on the cover. And I'm going to get Vernon Jordan." He was very close to Vernon Jordan. How many of you know who Vernon Jordan was, right? Right? Big, muckety-muck, bougie Negro, okay? Big time, big time. Best friends of the Clintons, right? Love Vernon. Vernon was working for the United Negro College Fund when I was a volunteer for the College Fund, and Vernon was the one who was responsible for getting young Rubicam to come up with the term, "the mind is a terrible thing to waste." That was under Vernon's leadership. He said, "I'm going to get Vernon to write a blurb." And I got some other friends that will write a blurb. So he got all of his friends to write blurbs, some of the most important and impressive people. And so my publisher, HarperCollins, said, "Wow, you got all these people giving you blurbs. Why don't we run an ad for the book? Because you got a lot of wonderful blurbs." So I said, "Sure. Why not? I mean, you paying for it, right?" Yes. They ran a full-page ad on the inside cover of the New York Times book review. The New York Times book, a $50,000 placement. But it was based on all these impressive people. And then, I think, where's my bag? See, here we go again, right? I think it's right here. I want to show you this. Is it here? No, they took it back there. They put it back here? Where's my bag? Oh, here it is. Okay. Now, I found this. I knew I was going to do this. So I'm not going to go through the machinations I went through before. All right. So I got to show you this because you're not going to believe it. And then I'm going to make my point. All right. All right, George. Here we go. That's the cover of Black Enterprise magazine. You give first. You serve always. The getting comes later. You see, I wasn't doing it to be on the cover of Black Enterprise magazine. I didn't even know I was going to be writing a book. I did it because I really wanted to meet him, because I loved what he was about. And I knew that the best way to be at the feet of a master is to serve the master. The lesson. If you want to meet important people, you have to be where important people are. And when you meet them, serve them. Get your foot in the door. All you want to be is in their environment. And serve them with excellence. And everything else will come. I learned that at a very young age. And it has served me extraordinarily well, and it will serve you as well. Let's see how much time we have here. All right. Now, as business owners, we talked about relationships, we talked about emotional intelligence. Now, this is going to sound trite. It's a little deep, but it's true. When you understand, when you grow older enough and wise enough to understand that all that we do is about love. This is all about love, brother. This is trite. I know it's trite. It's all about love. And you can't start it like a car, and you can't stop it with a gun. That every single thing we do is so that somebody will love us. Do you realize that? Everything we do is so that someone will love us. The clothes we wear, the successes that we achieve, we have an insatiable appetite to be loved. You could tell me right now for 10 times that you loved me. That would make me feel good. But tomorrow I would need some more of it. Now, when you understand that about people, and you know that their hot button, this is human, is love, that those things that you do as a business person, as a professional person, is out of love. You will automatically, psychologically endear yourself to them, and it would be impossible, if it's done with sincerity, for them not to give that back. That's just human nature. So these are things we have to understand about human nature. Now, of course, there are knuckleheads out here. There are people that don't understand this principle and don't operate out of this principle. And they suffer badly because of it. But again, if you want to succeed at the highest levels, you have to do it out of love. We talked about that earlier. Whatever it is that you're doing, you have to love it. That you're doing it with, there's got to be obviously respect and some love. Because it's all about love. Powerful. Powerful, powerful value to have as you go into business. Another big one. Someone asked me about this earlier. I told them I would answer it later. One of the most important decisions you're going to make is your partner. I can't even begin to tell you how huge this is. And this is easy to say, difficult to do. It will make you or break you. And if you're God ordained to do it right, in other words, you do it one time. That's all I'm telling you now. Divorce 2 or 3 times and see what your money looks like. You know, every time you divorce, you cut your money in half. Do that 2 more times and see how you're going to live. Right? Cut half money into quarter money into eighth money. Let's see what your life looks like. Right? So, picking that person, that partner, is something you must carefully consider. And this is, again, easy to say, difficult to do. Divorce is more common than marriage. People are impatient. People ask me all the time, Dr. Fraser, how do you stay married to the same sister for 45 years? It's a simple one-word answer, amnesia. Amnesia. Nora Jean is going to do some dumb stuff for 45 years. She's human. And so is Dr. Fraser. I'm going to do some dumb stuff. No question. When we each do some dumb stuff, we talk about it. We reach middle ground. We bless it and release it, and we move on.
All right. Bless and release.
And don't bring that shit up again. We're through with that. Huh? Right? We're through with that. It didn't. Did we talk about that yesterday? How's the grandbaby doing? Right? Right? I mean, you know, there's a lot of things to talk about than old shit. Right? So that's how you stay married for 45 years. So I'm going to post something. That's terrible. I'm sorry. I'm going to post something on Monday on my Facebook. If you don't follow me on Facebook, you're missing something. I post almost every day. And so here's what I'm going to post relative to what we're talking about right now on Monday. I'm going to post this. I'm targeting brothers on the first post. The second post will target sisters. But the first post will say, I probably should show it to you. Because I have a little expression. I have it right here. I do have it. I have it right here. Oh, here it is. Now, you probably can't read this, but you'll see, because there's nothing more powerful than an interesting picture. This is me looking up at you drinking some tea, okay? That's me looking up. Now, you can't read it, but I'm going to read it to you. And here's what it says. Find a woman with a brain because they all have vaginas. You understand what I'm saying? Now, let's reverse that for the sisters. Find a brother with a brain because they all have penises. It ain't about that. And as you get older and wiser, you're going to figure that out. That lasts a hot couple of weeks. Now what? Turn over. Now what? Right? I'm telling you, this is huge. So this will either help you in the trajectory of your life and business, or it will take you down, take you out. And especially if your partner is embedded in your business and something dumb happens. That's really some ugly stuff. You don't want to ever have to experience that. So avoid it by making the right decisions, okay? And again, easy to say, very difficult to do. Now, for those of you in business, you've heard this many, many times. Image is everything, right? So there are two levels of image. First, this is especially true for our people, take care of yourself. You can't do entrepreneurial work without energy. This is all energy. Do you understand that? You have to be fired up, ready to go. This is all energy. People are infected by your passion and your ability to powerfully communicate your thoughts and ideas, whatever product or service you're selling. It's all energy. Which means you have to take care of yourself. This is especially true for our men. It's one of the reasons we talk about wellness at the conference. I mean, please don't master something, be extraordinarily successful, reach 60 or 65 years old, and then die. Just happened to me, the good friend, yesterday. So you're in the prime of your life. You're the smartest that you're going to be in your specific area. You're in the best place and position to give back to our people, to contribute to our people, and now you're dead. Take care of yourself. That's A. B, look the part. If you're a creative, look like a creative. Right? That's cool. If you're in the government or corporate world, you have to put on the uniform so that they know you're on their side. Look like it. If you're in the entrepreneurial world, you have to look the part. You really do. And no, don't fake it till you make it. It's a new saying. Fake it till you become it. You ain't trying to make it, you're going to become it. So if you have to fake it a little bit, fake it till you become it. Excellence is all in the details. It's all in the details. Right? And so when you walk in that room, whatever part you're playing, whatever role you're playing, look it. Because I'll have to tell you, you know, you're a black person coming in that room, they're judging. They're stereotyping and they're judging and they're smiling, but they're judging. Know it. So you can't roll up in IBM in a pink suit. Can't do that. Pink may look nice on you, but not at IBM. Look the part. If you're selling success, look like you are successful. You better look like it, especially with black people. Right? Better look like you're successful. Very important. Final two things. I have to roll out of here because I have a flight at 9:45. I'll get home about midnight. So my date, this day will be 20 hours. 20 hours. Started at 4 o'clock this morning to catch a 6:15 flight. 20 hours. All right? So you know I love what I'm doing. I'm energized by it. There's nothing on earth I'd rather be doing. Right? I take care of myself. I take certain vitamins every day, certain drinks during the middle of the day, energy drinks, healthy energy drinks, right? Because you have to have energy. And I'm driven. My wife asks me all the time, George, when are you going to retire? Retire? And do what? I said, people retire to do what I'm doing. No, I'm not ever retiring from this. I love this. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't able to do it. And that's because I was born to do it. Now, it took me 42 years to find this out and to get prepared for it. Right? Because I didn't come out of the womb doing it. Right? I just had to learn and grow and make mistakes. So that's the next to the last point. Failure. Failure. So let me say this to you and be honest. If you ain't failing, you ain't doing nothing. You can't be. It's not possible. Failure is part of it. And it really isn't failure, right? You know that now, right? You know it's a lesson. That's all it is. It's a lesson that God intended for you to get. Really. It's a lesson. Now, sing it to the choir here. What happens if you don't learn from the lesson? You repeat it. And you keep repeating it until you learn it. And I can hear all of you have said to somebody in your life, Negro, you never learn. They keep repeating the same damn thing. You have to bless and release them.
All right now.
There are people come in your life, right, who will drive you crazy. And ultimately, you're going to have to make, this is what very, very successful people do very well. You know, you're going to have to bless and release some people out of your life. Some of them are family.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's just what it is. So, you are going to have to make some hard decisions because you're going to need people to help you grow your business, think about your business. And you may have to go through 200 people to find 5 people. But anyway, you're going to fail. This is okay. James Baldwin said it the best. James Baldwin, the great James Baldwin. I grew up on James Baldwin. See his documentary, I Am Not Your Negro. In fact, it's up for an Academy Award. James Baldwin said, we are born, we suffer, and we die. We are born, we suffer, and we die. And what he meant by that is that we will all suffer. Jesus was crucified. He was the Son of God. There will be no exception. We will all suffer. We will all make mistakes. We will all fail. Our life is a circuitous path. There will be hills and valleys. All of us. No exceptions. What James Baldwin meant about that is that it is how you manage your failures, your mistakes, and your suffering is what will determine what the dash will mean between the year you were born and the year you die. Wow. But you will suffer. Count on it. Now, how do you manage that? How do you process that? How do you get in and out of that? How do you get over that and move on to the next thing that God wants you to do? So failure is a part of it, and it's okay. Just don't do the same things and fail at the same things over and over and over. I'm going to close with this. So I don't know if anyone's ever told you, so I'm going to tell you. So you will now not ever have an excuse that you don't know why God put you here. I'm going to tell you why God put you here. I'm going to tell you the purpose of life. And then I'm going to give you in 3 words our purpose. The general purpose of life is to love, to give, to serve, and to add the highest value every minute of every day. That today you do your very best, but tomorrow you do better. That's the purpose of life. There's no other reason for you to be here. Loving, giving, serving, adding the highest value every minute of every day. God doesn't make things complicated. We make things complicated. We make things complicated for 2 reasons. The first reason we tend to make things complicated is so that we don't have to do it. The more complicated I can make something, the more reasons I have for not doing it. And the second reason we tend to make things complicated is to control power. So the more complicated I can make something, the less you understand it, the more I'm in control. 2008, credit default swaps. A handful of people understood what a credit default swap was that brought the economy down. Very complicated algorithm in the world of finances. It was a power play. Loving, giving, serving, adding the highest value every minute of every day. Today you do your best, tomorrow you make that even better. And in conclusion, we overlay that with the primary task for black people in this passage of Africans in America. The net bottom line for all of you, for me, all of us, every minute of every day, is to learn, to earn, and return. We have a lot of us learning. We have a lot of us earning, but not enough of us are returning. And that's why we're in the shape we're in. You have a moral and spiritual obligation that if, in quote, you made it, you must reach down and lift up and reach back and pull forward. And if you are black and you don't do that, there will be a special place in hell just for you. That's real. When more of us get this, and we will, it'll take time, when more of us get this, we will solve our own problems. We really will. That God has given us every single thing we need to succeed. Yes, we have everything we need to succeed except each other. Jews have each other. Asians have each other. Hispanics have each other. Arabs have each other. We don't have each other. But we have everything else. And when we get that one piece, all hell will break loose. That is the sleeping giant. When we can coalesce our resources, collaborate, connect the dots, love on ourselves first. You see, when I look in the mirror, if I do not like what I see in the mirror, if I do not love me, there's no way that I can love you, because when I look at you, you become a reflection of me. That's called low race esteem. Which comes out of low what? Self-esteem. So we have to work on ourselves, on our inners. And all of this impacts on how we do our business, who we do our business with. And yes, I'm for buy black. No question about that. Buy black. But let me add a little caveat for you, and I'm through. Buy black, but sell to anybody. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. God bless you. Thank you.
Give me 2 minutes. I got you. All right. Just give me a hand one more time before you get on the plane. Sell anybody. I like that one. I like that one.
Buy black, sell to anybody.
Couple things I can. One, let's give my hand one more time. Very first time.
And so, George, we took the opportunity to teach everybody something you taught us when we first met. And we'll just go ahead and share a little bit of stuff we've learned. But when we cooperate, 1 + 1 equals what? 2. But when we collaborate, 1 and 1 equals
11. That's
George,
right.
that's just for you. Hashtag 11.
That's right. I love that. I love that.
All around the country.
Hashtag 11. And also, George, as we get ready to wrap up, I know you got to get in the car. I wanted to acknowledge one of the folks that has made this event possible. Made it possible for folks to watch online, folks to view. Tiffany Daniels just popped in. I saw her in the back as I was coming in here. Come on down real quick. Come on down.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Let's give her a hand.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Yeah, we talked. Thank you, dear.
Yes, we talked. Now, what makes Tiffany unique and different is she owns the only owns the French, right? In Prince George's County, am I correct?
Yes.
The only one.
Yes.
The only one. So tell us a little about Curves and the good things that Curves is doing.
All right. Well,
wellness. This is a
yes,
wellness
it
piece.
is wellness.
That's right.
And Curves is a fitness facility for women. Where the workout is fun, fast, and safe. And guess what? Only 30 minutes. Dual resistance, cardio, and strength training. How about that? You go to most of these gyms, you don't get all that in 30 minutes. Guess what? And it's a women's community where you don't have to worry about what you wear, who's staring you down, or any of the above. So come on and visit Curves of Fort Washington, all right?
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Is there a website
Yes,
they can go
website.
to? For folks that are listening online, there's folks here
All
in
right.
Prince George's County on the local area, and there's folks
Yes.
online from the local area as well. So
www.curveslocal.com/4400. And again, Curves of Fort Washington. You can find us on Facebook, Curves of Fort Washington, YouTube, Curves FW. All right. Thank you so much.
Let's give her hands.
Did everybody, whoever's coming to the conference, did you fill out your form? Because the $3.99 ends in about 7 minutes. So, all right. So if you haven't filled it out, give it to me.
All right. Hold them up if you got them.
You send an email?
Or you can send it. Or you send an email? Okay. Send an email? Okay. You're in. You're in.
This is the time, so I'll get you in the back.
There you go.
All right, Trevor, I'm going to hold this and take him to the back.
Okay, got you. Now, couple things. As we're starting to wrap up, we have our closing speaker for the night has a 20-minute keynote. How many minutes?
20 minutes.
20 minutes keynote. And
let's go back.
Okay. After being in an event like this, it's important that we start to organize and really start to plan out what are the next steps. And what'll happen is he'll give our closeout 20, our action step, and then I'll come back and I want to give you some of the newer things that we're going to be doing with the Black CEO movement and the people who support it. And the first thing I want to do is I definitely want to give Tiffany Daniels another round of applause. I mean, she wrote the check. She asked no questions. We didn't call her, she called us. We didn't find her, she found us. And I love her being so proactive, her proactivity, so to speak, if that's a word. And people like her have made it possible for the Black CEO movement to exist. Some of the things that you can expect with the Black CEO movement. By the way, if you're filling out your order form, raise them up when you have them done, and we'll get that. And some of you guys need order forms, so we just pass them out. If you're online and you're watching and you want to try to get the order form or get the deal, just text Shay at 202-270-1662. Text Shay at 202-270, what's that other part? 1662. Thank you so much. A few things. The Black CEO movement is going on tour, so there'll be Black CEO events for you to participate around the country. And as we move from location to location, there will be laser-specific trainings that you can be a part of. How many of you in this room, by a show of hands, have your minority certification? See my point? And that's a problem. Hindering our business to do business with state governments, local governments, and federal government. And so there will be specific development-based events. How many of you, by a show of hands, have your businesses completely automated? See my point? That will be specific events related to just that. How many of you, by a show of hands, have done your business documentary? Business documentary, meaning you actually sat down with a documentarian to help you figure out the best way to tell the story behind your business. By the way, Doe, stand up for a second, if you could. That gentleman right there in the Millennial Marketing Team, those brothers, they specialize in doing business-based documentaries. They're documentarians. Some of you have told people what your product is, but you haven't told them why. That's a problem. So I want you to connect, okay? Everybody got that? Yeah. Now, in addition to that, if you want to host a Black CEO event, all you need to do is go to blackceotour.com. Just go to blackceotour.com. That's all you got to do. The second thing is events like this are possible for people like Peggy Anderson. By the way, let's give Peggy a round of applause. And come on down here, Peggy. She was walking in. I know she got to take George to the airport. She drove in. But we just want to Sisters for Sisters Network Incorporated. You guys are what, 15 years now, Cheryl?
15 years.
If you're not a member of this organization, nationally or locally, you need to join. You need to find out about networks that are designed to support you and the difference you want to make in the community. Thank you so much, Peggy.
Thank you, my brother. You did it.
All right, we did it together. So the Black CEO movement will be going on tour. There will be specific training-based events. The movement is development-focused. You'll learn things like automation. You'll learn things like how to use social media in a way that actually generates revenue and that sucks up all your time and money. It is a collaboration, not just between our wise leaders, but also our innovative youth and millennials. And you will see this start to happen all around the country. So you'll start to see these half-day events pop up, sometimes two-day events. And so one of the ways that you can learn more about the Black CEO events, if you everybody take out their cell phone right quick, and if you're online, take out your cell phones. I'm going to give this number out real quick. And you're going to text the word Black CEO. What's that word? Black CEO. Yeah, you can text that to 240-428-6333. That's 240-428-6333. That's 240-428-6333. Text the word Black CEO. If you text that word, that's going to get you on the list. And many of you are going to start finding that the experts here we've already committed to be of value to you. So you're going to find that you're going to start getting emails. You're going to find that you're going to start getting messages to let you know how to do things. Is that okay? Okay. Now, here's the thing. As you start to see these pop-up events around the country, support them. Now, these events are not just designed to highlight the experts that you know nationally, but they're designed to highlight the experts that you don't know, sitting right in your backyard, sitting right next to you, sitting in your communities. There are people, like how many of y'all knew that Doe was a documentarian? But you've been sitting in the room with him the last 2 days, and he specializes in it. Those of you who are looking to shoot movies, scripts, that's what the gentleman does. There are very special people in this room. There was a young lady here last night. She specialized in development. She was a black woman real estate developer, and what she wanted to do was teach other people how to get into real estate development. So these are the type of events that you're going to see. Now, our closing speaker, let me just make sure he's here and ready to go. Oh, okay, he's here. He donated the space. He donated the cameras. He donated the studios. He put in the time. He gave legal, legal advice, in a non-legal way, in a non-lawyer way. But he's a lawyer. He's an attorney. He's done phenomenal things. He has built Village Connector Studios to really be a global force for good in the world. And I thought that it would be only appropriate that a person who was given so much that we would give him our ear to hear what he thinks about how we need to go forth and collaborate with each other. So let's give a big round of applause to today's diamond sponsor, none other than G. Glenn Garns. Come on out, Glenn.
Second of all, I need a mic because everybody online can hear me now, and you all can hear me too. Thank you all for joining us today and being here yesterday. How many of you were here yesterday too? Yeah, most of you. Okay. So there are now, today in today's media world where we have all kinds of fake news and half truths and all kinds of stuff that we don't know the accuracy of. I think it's fair to say that we have some smart people in this room, okay? For you all to be here 2 days in a row, 12 hours each day, to hear from some very talented people. You got some good information today. How many of you have college degrees? How many of you would trade those college degrees for what you learned in the last 2 days? Okay, I'd trade my law degree for that too, because trust me, I got a lot more value out of that than I did out of those sheepskins. But here's the point. This is the kind of event that makes a difference when it comes to advancing us in our communities, because it's not just about getting information, it's not just about learning, it's about learning who you can collaborate with to create greatness in your local community. And that's what Village Connector Community is all about. I'm going to share with you a little bit about what this organization is purposed to achieve, and then I'm going to talk with you about a presentation I do called The Art of the Connection, because I want to connect all this in a way that'll be meaning for you as you walk out of here tonight. I want to connect this in a way that'll be meaningful for you to be able to go back into your community and do something with all this great information, all this great knowledge and wisdom that you've had shared with you over the past 2 days. So Village Connector Community is an internet, television, and radio network that focuses on personal development. We're all familiar with black entertainment television? Okay, for today's purposes, we're black educational television, okay? And our mission is to help you to invest in yourself individually, and then to work together with others who are making that commitment. That's who's in the room tonight. And in the process of working together to pool our energies, to be able to create greater opportunities for everyone in our communities. You see, if we are working together to be the best that we can be at who we are and what we do, and then pooling our resources with other people that are doing that, we will create businesses that will hire people in our local communities so that people don't have to travel from here to Washington, D.C. or Baltimore to get a well-paying job. Think about how many people could come out of rush hour traffic and be able to get home in time to work with their kids instead of having to just pick them up from daycare and aftercare and during care and all that other stuff. That's the difference that gets made when we start thinking creatively about how to harness our talents, gifts, and geniuses and to pull them together with others. That's what collaboration is all about. So Village Connector Community wants to be a catalyst for getting you in front of the right people, the right information, the right resources to make that happen in your community. Because your community is our community. Village Connector Community is a global movement, not a local movement. We work locally, but our impact will be global as local communities everywhere across the country and across the world start plugging into the resources that we're making available. So first and foremost, it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a village to raise a person, to raise a standard of living for everyone in that community. And we depend on you to take this information and to go back and to do something with it, because it doesn't mean anything unless someone's taking action on it. Now, I know it's been a long 2 days, and I'm going to tell you right now, I am not a motivational speaker. I'm not an inspirational speaker. I am expert with certain types of information, and I'm going to share that information with you tonight, and hopefully everyone will stay awake long enough to receive it. But if you don't, if you fall asleep, I'm not picking on you, she's right here in the front row, smiling, taking notes and everything. If you fall asleep, don't forget, there is a replay. So I call this presentation the art of the connection. And the way I'd like to share it with you tonight, since Trevor's only given me 20 minutes to do an hour and 90-minute presentation, I'm going to do the best I can to give you some highlights. And then I'm going to tell you that this entire presentation has been recorded. It's only 40 minutes in the other room, so you could go back and watch a replay of the longer version of it. But let me just say this. My goal tonight is to simply highlight a few key points that I want you to take home and commit to take action on. So the art of the connection is about understanding the value of relationships, and we're going to talk specifically about business relationships. So I want you to write down these three things, and then someone's going to remind me to come back and talk about them. The value of relationships, the mastermind principle, and the definite chief aim. I want you to remind me if I should forget to talk about any of those things. Those are the three that I'm going to hone in on for tonight's purposes. So, the definite chief aim. The definite chief aim. So, I'm an attorney, so you know I like to talk about myself. Are there any other attorneys in the room? Oh, really? Oh, I knew we had one in the back there. I'm not saying that all attorneys like to talk about themselves, but I do. Let me just tell you, though, that when I was new to the practice of law, I like to talk about myself just for the sake of hearing myself talk. You know, when I was the first law firm that I worked with, I actually had two offices. I had one for myself and one for my ego because it was that big. That's where we start. And then we get into the real world, we get a few battle scars, and we start to realize that, the world does not revolve around us. And we start to then realize that in order for us to grow and to really enjoy life, we have to humble ourselves to be open to learning. Now, that was a process that took me a little time. And I'm telling you right now, it was the best time that I spent, because that's what helps me to do more of what we do here, being open to the learning, because I'm not as selective about who I can learn from as I used to be when I thought I already had all the answers. So the first thing I want to tell you is that connecting is about being open to learning. Connecting is about being open to new ideas, new ways of thinking about how you perceive yourself relative to others in your world. So I want you to write this acronym down. I don't know if you're big on acronyms, but I'm going to give you one anyway. I call this the cash equation to success. So I want you to write down the word cash. C-A-S-H. That wasn't trying to insult your intention or your intelligence, but some people have fancy ways of spelling things. I'm not one of them. So the C in cash stands for commitment. Okay, when we are going to position ourselves to evolve, we have to make a commitment to our evolution. That means being open to learning. That means paying the dues. That means spending the time like you have here in the last couple days. So first and foremost, you need to make a commitment to invest in yourself. Trevor is famous for, and this is one of my favorite things that he's ever said, and Trevor has some nuggets, like, I mean, you could follow Trevor for about 48 hours and have enough gold to mine for the rest of your life. But Trevor encourages us to invest in ourselves at the level at which we expect results. You ever hear him say that? Okay? So the commitment that I'm asking you to make is to make sure that you are looking to position yourself to get knowledge daily. Not just get the knowledge, but to implement the knowledge. Okay? And the way that we implement knowledge is through activity or action. That's what the A in CASH stands for. Activity or action. Pick which one makes the most sense for you. The third letter, the S, stands for service. I have found that one of the best ways for us to accomplish anything is to be in service to others, unconditionally. Now, you've seen a lot of people come before you this weekend and share with you unconditionally, because how many of you had to buy, the knowledge you came, anybody write a check to hear any of these speakers? Okay. Those are all people that flew in from around the country to share with you unconditionally. Whether you bought anything from there or not, they gave you some good wisdom that you can actually take action on. So, service is going to be your key to improving the quality of relationships in your business and in your life generally, whether it's with customers, whether it's with alliance partners, whether it's even with your family. The last letter in the CASH equation to success is humility. When we learn to humble ourselves in all kinds of ways, humbling ourselves to be of service to people, when we think that maybe our stature in the community shouldn't have us emptying garbage cans, filling coffee machines, and making sure that there are batteries in the microphones. All those things you all saw me running around doing this weekend. Okay? There was a time I wouldn't do that because I'm an attorney. I got a law degree. Somebody should have been filling my cup, and emptying my garbage can, right? Well, that's the way it used to be for me, and that's why I was very lonely in the practice of law early on. Okay? It's me and my ego. And we couldn't even fit in the same office to have a conversation, So if you were able to commit yourself to implementing the CASH equation of success, I think that you would find it very easy to make progress in whatever it is you have set to do in your life. Now, I define easy as something you can do without extraordinary effort. Easy equals something you can do without extraordinary effort. So does it take extraordinary effort for you to commit to invest in yourself? Does it take extraordinary effort for you to take action on a daily basis, just something you do every day to invest in your dream or whatever it is that you're doing? Does it take an extraordinary effort for you to be of service to others? Now here's where, for me, it did take extraordinary effort at one point for me to humble myself. So if you're there, I understand that, but get over that in a hurry. Because the quicker you can implement and be loyal to all four of those principles, the faster you can start accelerating the pace at which you can grow, whatever that means for you. Whether you're in a career, whether you're in a job, or whether you're in a business, whatever it is that you're doing. So keep those in mind. Now, let's talk about the art of the connection. I start off by saying I talk about myself, but in this day and age, I talk about myself only in the context that it's relevant to something I'm about to share with you. So I promise not to be up here just beating my chest, talk about all my victories in life and all that kind of stuff, both of them. But was that a cell phone? Somebody's phone go off? Who was it? Who was it? Nobody important? Okay, I just want to make sure because because somebody calls, you want to see it who it is, And I left my phone in the other room, otherwise I'd be doing the same thing. So don't feel bad about that. Unless you're in front of a judge and they have people with handcuffs standing to the side, it's nothing that's going to be fatal to your future. Don't ask me how I know about that, but I'm going to tell you a quick story. I know I only got 20 minutes, but Trevor, he'll wait. There was when cell phones first came out, they wouldn't even allow them into the courthouse. Even the attorneys had to check their cell phones in the courthouse. You remember those days? So the bottom line is that when they started letting them in, they used to tell us to turn them off when we were in the courtroom because the radio frequency from the cell phones would interfere with the microphone systems. So even if it was on vibrate, it still made crackling noises and everything. Well, one day I forgot to turn my cell phone off before I walked up to the desk and, presented my case. I was standing there, may it please the court, Your Honor, Glenn Garnes on behalf of the plaintiff, and we're ready for trial. And then he looks over to the defendant and says, defense ready? And they said, yes, Your Honor, we're ready as well. And my cell phone goes off. And I'm like, okay, this is a defining moment in my career as an attorney. And so I did the right thing, which was to reach down, pull off the battery so that it would stop without my having to pull it out and turn it off. Just clipped off the battery and looked back like this, like, who left the cell phone on? It worked. I did not get carted off. But it was kind of a defining moment because that was the epitome of creativity when it came to lawyering and having the desire to continue lawyering from outside the cell, not inside the cell. So, and that judge was one that would lock you up if your phone went off. The first time they take it away, the second time they would put you in the back office. So he did not play. Judge El Amin down in Prince George's District Court. So, and now I don't practice anymore, so not a lot you can do about it right now. Sorry, Judge. With that in mind, I want to share with you a little bit about my story as it relates to the practice of law, and that would be this. I grew up in the practice of law at a time when lawyers did not advertise on TV and did not have big yellow page spreads. They were just starting to do that. So I learned the practice of law from lawyers who knew how to build business through relationships. So we learned how to go to networking events, how to network, how to follow up with people and all that kind of stuff. So I was introduced very early on to some very important resources as it relates to learning how to relate to people. Now today, we have all kinds of technologies that accelerate the pace at which you can either build relationships or destroy them. Anybody that's on your news feed that's posting about politics, you know how you're getting tired of that? They're not understanding how quickly they can destroy relationships even when you agree with them. I mean, because the fact that you agree with them doesn't mean you want to read it all day on Facebook, am I right? So here's the point. I want to share with you tonight some tried and true principles that help you to understand how to deal with people, and then we'll learn how to use the technologies to introduce ourselves to them. So that's what the art of the connection is all about for me. So first and foremost, I want to give you a reading list. These are the books that I read over the years that positioned me to be successful in becoming a rainmaker in my law practice and ultimately in every business I've had since then. So the first book is one that you probably have heard of, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. These books that I'm about to share with you are books that you should make it a habit of reading at least once a year. At least once a year. I know people have picked that book up, bought it, read it, and put it on their shelf, and have never touched it again. And the reason I know that they've never touched it again, because some of them have actually offered to give it to me or sell it to me, and it's always in mint condition, despite the fact that they told me they read it. Books were meant to be read periodically. Just like you wouldn't take a shower today and expect that to last until next week, pick your books up and read them more than once. So, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Second book I want to recommend to you is one that I actually discovered while I was on a flight to speak out in Alaska, of all places. It's like the farthest anyone should ever go to speak. It's called Dig Your Well Before You're Thirsty. I discovered that book at an airport bookstore on a layover in Utah while I was waiting for a connecting flight to Alaska. And I walked in this bookstore because I had like downtime, and I found it almost called off the shelf to me. So I walked over, picked up the book, read it cover to cover while I was waiting there. I was so enthralled with it that I actually called the author and left him a message and thanked him for writing the book. His name is Harvey Mackay. You may know Harvey Mackay for writing Swim with the Sharks Without Being Eaten Alive. That's not the best book he wrote. It was Dig Your Well Before You're Thirsty. And the wisdom that came out of that book was just extraordinary. And I'll tell you, the one quote that I will remember forever from that book is this, and simply this, and this kind of encapsulates everything we're about to talk about tonight. Harvey said, if I had to name the single characteristic possessed by all the truly successful people I'd met in my life, it would be the ability to create and nurture a network of contacts. If I had to name the single characteristic possessed by all of the truly successful people I'd met in my life, it would be the ability to create and nurture a network of contacts. Dig your well before you're thirsty is about having relationships of strength with people before you ask them for something. Dig your well before you're thirsty. How many of you know people you could call at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning that would get up and get dressed to come and pick you up at the roadside because you ran out of gas? Okay? You ought to be taking those people to dinner, lunch, breakfast, whatever, at least once or twice a year to thank them for being there for you. Because there's a lot of people that would conveniently forget that they have your cell phone number. So, dig your well before you're thirsty. Third book is The Go-Giver by Bob Berg and John David Mann. The Go-Giver by Bob Berg and John David Mann. I have a story about Bob. I'm not going to tell it because we don't have enough time tonight. Suffice to say that Bob is a very dear friend. He became a dear friend because we took an interest in each other, found common ground, decided to work together on a number of different initiatives, and we have been best friends since then. Wonderful guy, wonderful book. It's a parable that really lays out in story format everything that we're talking about here tonight. His name is Bob Berg, B-U-R-G, and John David Mann, M-A-N-N. Okay? The last book that I'm going to share with you tonight, second to last book, the last book on networking, is my absolute all-time favorite. And it's a book that I was introduced to relatively recently only because it was written relatively recently compared to those others. And that book is written by a very, very talented gentleman by the name of George C. Fraser. It's called Click. Okay? Now, I've read a lot of networking books, a lot of business relationship books, about a lot of business books. And this absolutely, in my assessment, is the best book written since How to Win Friends and Influence People. And I'm not saying that because George was here tonight. I'm not saying that because of any other reason than it's true. Because I didn't have to stand up here and talk about George's book. Frankly, George doesn't even like me. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know whether he likes me or not, but you know what? His opinion of me is none of my business. Okay? I'm here speaking truth, and the truth is that this is the best book written on networking since How to Win Friends and Influence People. So if you don't have this in your library, you're really missing an opportunity to gain a lot of wisdom in a hurry. Okay? Now, in this book, there are two specific things that are relevant. This is all relevant for what we're talking about. But there's two things specifically that are relevant for what we're going to talk about tonight. The first is the concept in truth number 9, be open to everything and attached to nothing, the best idea wins. Be open to everything and attached to nothing, the best idea wins. The truth number 3, love, serve, give, and add value first. Another big one. And then be authentic. Those three are they're all relevant, but those three are specifically relevant to what we're talking about tonight. So, let's talk. First and foremost, there's no particular order in which you ought to read those books, but you ought to read every one of them cover to cover, over and over. If that's all you did for the rest of your life, you never picked up another new book except those books, you would be well ahead of anyone that you consider yourself to be in competition with. And the truth is, you shouldn't be in competition with anybody. Actually, that's not true. The truth is, if you're going to be in competition with anyone, be in competition with yourself to be better tomorrow than you were today. If you had a time to focus on that, you wouldn't have to worry about what other people are doing. You know? They say, we have this saying, the grass is always greener on the other side, but that's because somebody else is watering it and you're not. So that's why we need to be investing in ourselves through personal development. Now, the value of relationships, we just talked about that. George Fraser understands the value of relationships. Harvey McKay understands it. Bob Berg and John David Mann understand it. Dale Carnegie understands it. Now it's up to you to understand it. Because those are people that clearly are icons in their industries. And the thing they all have in common is they understand the value of relationships. They know to create them and nurture them. You need to learn how to create and nurture them as well. Second thing I asked you to remind me about was the mastermind principle. Is that the second one? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So the mastermind principle comes from the teachings of Napoleon Hill. How many people know who Napoleon Hill is? Not was, but is. Okay? What is the book that Napoleon Hill wrote?
Think and Grow Rich.
What is the more important book that Napoleon Hill wrote?
Laws of Success. Laws of Success.
Who are you, strange woman? She comes from a different planet because obviously nobody else knew it. The Law of Success in 16 Lessons. Now let me explain something about the Law of Success in 16 Lessons. This is the last book I'm going to recommend. It has nothing really to do specifically with networking, but you'll see why it's important in a minute. It's free. You can go download this by typing into Google the Law of Success in 16 Lessons PDF, and you'll come up with 10 places you can download it for free. Now, don't print it out because it's 1,100 pages long. Okay? That's why you all know Think and Grow Rich and not the Law of Success in 16 Lessons. Because Think and Grow Rich was only 300 pages. Okay? But anytime something has been condensed, there's something that's missing. So do you want the whole story or just the part that somebody thought you should know? Because that's what we get in the media, by the way. Is there anybody that's a member of the media here? Because I'm like blowing people out. And what did you do in the media? Am I going to embarrass you now? Are you like a White House correspondent or something like that? I used to know one of my friends, Dawn Holly, was a White House correspondent. We used to have all kinds of battles about this, but fortunately she became a much more honorable profession in being a mortgage broker. But anyway, listen, I have nothing against the media except that I was so disenchanted with media, both sides. I don't watch cable news. I don't watch internet network news, none of that stuff. I was so disenchanted, I created my own network. I mean, how bad do you have to be disenchanted to go out and create your own internet, television, and radio network, you know? So that's pretty bad. But anyway, so let's just talk about the mastermind principle. So the mastermind principle is simply this, and it is the first lesson in that book. The very first lesson, chapter 1. Dr. Hill chronicled a concept known as the mastermind principle, which is, as he describes it, when two or more people come together in perfect harmony for a specific purpose. Two or more people come together in perfect harmony for a specific purpose. Okay? And what he said was when that happens, their collective energy actually aggregates in a way that allows them to tap into a completely separate mind. Okay? Now, how many of my friends that go to church once in a while understand that there's a biblical basis for that? How about you, Tiffany? Tiffany and her crew say a prayer every time they get together to produce their radio show here. And the prayer is usually longer than the show, but that's a whole nother issue. It's a whole nother issue. Okay? All right, I got to wrap it up because Trevor's telling me I got to wrap it up. Here's my point. If you understand that the mastermind principle is about coming together in harmony with each other, that's the spirit in which we ought to be getting together to collaborate. See, a lot of times we get together as a group of people and we're advocates for our idea rather than contributors of the idea to what will become the best idea. You know, John F. Kennedy said that we should not do things the Democrat way or the Republican way. We should do it the best way. And the only way to achieve that is by having people that are willing to come together and understand that their idea is not necessarily the full solution. It's the aggregation of all of the ideas that will usually yield the best solution. And when we do anything other than that, we're missing the opportunity for us to contribute to a solution that works. Because the truth is, our politicians have never come up with the right solution because they haven't even had a discussion with each other about how that can be achieved. They're forcing their views down each other's throats, and we're voting for it like sporting teams. You know, we need to start putting all that aside and say, hey, listen, let's come up with something that's better than what we both think is the best way to do something. So When you're going back into your community, I encourage you to embrace the spirit of the mastermind philosophy, which is coming together in perfect harmony. Leave your agenda at the door and focus on being heart-centered and exploring what's best. That's the way we need to work. Now, in this chapter, in this one chapter, this is where I was telling you, principle number 9, truth number 9, be open to everything, attached to nothing. The best idea wins. That's what will happen if you do what I just described here. The mastermind principle. All right, this is the last one. I know Trevor's given me a short leash here, but I do have the microphone. And the studio and all that other good stuff. But let me wrap up. Let me be respectful of your time also. So the definite chief aim, the second lesson from the law of success in 16 lessons. The second lesson. The definite chief aim is Napoleon Hill's 3-step process for achieving anything. The first step is to be clear in what it is you're seeking to accomplish, to have clarity. Most of us have been in business, or we're thinking about a business, or we're doing a business, and we're not really even sure what it is we're trying to accomplish because we haven't stopped to think about it. Nothing wrong with that, unless today you allow that to be your future. You see? The second step is to have a plan for how you're going to attain it. Now, your plan will vary. As you get out and you try things and it doesn't work, or you find better ways of doing things, your plan will change, but you have to have a plan. But the third step to success is the one I want to talk about tonight, which is inviting the people who are going to cooperate with you to achieve the objective. That's what collaboration is all about. Inviting the people who are going to cooperate with you to achieve the objective. Now, some of those people might work with you in sweat equity. Some of them might volunteer their time. Some of them you might hire them as coaches or consultants. It doesn't matter, but you have to be definitive about why and who you're inviting to help you accomplish the objective. If you sit here and try to do it yourself with less knowledge than you need, that's why you're struggling in your business or in your career for that matter. So, learn those 3 steps and be loyal to them. I promise it will work and make a difference for you. Now again, we had to abbreviate this presentation because I know that it's been a long 2 days. Very productive and fruitful 2 days, but listen, you don't want to be on information overload either. That's why you can go back and watch the replays of all this stuff. Now, I would like to talk with you just very quickly about an opportunity that exists for you to begin connecting with the right people to begin the process of collaborating. Trevor alluded and made reference to it earlier, and that is the Black CEO VIP member directory. You have an opportunity right now to get connected to everyone in this room, if everyone in this room made a commitment to join that network, the Black CEO VIP member directory. We've got a very special opportunity for you to do that before the end of this event. If you go to blackceodirectory.com, you can watch a 2-minute and 13-second video that lets you know that you can be listed lifetime in that directory for a one-time fee of $97. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know that there's a lot else you can spend $97 on that's going to get you connected to the right people permanently. Okay? I encourage you to take advantage of that today, because that's where Trevor, Che, and George and others go to find the people they're inviting to collaborate. It's a new directory, a new opportunity. You'll literally be able to go into Atlanta, tap a category, and pull up the members that are local to you while you're there in Atlanta. And if you go to New Jersey, well, maybe not New Jersey. Anyone from New Jersey? Where in New Jersey? Where are you from in New Jersey? Roselle. Well, Roselle, that's a good place to be from. I'm from Montclair originally. And I had family in Roselle, but we didn't talk to them. They were crazy. Anyway, did you know any of them? Are we related? Are we related? No, but seriously, anywhere you go in the country, if you tap a category, let's say you're looking to connect with IT professionals, and you do that while you're in New York, while you're in Pennsylvania, wherever you might be, it will pull up the professionals that are closest to where you are right now. And those are the people that you'd want to be looking to collaborate with, have a cup of coffee with, sit down and have a conversation with, explore ideas together. One of the reasons back there at the water cooler, we have a quote, my favorite quote, one of my favorite quotes, great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, and small minds discuss people. Okay? We need to be about ideas and not gossip and drama and chaos. Okay? So we leave that at the door here in the village because it doesn't belong inside our sanctuary. So with that in mind, I want to encourage you to take advantage of that tonight. Now, it's not fatal if you don't do it tonight, but it will be about $97 or about 2 to 3 times that on an annual basis after tonight. So if you're interested in saving some money, I'm going to give you, we'll do a little pop quiz here. Which of these makes more sense? $97 one time or $97 every time when it's coming out of your pocket? I mean, I'll just give you a minute to think about that. So, yeah, that's right, once, exactly. So if you would like to become part of a nucleus of brain trust, of people committed to personal development and working together with others, I'd tell you to join that organization, join that directory, because that's where you're going to get the best connections, because it's already people that think like we do. It's just a way for us to be able to connect with and communicate with each other more efficiently. $97 one time. I know people that will spend that at Starbucks this month. I don't know what Starbucks is doing to build your business, but unless you're meeting new people there every day, you know, this is going to be a better way for you to invest $97. All right, now, we're done for this evening, but I'd like for the conversation to continue. So I want to invite each and every one of you. I was going to say, it's a good thing I wasn't going to go lean, right? I want to invite each and every one of you to do 2 things to get connected to us at Village Connector Community. Trevor and Che are a member of Village Connector Community, and I'd like for you to be as well. We have a Facebook group called, interestingly enough, Village Connector Community. And if you go there, you can join the Facebook group. We also have a fan page, Village Connector Community. I encourage you to like the page, join the group. The last thing I would encourage you to do is to join our mailing list at villageconnector.com. villageconnector.com. If you get on the mailing list, we don't abuse you. We send out an email newsletter once a week that gives you a reminder to go back and watch the TV and radio shows that are being produced on a weekly basis, to be aware of events like this one, be aware of other opportunities to see other people. We have an events calendar where not only are our events on the calendar, but events that are being hosted by our members are on the calendar. And guess what? If you were a member of the community, this is also free, by the way, so if you're wondering, oh, well, how much is this going to cost? You already got $97 in my money. What does he want now? You know, you can put your events on the calendar too for free. So I encourage you to do that, because we are about making sure everyone knows all the opportunities that they have to plug in to good information and good people everywhere they go. So Village Connector Community, like the page, join the group, get on the mailing list. I wish I had time for questions. I know I don't. Trevor's like, Glenn, this is why I don't let you speak on the main stage. I do want to thank you for joining us in the Village this weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure to host you, and you've all been very well behaved, which is amazing. It's amazing that we can get together and have nobody shot, nobody beaten, nobody arrested, all that other kind of stuff. But see, that's why the media's not here, because none of that happened this weekend. Did you know? That's right. Why can't we get together for something like this and have Fox News and CNN and MSNBC back there with their cameras right behind mine? You know? That's right. Now let me be clear about something. I just said something that wasn't true. It's not fake news, but it wasn't true. And I'm going to let Trevor, you're coming up. You can start walking down now. Stay there for just a minute, though. I made reference to my cameras, and these are not my cameras. These are your cameras. I am the custodian of these cameras on behalf of the Village Connector community. My role is to make sure that these cameras capture something that feeds your soul, not something that terrorizes you or makes you fearful or makes you hate your neighbor. We don't cover politics, crime, or controversy. We cover things that bring the community together. Village Connector Community. All right, so Trevor has returned. He's brought his security enforcement division, Candice Camille, and she will whoop up on you too. Have you ever seen her plank? Yes. Man, that is embarrassing. I can't watch her anymore, because until I can do that, I don't want to see it. But I want to thank you again for joining us in the Village. I certainly hope you'll give us an opportunity to be of service to you today, tomorrow, and in the future. Thank you so much for joining us.
Here's how we're going to end. We'll do a very special ending. We wanted to make sure, we decided some time ago that our Black CEO would not be a celebrity-based event. And Glenn, we need you to stay right here. That it would not be a celebrity-focused event. That it would be a development-focused event. It would be a people-focused event, and that the one thing that we were going to do was return these platforms back to the people.
Amen.
And we consider this to be your stage, your platform, your movement. And one of the things that we're going to do a very special ending to the first annual Black CEO Conference. And if you guys just stand to the side, and if everybody just stand up real quick, all right? And here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to get a little practice in, and then I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. Eventually, each person will come down center. You'll stand right here, and you will basically say, "Hey, my name is Trevor Otts, and I'm from the Peak Performance Institute." And as a what?
Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinctions that are represented in the marketplace.
Give yourselves a round of applause. One of the reasons that we're doing this is we are over 100,000 viewers. Give yourselves a round.
Oh, man.
Now, here's the thing. We want to make sure that your voice, your messages, your brand gets heard. And so you'll see those people who are in this row right here, going over now, in this row right here, they're going to be removing those chairs to make the aisles just a little bit bigger. And what will happen is each person, will you just come in, make it quick, add a little pizzazz to it, you know, be happy about it. And the millennial marketing team is going to get a shot of you, get your video, but also people around the world will be listening about who you are and the difference that you make in the world. Now, there's a lot of people in here. So state your name, state your business, make the statement, and that is the way that we want to honor you, because it's truly your platform. It truly happened because of you. And interestingly enough, it took exactly 2 weeks to put this together.
Yeah.
It took exactly 2
amazing.
weeks. 2 weeks. And we don't need 2 years, and we don't need 2 months, and we don't need 2,000 people. All we need is a few people that are willing to answer the call, to answer the bell. Yeah,
Amen.
Right. And you are those people.
Yes.
Is that the right word?
That's right.
Today it is.
Right, to make sure.
Yeah.
Right. So, I want to make sure that if you have not joined the Black CEO Directory, go to blackceodirectory.com. Make sure to add your business. And then what we're going to go ahead and do, if they got those chairs out of that row, we're going to get everybody lined up. And by the way, this will, say it with a smile, because it.
Tell them where they're going.
Yeah, oh yeah, you got you. Now, listen up real quickly. We call this the Black CEO Roll Call. And there are people watching online everywhere. And if you're watching online, you can take a picture and just post it. And you can go to the private, the elusive, the what?
Exclusive.
Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the
Planet.
You can get there by going to
www.blackceo.com.
Now, you can get there and you can become a part of this Black CEO Roll Call. But the goal is, this is the thunderclap. It's the sound that's heard around the world. That there are businesses giving back to the community. There are businesses that you are, if you're in the place, if you are watching online, if you're in the private Facebook group, if you're watching on one of the feeds, put the comments below, but just put, hey, put your statement, put your name, put your business, and let's make sure, and use the hashtag Black CEO so that other Black CEOs can find you. The hashtag is very important. When you use that hashtag Black CEO, one of the things that we made a commitment to do is every week, what we do is, actually I do it every day. I just do a search on Facebook and Twitter and Pinterest. I just do a search for hashtag Black CEO just to see which businesses are out there. What are they talking about? What good work are they doing? So as you are doing different things in the community, you do something good, use the hashtag Black CEO. Now listen, nobody wants to be bombarded with an avalanche of marketing. So when you post something with the hashtag, post something of value. Be givers first and takers last. Does that make sense? Yes. All right. So on the count of 3, I'm going to get everybody to line up, and we will take it from there. But before that, let me make sure my gracious host, Shay Brown, and none other than the incomparable Candice, Camille, let's give some final seconds to them, and let's get ready.
All right.
Man, I guess we'll start with you since you're here.
Thank
So,
you.
by the way, and you'll get the mic. So pass the mic to the next person.
Pass the mic.
Oh,
Well, I just want to say a couple of things. One, thank you all for participating. Thank you for being here. Without you, this would not be possible. It's not about us. For all the folks that are out there watching online, thank you for all the comments you made. I get a chance to go back. I haven't read them all, but thank you for the comments. Thank you for taking it and sharing it. Many of you were able to get the Black CEO post, and not only did you put your picture in there, but many of you went out there and you tagged someone else that you knew that was a business owner so that they could at least know about it. And I've got so many calls from different folks that have called me and said, Shay, what's going on? What's going on? And so I say from the bottom of my heart and from the Peak Performance Institute, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We look forward to seeing you again. And for those that stayed in here, like I used to do back when I was in church, right, when it was fans going on, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. God bless you. Without you, there is no us. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and...
Real quick question. Listen, some of y'all like, I want to take my picture at the same time. If you want to take a picture while you're in front of the board, pass your camera to the person behind you. Yes. Right? Pass your camera to the person behind you. They'll snap the shot. Then you go off on the side. Right there, we're going to go out right where?
On the side.
Right here on the side. And the person will be waiting for you. You can go out the door on the back, okay? And then you can come back around if you want to do any networking things like that.
So are you going first? Oh, Candice going.
Well, we'll let Glenn go first.
For me, it was just an honor to be here. So being asked to be the hostess of this, it was absolutely amazing. These 2 days has pretty much blew me away. Just to see us come together, us, Black CEOs, in the house working together, collaborating, it was absolutely amazing. And to have my clients tag me online to see this and say, this was the best conference that I've seen in a long time, and they were at home, and even for the ones that stepped in the building. So I just want to congratulate Team PPI and Shay and Trevor and everybody else that did this, that brought this together in 2 weeks. I worked on my conference for 2 years. They pulled this together in 2 weeks. So just learning all the logistics and the things, other than what the speakers said on here, it was just something to learn just by walking in the door. So it was an honor to be your host and to be here as a speaker and to have you be here. You could have been anywhere, and you chose to be here with us as we grow and grow and grow. So I am looking forward to it, and I honor you and give you a hand and give yourselves a hand for just being here.
Amen.
All right, so who's going? You going first?
All right, I'm going first. Who's going second? Because I'm going to pass
I'll,
the mic.
I'll go second. I'll go right here.
My name is Glenn Garnes. I am the founder of Village Connector Community. And as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic for the unique distinction I represent in the marketplace.
You made it. Good job.
Who's next?
I'll go right here.
Wait.
Now I'll keep on going, so y'all keep going.
Somebody get the mic.
I don't need a mic. I have a microphone.
Oh, you don't even need a mic.
Anyway, well, it's a great day. My name is Shay Brown with the Peak Performance Institute, and I am unapologetic about the unique I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace. God bless you all. Shay Brown.
And I am Rosa J. And
I am Tiffany D. And we
are Black CEOs. Yes, whatever she says.
In the market.
Right here.
At 5 p.m. All right. Live today, have some. Thank you.
We're just going this way, ladies. Go
This way, over here.
This way, Rosa.
I am Claudette Gadsden Roback, innkeeper of Temple in the Woods, a place to nourish your soul. And as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening. I'm Keith Martin of To Save Souls Records. I'm a Black CEO, and I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hello, my name is Tyra Dyson. I'm with P2P Branded, and as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hi, I'm Yvette Turner, representing YvetteWJTurner.com, and I am, as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hi, my name is Maria Morales Martin. I am a multi-ethnic woman of color, and I am CEO of Rakana Public Relations, a multicultural communications consultancy. And I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hello, Queens. I am Lakeisha McGaney Osei. I am the owner of LSA Mobile Boutique, where I allow you to be styled and embrace the queen within. I am a Black CEO, and I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace daily.
Hi, I am Pia Maria McLean. I represent Tracy Lynn Fashion Jewelry. Our goal is always to motivate, inspire, and change lives. I am a Black CEO, and as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hi everyone, I'm Tammy Turner. And did you know that over 40 million people in this country have suffered from sexual abuse as a child? I am a singer, songwriter, actress, and I've taken my 15 years of experience and I have created a one-woman show that speaks to the transformational healing of those 40 million people, okay? I am a Black CEO, and as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in this marketplace.
Hello, my name is Bernadette Evans, and my business is Purpose, Power, and Profits. If you are stuck in the middle of your life, if you are stuck in the middle of your career, I am your next level strategist, and I can help you level up. I am a Black CEO, and I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hello, I am John C. Butler of the Butler Booked It Travel Agency. I'm a certified dream maker where I make your dreams one trip at a time. I am a CEO, a Black CEO, and I am unapologetic about my unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hi, I am Sharon Bullock, and I represent Metamorphosis. I am a wardrobe coach and stylist. I make women feel good on the outside so that it can permeate inside so they can be the best they can possibly be in every sense that matters. And I am a Black CEO, and I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
My name is Candice Camille. I am founder of Candice Camille Enterprises. I am a Black CEO. As a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hello, my name is Sydney Harleston Stewart. I represent the National Money League. We're committed to building long-term wealth and financial education in our African American community for adults and for young people. And I am a Black CEO. I'm unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Nanette Buchanan, and I represent iPen Designs. I'm an author and a motivated speaker, and I am a Black CEO. And as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hi, I'm Diane Williams of D. Williams Consulting, Dreams If You're Nasty, and I am committed to helping at least 100 small businesses and solopreneurs make a profit this year. You went into business to make a profit, you need to pay yourself. You need to talk to me. And I am definitely a Black CEO that's unapologetic about my unique distinction that I represent in this marketplace. Can I drop that mic?
Yeah, but you can pass to the next person.
Hello, my name is Venetia Boyd of Veeps Creative Design Enterprise. I am a Black CEO, and as a Black CEO, I am totally unapologetic about the distinction that I represent in the marketplace. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Ellis Williams. I'm a Black CEO. My company is Michelle Lee Consulting. I represent women across the country, actually internationally, on how to start and grow their home care agency.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Robert Williams from Atlanta, Georgia, and I represent Aston Home Care. It's a home care agency in the city of Atlanta with the best quality of home care in the city of Atlanta. And we are Black CEOs who are unapologetic about the unique distinction that we represent in our marketplace.
Yes.
Hello, I am Angela Pitts McDonald,
And I am David McDonald.
and we represent Eye Care Eyewear, custom eye care, custom eyewear, unique to the individual. We are Black CEOs.
And as a
we're
Black
CEO, we are
represent-
unapologetic about the unique distinction that we bring to the marketplace.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Anthony Lang Sr. I'm actually from Star City. What up? Chirac as well. I'd like to just thank God, and I appreciate all the time I had here. To sum it up, I'm a former in the works of a CEO. I'd like to shout out to Enlight Entertainment, the family. All I can say is invest in yourself first, and everything else will come later. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Edeline Francois Dryden out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I am the president and CEO of Dryden Tax and Accounting Services. And as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I bring to the marketplace.
1, 2, 3, go. Let's go. Yes, my name is Franklin Marshall. I'm from the ATL, and I'm a Black CEO, and I'm unapologetic for being a Black CEO, and it's been an awesome, awesome journey, man.
Hi, thank you. Hello, my name is Dolores Clivert, and I'm the CEO of Who Are You DNA Testing. And I want to say that as a CEO, a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
Hello, everyone. My name is Valika Moore. I am the founder of Empowerment Through Expression LLC, and as a Black CEO, I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace.
You can go on that side. Can we get him? Hello, my name is Jean Marie Sampson. This is my son, Kawunda Sampson. You heard from him yesterday. We are family-owned business, Divine Essentials. We come to bring you essential oils to bring your health back to where it should be. And as part and members of the Black CEO, we are unapologetically, we are unapologetic about the unique distinction that we represent in the marketplace. Thank you for having us. Sure. It's about family, people. Making the family stronger. It's about making the family stronger. Thank you. Thank you.
I want each one of y'all to go.
EC Speed Networking. Follow me on Twitter at EC Speed Networking. EC Speed Networking, and I am a Black CEO. I am unapologetic about the unique distinction that I represent in this marketplace.
Thank you. Got it, Thomas.
Are you giving me a cue? Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Regina Robinson, your Inner Confidence Strategist, and I am a Black CEO, and I am unapologetic, and they say about the unique distinction that I represent in the marketplace. Follow me on all social media at Regina R Speaks, and visit my website as ReginaRobinsonSpeaks.com. Hashtag I am your Black CEO.
Hi, y'all. My name is Dole Delamici. My company is Del Art Studio. We help you tell your story and look good on camera. I'm a Black CEO, and as a Black CEO, I'm unapologetic about the unique distinction I bring in the marketplace. Yeah.
So times
attention members
30.
of the Black CEO community.
What's that? That's going to be 900,000.
Attention members of the Black CEO community. Here's a unique way to maximize your ability to connect with and collaborate with other Black CEOs around the country and around the world. Introducing the Black CEO VIP Membership Directory. George C. Fraser, one of the foremost authorities on networking and building effective relationships, says, when we cooperate, 1 + 1 = 2. When we collaborate, 1 and 1 = 11. And now, you have one of the most meaningful ways to harness the power of that statement through the Black CEO VIP Membership Directory. You see, we make it simple and easy for you to find the right people to collaborate with anywhere you are and anywhere you go. Our member directory is a browser-based app that gives you a direct connection to other members from the convenience of your cell phone. No matter where you travel, a few button clicks get you connected to members who are local to you. Our members directory includes a geolocator that displays the member who's closest to where you are right now in the category you select. Your profile includes your picture, a place for a video introduction to you, links to your social media sites, and your website, as well as a click-to-call button that visitors can use to connect with you. Use the directory to gain visibility for yourself and your business, and to find other like-minded people with whom you can collaborate in business. Make this the year that you give meaning to collaboration with other Black CEOs. Grab your listing in the Black CEO VIP directory today. And to make that decision easy for you, we have a special offer available only during this weekend event. For a one-time fee of just $97, you can lock in a lifetime listing in the directory and never worry about annual fees to stay connected. When this weekend's event is over, membership will be annual at a price point that will be 2 to 3 times the lifetime offering. Fill in the form on this page right now to be contacted by us to establish your listing. You'll receive an electronic invoice, and once you process the invoice, you'll be contacted to provide the information we need to create your profile listing. Let's work together to make this effort something we'll all look back on with pride and accomplishment in mind. The Black CEO VIP Membership Directory is for you.
Hey, my name is Jewell Tankard, and I actually live right here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, but literally right now traveling all over the world. I'm an economist by profession. I also am the founder and CEO of the Millionaires Club, and I had a vision to start that several years ago because I talked to so many women, and they would be like, well, I don't handle the money in my family, and I gotta ask my husband. It'll be like basic financial stuff. I thought it was basic, but I realized it wasn't so basic, and that a lot of women really had intimidation issues where money matters were concerned. So I started the club because I wanted to be able to address some of those things. And even growing up, you know, my parents' power couple, they were like the power couple before you were calling people power couple. They actually were the first African Americans to have a business downtown Detroit, and it did really, really well. They made millions of dollars. And my whole life, we lived this fabulous life, his and her Rolls Royces, his and her Mercedes. I had a Volvo, we had housekeepers, cooks, drivers, the whole nine. And then at 19, we lost everything. And I was like, what the heck just happened? And so I remember asking my mom questions like, hey, did we have any money invested? Do we have any money saved? How did we end up like losing everything, having to lose our house? Like the whole change in lifestyle thing was so emotionally drastic. And then, you know, most of her answers were like, well, you know, your father thought this or your father said this. And I remember thinking to myself, but what were you thinking? Was there anything going off? You know, was there any kind of financial gut saying, I think we should save this or I think we should pay this off? And so, you know, mom was just a product of her generation. And I have to say, mom and dad are doing very well today. They have one of the top construction companies in Tennessee. So if they're watching, I'm proud of you guys. But it was just a true story. And this all happened at 19. And so I remember thinking to myself, you know, this is crazy. So I went from, you know, being used to daddy taking good care of me to now I'm trying to recreate this lifestyle that I had become accustomed to living. And so I started dating drug dealers, right? And so actually it was fun for a little while until they started getting indicted and dying. And so I realized at that point that I needed to take a hold of my own financial destiny. I didn't need to depend on daddy anymore because I was definitely daddy's little girl. And then now I'm trying to get boyfriends to create this lifestyle that I had become accustomed to living. And I realized at that moment, you know what? You better learn how to take care of your own self. And so now you need to become responsible, get financially educated, hang out with people that have your answer and not your problem, and educate yourself. So that's kind of my background, my story, how I got to, you know, where I am today and accomplishing all that I had. And this is the thing that I want to say that I've come to understand. Some people are amazing producers.